This is a compilation of all of our Alien podcasts. This is more so for our audio toppers because not all of them have been pushed through the podcasting feed, so just wanted to give you guys an opportunity to listen to them all. Enjoy.
Hello and welcome to this week's episode of the Top Podcast. First things first, we will be discussing Alien by Ridley Scott. This movie is rated R and has some pretty mature themes. So if you are a young, under 18, mute the video, leave it running so our retention rate doesn't suffer, but go seek parental guidance before continuing on. And if you are above 18, viewer discretion is advised. Second things second. With Alien Earth dropping soon, we're going to be releasing a new series on the channel with myself and First Mate Dan from our Speculation on the Switch 2 episode. If you want to learn more about Dan, you can go check that episode out. It was a good one, short but sweet. And returning by popular demand, Hot Kyle. The three of us are going to break down each episode as they come out and discuss it. And just leading up to that, we're all going to go through at least Alien 1, Alien 2, Alien 3, Alien Romulus, and whatever else we have time and desire to consume. So how's everybody doing?
Doing great. Good to be back on the podcast, guys. How are you?
Doing awesome.
And I'm
happy
here
to
too.
be back.
Rob's also excited to be here.
Thanks for having me back, Mike. I appreciate it.
Oh, anytime, man. Anytime. So as is tradition, we like to get started with an icebreaker. This week, Hot Kyle is bringing the heat. What do you got for us, baby?
All right. This just came to me, actually. But if you had to pick a death by Xenomorph, what type of death are you getting? Whether that is a facehugger and a chest, an alien coming out of your chest, or getting acid spilled on you, or getting stabbed with the tail, or eaten with the little baby mouth. If you had to pick a death by alien, which one are you going with?
It's an easy question for me.
I think it's got to be tail.
No.
What do you want?
Give me getting stabbed in the head, quick, instant with the little baby thing. It's painless.
Yeah,
You won't see it coming.
I'm a wimp. I'm there too.
Well, sure,
I mean,
but
Why get impaled?
the baby thing doesn't always seem to go for the face.
I was gonna say,
Little mouth.
Well, you said
Well,
how I
you
would
know, in the
choose.
chest.
You said I could choose, so.
Well, I mean,
That's
yeah.
my choice.
If we get to choose, then I'll take the head, but I'll still take the tail, but I'll take it to the face. The point is absolutely no acid and absolutely no face huggers, please and thank you.
Yeah, I know. That facehugger is it's just like intrusive. Thinking about it sliding down your throat like that, and then staying there. Oof.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
No.
Tail or mouth, those seem to be, I guess, the quickest, like, least painful deaths. I'm not going with acid.
Yeah, and we're gonna try and avoid spoilers for anything after Alien 1 in case you haven't seen this 79?
79. Like me, I've
79
first
classic or any of its sequels. So Alien 1 is fair game. Anything past that, because Rob hasn't seen them, we're gonna try to avoid.
Yeah, all right, fair enough. That's
Awesome.
That's crazy, Rob. You got to be doing this podcast, man. There's a lot I want to get your take on.
I was gonna say you only
Even the
mentioned
bad stuff.
you only mentioned like 4 movies. Isn't there like 6 or 7? There's Prometheus.
There's
Isn't there
a
like
lot.
Genesis or
Yes,
something like that?
There's Covenant.
That's what it is. Covenant. I was thinking, and Resurrection.
Yeah, I've
watched
seen all of
AVP.
them except 4.
So
AVP is fun, man.
as a middle schooler, I liked it. I haven't watched it since then.
I mean, we'll get to it potentially. Bonus episode. If we hit our Patreon goal or our Kickstart goal, maybe we'll get to it. But
I think it's important for the podcast for us to acknowledge the movies that fall short and determine why they are falling short and how they kind of like fall off from what made the Alien and Aliens so great.
That's fair.
Because I think we
down.
should. They get ridiculous later on, and then we have Prometheus, which doesn't even have the same style. So I think there is a lot to break down, even if the movies aren't as good as these first few.
Absolutely.
Light spoiler from Prometheus. All I know is there's a birthing scene. My buddies that went and saw it in the theater were not ready for it.
Well, I'll tell you this. I'm not even convinced it's the worst birthing scene in the series anymore.
Oh, whoa.
It wouldn't be the only one.
Romulus gets a little crazy.
Yeah, probably even worse, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it was intense.
You'll see.
You'll see. You'll see. Okay,
But hey, I do want to ask. Yeah, for everybody, there's a director's cut and there's a theatrical version. Do you guys know which one you saw?
I saw the theatrical.
I don't.
I've seen both at some point.
Nice.
I
Okay.
probably have also seen both at some point. The DVD that I watched most recently, I just checked. It just says Alien, and I threw away all my DVD boxes in favor of sleeves a long time ago, so I don't really know how to check.
Why would you do that? Why?
Because I moved, and then I'm moving again shortly, and I was like, there are so many of these, and I don't want to deal with it. Now I just carry them everywhere, and it's so much more efficient. But that's not what we're here for.
There's a lot I want to unpack there, but we're going to move on.
We'll save that for a regular podcast.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, Dan, I believe you kind of know what the difference is between the two.
Yeah, so there's quite a few differences sprinkled in there, just some afterthoughts that came after the movie was originally published. And the one that I'll talk about, just to kind of set the scene for it, is we'll talk about Brett. And for those listeners who aren't super familiar with the characters, he's the guy with the hat, and I think he's the first or second death. But he goes into a corridor in the ship where there's water coming down from the ceiling and there's chains hanging. And you can tell the difference between the theatrical and director's cut from this scene, because in the theatrical version that originally came out in '79, the Xenomorph peeks its head over the wall to try and see where the guy's at, but also as a viewer, you can see where the alien is hiding in plain sight, kind of. Mm-hmm. But it was thought that that wasn't quite in plain sight enough. So in the extended cut, he is actually hanging from the ceiling, blending in with the chains. And if you know what you're looking for, it is blatantly obvious that he's right there in front of Brett. And Brett is literally drinking water from the Xenomorph. It's dripping off.
What?
Oh.
Yeah.
No way.
I missed the Xenomorph in the theatrical one.
Yeah, it is literally just almost in a fetal position, just hanging from the ceiling, rocking back and forth in the air. And it's just so surreal when you notice it.
I did have a question about the scene. Where's this water coming from, and why is it just in a ship, this dripping water? It made no sense to me. I'm like,
question.
The cinematic looks great, but why you'd be wasting water? That's such a...
I think me and Dan asked that exact question when we watched it together. But my best guess, I think we came up with life support, potentially. If he's
cooling
somewhere near the life
systems,
support bay, that's some kind of... cooling system is definitely a possibility.
Well, you wouldn't want your cooling system leaking, because then it's not, being as efficient. You want your cooling system intake, sealed off, and preferably not water. You want something better.
Here's the thing, man. They're still using pens in 2127 or whatever it is.
I'm still using pens now. So they weren't
clearly isn't their top priority.
I can't wrap my head around justifying it. I want to justify the water in the ship, but honestly, in any other circumstance, if there wasn't an alien, everyone should be pretty freaking concerned about the water falling from the ceiling. I wouldn't. This is a problem. Is this gonna rust? You gotta deal with that.
Also, if could be some kind of condensation, though. I mean,
that's another thought we had.
Go for it.
Go on.
I
did not notice an alien. Oh, go on.
Go. Sorry, I'll stop.
I did not notice an alien hanging from the chains, though, and that's brilliant that it was right there and I didn't even see it.
I think I've seen the director's cut.
Up.
Sorry, I'm just waiting for. I hear a little pause. Now's the chance. Go. I think I've seen the director's cut before, because when I was watching it yesterday, I'm like, oh, the alien's up there, but then he wasn't. So I think I've seen both of them.
Every time, I swear, I thought it's because we're recording on a different day. Darn it.
Okay, so I do have to say though, this is my first time watching Alien as a kind of since becoming a movie maker. I think the first time I saw it, I was I think either in high school or just out of high school, and it felt really slow in the beginning, and I was just waiting for the alien to come out. And this time I went in with fresh eyes to appreciate every step of this journey. And honestly, this movie is a masterpiece through and through. I was completely blown away by the quality of cinema, from the very first moments of the movie all the way to the end. I think I saw the director's cut. It's on Hulu right now. And man, that movie take its time up front. But when you look at like the set design and how detailed everything is, both on their ship and in the alien ship,
Dude,
H.R.
the alien
Geiger
ship is one of the most impressive things I think I've ever seen, especially considering this movie came out in '79.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, and you think about the brilliance of how they manipulated like miniatures and or models at that time. When you first see the alien ship, it's brilliant how they do it because the characters are walking through a storm and you see the alien ship through the blurry cameras we're getting from like the fronts of their suits. So you get this really blurry, staticky image of this ship in the distance, and realistically, that thing's less than a foot long. Like that is not that's a tiny model, but the cleverness in how they used it allows it to seem very grand and very scary and very mysterious. And as a filmmaker, I was blown away by the creativity in delivering that.
Yeah, it's the one that like rocked my world was the scene where he's like belaying down when he's about to find the facehuggers. And it's this crazy wide shot where I was like, is this a mini set and they're somehow zooming out and using like just lowering an action figure down the wall or something? Because the idea of somebody having to make that whole set for 10 seconds of footage.
Yeah. Well, it could also be like
just
a
insane.
painting. So I know one thing, if you go and watch like a lot of like the Star Wars behind the scenes, they'll like they'll shoot a little bit and like have a little bit of a set, and then they'll take a film over that and like basically paint over it and overlay that on top, so it looks like it's this full like huge set. That's how they did a lot in Star Wars. So I'm wondering if they did something similar because that technology was readily available after that.
I imagine there was some of that in there for sure, but Mike, I remember we had this conversation when we saw that wide angle shot. Like, is it a miniature? Is it just a really good set for that first belay scene? I ended up looking into it, and it turns out that it is a practical set that they built, and to achieve that scale, they actually took Ridley Scott's kids and put them in because they were smaller, so that it achieves a larger scale because they're so much shorter.
The Peter Jackson.
You don't even notice. Yeah.
That's absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, it's a nice little trick, and because they're wearing the suits, you don't even notice. So it's
I had no idea.
So quick, so subtle. Like,
yeah, well, and I really liked the juxtaposition of, all these humans. They're really trapped in this confined, very claustrophobic ship, and that's just like their normal life. That's their day job. And then you go to this alien ship, and it's so grandiose. They feel so small in the face of like not only this ship, but the greater universe that they know nothing about. And I really like that juxtaposition. The only time we really get a big, wide shot is when we're on the planet or out in the space station, or on the alien ship, where everything is so spread out. And then on their ship, it's all so crammed and tight and kind of packed in.
Do they ever answer who that giant alien is they find that's like fossilized?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it gets touched on in Prometheus.
The type of alien, yes, not specifically who he is. Okay. But we do dig into the origins of these ships as a whole.
Okay. Just wondering.
Yeah.
I really love, like you were saying, the movie takes its time, and that I didn't think about that juxtaposition. That is brilliant. But one of the things that jumped out to me is once the movie starts building in tension, all the flashing lights that are going on since the very beginning of the movie, they're just like, at the beginning, it's like, oh, cool, this is just set design. It's a spaceship. And then it's like there's an alien, and slowly these lights that you didn't think anything about are just stressing you out, and they create this subtle anxiety effect in the back of your head where it's like, oh, it's too much.
No seizure warrant at the start. That's one thing Becca pointed out.
Well,
I know.
I don't think there was bright flashing lights. It was just like
at the end there was
lights on your computer. Yeah,
very.
But I really appreciated like how they would shine lights that would just be words on people's faces. They'd be looking at a monitor and they would shine the letters popping up on their faces. So the lighting effects through and through were it was something I really noticed as well. That it created tension, it did good world building, and just kept every shot so much more engaging. Like there was so much detail in the light work.
Which is wild because when Bo Burnham released, what is it called, 8th Grade? Like, one of the big things he was praised for was the way he innovated with light. And they're like, yeah, he used the lights off the cell phones in ways that, like, nobody's done before. It's like, oh, well, apparently it just hasn't been, like, done since Ridley Scott in 1979.
Nice.
But, still, it's wild to think that those two had the same idea. Or, more likely, he was inspired by it. But
Yeah.
Can I just touch on one more thing I really appreciated going this watch of the movie as like a writer and everything? I really
Absolutely.
liked how the story immersed you into you're just like, what is going on? But then like you're in this, you have the same feeling as the characters because they just wake up nowhere close to where they're supposed to be, and they're wondering the same thing, what is going on? Like that's a really cool like storytelling trick where it's like, yeah, your characters also don't know what the heck's going on, so you're like with them almost in that sense.
Yeah, well, and I was engaging with the plot they were starting to build up in just being a human in this corpo-run world, right? All of these humans, they just need a paycheck, and they're kind of slaves to whatever the corporate machine tells them to do. The literal machine tells them to do, because that's like, what else you need a paycheck, like what else can you do? And so I like this really bleak universe it builds where, yeah, for work, for the systems that are in place, no one actually has any freedom. You wake up, you do exactly what you're told, and then you go back to sleep.
When did the first Blade Runner come out? Because it has very similar vibes in that sense.
Had to have been around the same time frame.
Yeah.
They were, I think Ridley Scott has actually come out and said outright that they are connected, even though there's not direct. Like, I don't know that there's anything in the movie that like outright proves it. I could be wrong. I just know that it's understood that even though there's no direct crossover, the movies are set in the same universe.
Because he directs both of them, right?
Yeah, no idea.
Hold on, you said set in the same universe?
They're both directed by Ridley Scott. Yeah.
Yeah.
Whoa, at least, yeah, okay, that's awesome. You've got the
Alien's a lot
androids
better
and
than
everything.
Blade Runner, that's all I'm saying, than the first one. But that's a different discussion.
That's a different discussion, yeah.
Dan, what was next up?
Dan, I know.
Yeah, I was going to say, what's next up? I know you had a lot of questions. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
This Monday's throwing us all off.
Right.
So I guess like one of the things we can start with is like, the alien itself. So, over the years it has evolved from being a guy in a suit into CGI and yeah, with the jazz hands, my favorite part of that movie. But, what are your guys' thoughts? Like, is it still a scary creature 50 years later? Does it still have the same effect it did when it came out? Or do CGI really have to come in to actually keep this thing relevant? Like, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think both can be true kind of at the same time. I think it is still scary, but it's more scary because of how well the story is told and the movie is shot. But I think the CGI upgrades allowed it to stay relevant in an ever updating landscape, like I think it's scary on its own, but it doesn't feel as scary compared to what else has come out since.
I could agree with that, and I mean, like we kind of talked about it too, but it's noticeable that the one in this movie moves very slowly, almost confused at times,
Nice.
kind of sleepy. I'm not sure if that's just a side effect of the environment it was birthed in per se, but
Cool.
I suspect it was a direct result of being the first movie, and later movies deciding it'd be even cooler if it moved fast.
Yep.
Because
That's
it
fair.
definitely, compared to some of the later ones, I'm like, this is the perfect organism, and it's just taking a stroll to catch Ridley, giving her all the time in the world.
Hey, it was just a baby.
But-
It's been like a day.
Well, and so something that like somebody told me a while ago that has always stuck with me is like there's nightmare scary and then there's keep you up at night scary. And like the difference is there's a certain type of scary where you're sitting in your room and you have the lights on and you're so freaked out that you can't settle down. And then there's the type of scary where if you were in that position, you would be absolutely terrified if you were on an alien ship. Like that's the worst kind of situation you could be in. Like that's an absolute nightmare. But I think because this universe paints such a clear picture and does so much world building, it's easy to disassociate once you walk out of the theater. Like I've never been at home alone at night, like scared of the alien. But in the movie, as I'm watching it, I'm like, oh man, like if I was in that position, I'd be terrified. But it's interesting. I don't know. I guess personally, as I'm talking about it, I don't know if I'm ever like, I guess scared per se. There's intensity and there's some gore and there's some grossness at times. But I don't know if I'm ever like really like afraid, if that makes sense. Not in the same way as like I don't know, other horror movies can trigger that like intensely gripping. I mean, like it's intense, but it's not scary. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I feel like the only
Yeah, well, and
jump scare is the jazz hands. for the most part. Like, that's the only, and the jazz hands kind of ruin it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Well, and it's part of that is like the times too. Again, because like everyone I've ever heard talk about going to see this movie in the theaters had no idea what they were getting into. Like the bar for what horror movies were was different. It was lower. Yeah, and so like people were absolutely crap their pants terrified by this movie. And then now it's like when I compare this to my literal lasting physical reaction after seeing Alien Romulus in theaters, it took me like 2 hours to calm down after that movie. It's like, you know, does it, you know, is Alien as scary on that level? No, it's not. It doesn't. It's not at the same level. But that's the kind of thing with horror is there's that steady. You get used to it, and so they have to up the intensity bit by bit.
Yep.
And 50 years later, it's like, what do you want from it, man? We've cranked up the intensity 500-fold at this point. It can't be expected to meet that same standard.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the most iconic alien monsters of, you know, the past 40 years. So we've all seen it a million times. You know, a lot of the original, like, mystery is gone just inherently, just from seeing it. I mean, at one point you could play a Xenomorph in a Mortal Kombat game. Like, they've definitely, it's just, the fear level has been diluted because we've seen it so many times and know all of its tricks. So I bet if you didn't know, because you even think about the poster for this movie, right? It was just the egg, like, and said, you know, in space no one can hear you scream. Nobody knew what to expect.
Yeah, that was the trailer.
Like,
it was like silence and no one can hear you scream. It, like, had a cat hissing, but I don't think it showed the alien at all.
It didn't show the alien at all. And like, so
that's a good move.
Mm-hmm.
It's brilliant because then as it slowly, you know, the facehugger thing must have been nuts to see for the first time. To,
chest
you know,
bursting, yeah.
Oh my god! Everything. Speaking of that, can we just take a moment? I have a note written down, which is, why would you stick your face in anything you find in space? Like,
he had a visor.
Like, oh, it opened up.
He had a helmet on, though. That's the thing.
He thought it was good. Yeah.
I would think it was good if I had a helmet on.
Okay, maybe it's just me. Maybe
it's
that personal prior knowledge. I don't know.
That's a lot of faith in glass. That's all I'm gonna say.
Well, it's probably plastic, like a synthetic plastic. What all plastic?
Realistically, probably, but
yeah, still, just in general, like I got all sorts of tools. Yeah, it's like this is. I don't know.
Fair enough. I would just expect something in an egg to be like the Velociraptor scene in Jurassic Park 1 where like it slowly hatches. Like, you don't expect something to leap at your face. You expect to see some kind of, you know, prepubescent creature.
Shout out to Kane, though, for all the Doctor Who fans out there. He's the war doctor.
Oh, he totally is. Yes. Yeah.
Threw Becca for a loop when I told her one of the doctors is in the movie.
That's awesome.
For a little bit.
Yeah.
Do you guys, speaking of Alien, and we talked about kills earlier, do you guys have a favorite kill in the movie?
Ooh.
I do.
Yeah, what do you got?
Well, I mean, we kind of touched on it already, but for me, it's got to be Dallas. Just because, like, you know, I'm sure somebody's going to touch on the chest burster, so I'll leave that one to the side. But the Dallas scene, like, the whole suspense of being in an air duct, and all you have to go off of is a bleeping light to know where it is, because you literally cannot see it. You don't know where it is. You know that it can move quickly. It hides in plain sight. That's horrifying. It's kind of like that feeling of you see a spider in your room, and then you lose track of it. You know it's there, but you don't know where the hell it is. So it's like, I don't know. It recreates that sense of dread, and I think it does it really well.
I do think that's like the strong point of the movie too, is tension and dread. It's just like it might not be as like heart-poundingly terrifying as some of the later entries, but the way it just draws it out is just, it's a masterclass. For me, Chestburster has got to be the best kill. And if I recall, the rest of the cast didn't know it was going to burst out of his chest like that.
Yeah.
So you got genuine reactions, which I always love. What about you, Rob?
One thing I want to, because I'm not going to say Dallas, but one thing I want to touch on that is when I was watching, I was like, man, you know that was like a real flamethrower he's using. That must have been hot, the film in that corridor. So he has this little flamethrower there.
Wow. Yeah. That's so funny. I didn't even think about that. They didn't think of special effect of flamethrower back then. No. Like, you're actually shooting flames out.
I'm going to say, I think chestburster is the right answer, but I'm going to say the alien death because you're like, man, this thing can survive the vacuum of space. Like, it doesn't even need oxygen. You're like, oh, it's dead. It's finally done. It's going to, crystallize from the vacuum, cold vacuum of space. But nope, it's still going. You just have to burn that mother effer away.
Well, seriously, I mean, the alien doesn't even eat. It just kills.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't sit there and consume the flesh. It kills and moves on. And so it doesn't need anything to survive. That's part of what makes it so scary. Something I do want to... Okay, actually, well, first I want to say I did note that Dallas was the only death that we actually didn't get to see die on screen. He got dragged away.
Mm-hmm.
Fair.
Which to me, at first, I was watching that and I was wondering if we were going to come back, if he wasn't killed immediately like the others were. Because everyone else got some bloody, gory death, but Dallas was taken away. And I found that very curious.
Just gave him a big hug.
Yep. Face hugger.
And then something I want to talk about when it comes to the alien design. I feel like I feel like, Michael, I think we talked about this, and maybe Dan, you were part of this talk too, but like, do we know if any part of the alien's design was phallic in nature? Was there some sort of like...
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, tell me about that.
I don't remember the guy's name, but the guy who's like in charge of art design is
H.R. Geiger.
Famous. Yes,
He designed the alien. He designed all the alien ship. Like, yeah. I mean, did he design... I don't know if he designed the human ship as well, but he had his hands all over this thing. It's so clearly his iconic style.
Like, he's very famous for trying to blend the alien and the sexual on purpose to create this like horrible tension. And so, yeah, all the imagery is on purpose.
Yeah. Okay. No, that's really good to know, because I didn't really clue into that much until who is it? Who's the chick that's like screaming? And
Not
Lambert.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
The tail, like, it slowly comes up between her legs, and there's something really like intimate about it, like the slow creeping nature of it, and then like it kills her from down there, and it like I remember being like, oh wait, this is actually, it's a little rapey, like this is really intimate and weird. Like that was the only time I really like picked up on it. Did anyone else get vibes like that? Like,
I missed the part where the tail went up from the down under.
Yeah, do you guys, am I crazy for that? Is it that director's cut only or what?
I've
definitely seen it.
Yeah, honestly, I just accepted it. I was like, that's probably true, knowing this franchise.
I couldn't tell you which cut, but it's definitely a cut.
Yeah. Okay.
And then Rob, I know you said you'd watched a documentary that also touched on that.
No, it was so one of my friends who voiced one of our shorts on a side project me and Mike do. She is a big Alien fan, but so I asked her if she had any questions, like when we were kind of talking about this before Dan gave us his whole big giant thesis of questions. But yeah, she basically said that like it was designed to like trigger like to have men understand in a way almost like what the threat of being raped, because like she's like, as a woman you like that threat is very real, and like men don't understand it, so that was one of the goals, was like to kind of have that dread in it. I can pull up her message that she sent exactly, but that was kind of the gist of it. Trying to simulate
and I think the facehugger does that to just such a unbelievable degree compared to everything else.
I mean, the visual of seeing the X-ray of like how far down his throat it is, it's just disturbing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and not to get too spoilery, but some of the stuff they do with facehuggers in later entries is just like you get some of the more like,
especially.
Oh yeah, that scene was like, oh.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll just leave it there. But
the documentary is called Memory: The Making of Alien, for anyone interested.
Okay.
Cool.
Awesome.
I do gotta say, I think Rook is such a brilliantly written character. Like, knowing that he's an AI going into it, if you pay attention to his acting, like that guy is always up to something. He's always hiding something. Like his performance was absolutely brilliant, and the writing is brilliant. For him to be the only one that actually knows what's really happening here, but to keep pushing these people into kind of getting into trouble and getting them killed while trying to act innocent. And I mean, like, so there's a scene where he's looking at the X-rays of the guy who has the facehugger on him. Like he's down, and Rook is looking at the X-rays, and you can tell he clues in on the fact that there's a chest burster in there. There's a baby, and Ripley comes up to him, and he very quickly he turns off the screen, and he's like, yeah, no, he completely hides what he was doing, and it's one of those things. The first time I saw it, there's no way I picked up on that. But knowing what what you know after seeing it the first time and paying attention to what's on the X-rays, there's these real subtle clues to these things that are going to happen that I think first-time viewers had almost no idea about, unless you're really paying attention to those minute details.
Well, and you just wouldn't think there's going to be androids. It's kind of almost a random thing. It makes sense, but it is kind of random. I feel like
that's kind of my one complaint about it, actually, because I agree with everything you said. Like the acting and the portrayal are all fantastic, but I did kind of wish, I was like, it'd have been nice if we could have got any kind of foreshadowing that robots were a thing. That does kind of cheapen the twist or the reveal a little bit in my mind. But no fault to Rook and I don't know the guy who played. I did not memorize my actor names, but
Ian Holm.
Yeah,
Nice.
Ian Holm. Yes.
Oh, Bilbo.
Bilbo Baggins.
That's wild that's the same guy.
Yeah. One thing, I didn't think of it to look until I think 10, 15 minutes in the movie, but I don't think Rook blinks once. That's one thing I decided. I'm like, does he blink? Because I didn't notice. Like I said, I didn't start looking to it until already in the movie. But I'm like, I'm gonna see if he blinks to see if that's a telltale sign. And I think when he was injured, his eyes move a little bit, when they're fighting him. But for the most part, I didn't see him blink at all.
That's
brilliant. That's so awesome. I do also want to note something I noticed as a filmmaker that was also brilliant was that they took every kind of transition of characters moving from one place to another, or any task or any job, and made it as kind of drawn out and as cinematically interesting as possible. When Dallas goes to talk to Mother, he doesn't just pick up a phone or a communicator. He walks into a private room, gets in a chair that rotates. There's all these lights, and he does all
small.
this, yeah, and does all this typing. When they're they've got a small ship that goes down to the planet, you get this epic sequence where we're seeing the ship from the outside and all these pieces, these parts kind of slowly detaching and readying for launch, but we're hearing the audio of the countdown over the footage of all this stuff happening. And so I don't know if it was just the director's cut, but it was really long and really drawn out. But it was just so interesting. You do this, you get world building through just watching how this sci-fi universe functions.
Yeah, that element, the world building is so good.
Yes,
that's one of the things that really does get me excited for Earth, is just I want to know more about the company. I'm interested in that whole thing. And
is it Wayland? Is that the company again?
Yeah,
Wayland Utah.
Okay, I couldn't remember if that was Blade Runner or this.
Something I will say.
Go on.
Sorry, go ahead, Kyle.
No, you please go ahead.
Something I just wanted to chime on what Mike was saying without spoiling anything for Prometheus. When that movie came out, they had a marketing website, actually, if I recall, where they literally had a timeline of the Alien universe building up to the first Alien movie, and you could see the progression of the Wayland company transforming into Weyland-Yutani, and then how the world becomes more normalized to androids and whatnot. There's all these milestones. Don't know if that website still exists, but it was really cool when it came out.
Yeah, I've watched a couple YouTube videos on the history, and it's in depth and it's complicated.
Well, and what really excites me about Alien Earth, so Alien Earth is a prequel, and as you find out in this movie, Earth sent these people on this mission to pick up the alien and come back. Whatever job they thought they were doing, they were completely. I even did you catch Dallas saying that he's never worked with Rook before, that he's had a science officer for years and years, but on this job specifically, they switched it to Rook. Mm-hmm. And so the whole crew has been set up, which means the Corpos, they knew that this was here. They've done this before. Who knows how many other missions that they possibly have sent that have come back empty-handed. And so to dig into the history of how the Corpos even found this to begin with, and how many crews they sent to go and get it is really interesting. Because even after this movie, that's just another ship that never came home. You're going to tell me the Corpos wouldn't just send another ship to go try to get a specimen? Who knows how many crews came here and did the same exact thing, being guided by androids. And that's what excites me about Alien Earth, is kind of exploring more of the lore of what led to this movie, and then what could have happened after it.
That's a really good. Yeah, that's a good point. I didn't even think about the fact that how do we know this is the starting point? You don't.
We don't at all.
Yeah.
Crew expendable. Like, they very much expected this to happen.
Well, you know the crew's expendable, because why does the escape pod or the escape shuttle only hold 3 people for a 7-person crew? That doesn't check up.
Wow, what a great observation.
I noticed that they're like, it won't hold 4 people, so minimum that's 3. I'm like, and you're a 7-person crew. Like, there's some jank going on. It's like the Titanic, you know, like, we don't need it.
Cool.
Like a rock, paper, scissors if it comes down to it.
Yeah, draw straws. That's what they say.
Yeah.
And it's terrible. If you're in one of those ships when they explode and you have to be in all 7 of the explosions that they show us, like, that's a horrible way to go.
Well, you probably.
And we're still going. And we're still going. Yeah. So speaking of the explosions, one of my only complaints, and I don't have many complaints about this movie. I really, really enjoyed it, seeing it as a filmmaker now. But one of my only complaints is that Ripley goes to set off the self-destruct, and then when the alien's blocking her way out, he like almost goes to try to undo it, tries to like turn off the self-destruct.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, part of me was like, look, if you're the last survivor, you kind of have an obligation to just bite the bullet and let the ship blow up, even if you're not dead yet.
Well, she had to save Jones. Come on, there's one more survivor.
I actually liked that moment, because for me it's like, it's a really human moment of, it just shows, like, we all think of Ripley as like the hero of the Alien franchise, but in this movie she's just trying to get home.
Yep.
Like, she's just trying to stay alive. This is all she really cares about, is getting home and seeing her daughter. And it's subtle, and it's like, but she's like, she's not trying to be the hero, she just wants to get out and survive. And so I kind of like that moment of, it's like, you didn't want to do this, you don't want to be the hero, but now you don't have a choice. And it's not traditional. You know, the traditional thing is for the character to decide, okay, I'm gonna face this thing, and that's their big moment. But for her, it's like, sorry dude, you don't have a choice.
Yeah, well, and come on, there is really good dread when she misses it by just a few seconds.
Right?
Like when she's watching the process happen and she's literally trying to physically stop it and she can't do it. I do like that moment. I think is really solid, because, you know, as a first-time watcher, for a second you're like, oh, is she gonna do it? And it's like, nope. And now you only have a few minutes till everything's blown up.
Does this cat have a backstory? Why is she so obsessed with this cat?
Okay, I want to ask what everybody's theories are as to why the cat was not killed.
Well,
and I have a theory.
Here's a crazy theory. So the alien doesn't show any interest in the cat. I think the cat might be a corpo spy, because we know cats are always trying to kill their owners. So this whole thing is orchestrated by the wailing cats. That's where they're at. That's my theory. Also, the cat doesn't seem to cryo sleep, so it's obviously not human. It's not biological. So obviously it has to be an AI cat. Bam.
Oh my god.
I do gotta say, I love that. I love that there's a cat in the movie, because the cat's the only free character. Like, this cat has just managed to survive amongst a crew and not get in the way enough to perpetually survive. And the cat is the only one that survives the alien. It's the only one that doesn't have a problem with the corpos. Like, it's just a typical cat, and it's still just getting by like cats do nowadays, but in this crazy sci-fi
And it watched
universe.
with delight as that guy with the hat died. It was just like, yes, my plan is coming to fruition.
I think maybe the alien didn't kill the cat because it just, like, it was a game recognized game kind of thing.
Yeah.
It was like,
Respect.
I'm evil, you're evil, we'll just, like, we can go our own way.
Let's let bygones be bygones.
I was wondering if essentially the xenomorphs are engineered to only kill the species that they pop out of. So if a facehugger gets a human and bursts out, is it now just biologically programmed to only kill what it knows?
Alien 3.
With the dog?
Spoiler!
Whatever, bro. It's with the dog is all I say.
I can't get emotionally attached to the dog.
Like that. It's not even, trust me, I'm not even convinced. I don't remember what the thing is. I just know it's a quadruped. The point is that theory is definitely not, it has been debunked by a movie that I'd never watch really, but.
We'll cover this more in Alien 3, because the question is, are xenomorphs cat people and not dog people?
Probably.
Do they have a preference?
Whoa. All right, this is going to be a running gag. I'm here for it.
But keep your eyes out for other kills, because I will discuss this after Alien 3.
Because I was wondering if, and without getting too much into later movies, there's the idea that maybe these things were made to be weapons, like they were genetically engineered to be killers. So it would make sense to engineer it to only kill what is it based out of. It gets to know human DNA and then hunts for it, smells it, and destroys all of that.
Also, I'm pretty sure in AVP 2, I haven't seen it, but the alien's also hunting humans. So
that's true.
After
and in AVP 2, and look, I'm going to tell you right now, this is a spoiler, but that movie is
I've heard
garbage.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. I don't plan on watching it.
The alien in Alien vs. Predator 2 is the Predalien. It came out of a predator.
Yep. It's the very end of AVP.
Kills plenty of humans. So, but I don't think
I would
take canon from the AVP movies. I've seen people try it. It gets real confusing.
Well, apparently Blade Runner is the same universe, so it's gonna get all.
I think it's the same kind of concept, though. I think it's really more like Ridley Scott is like, nope, they're in the same universe, but I think Alien Earth is gonna really lock in that that's not possible.
That's exactly.
Tyrell the Whalen Corporation, same thing, different divisions.
Maybe we'll see.
Well, yeah, corporate run worlds at the end of the day.
Could be.
Dan, I want to hear some more of these questions you got for us.
Okay. So pulling up my list here, another question that I had come up with is, the ship itself. So, like, one of the things that I thought of when watching this movie is, like, I would look at the Nostromo and I'm like, why does it feel so dark and dainty and just uncomfortable to look at? But you look at a ship like in Star Wars and I don't get that same feeling, but you're still in a spaceship. Like, what is it about the Nostromo that feels so restricting and so
probably the lighting,
depressing?
I would say.
Yeah.
Well,
mostly lighting.
I kept equating it to basically the equivalent of an industrial factory here on Earth nowadays. Like, this ship was not built to be pretty. It was not built to appease the mind. It was built to do a job. And these humans are nothing more than, they're kind of machines, like, for them to use at the end of the day. These humans are nothing more than workforce. So this ship was not built like with their comfort whatsoever. It was strictly built to do a job. And I was paying close attention to the walls. And if you look, it almost looks like, everything is just there's all these like white plates on the walls that have these like sections jutting out where it looks like there's just tubing for wires, tubing for any kind of fluids. It's just all they're doing is covering up the underbelly of how a ship fully functions. And that's it. There's nothing else like made for human comfort. It is just the bare minimum to keep this mobile industrial station up and running.
So it's basically like a space oil rig off the coast of Greenland.
Hey now.
Yes, exactly.
They have their charms.
I mean, that kind of is exactly what it is. So.
You can spice it up. I've seen people spice it up. I think that could be like a good in the universe way, but I think like the lighting and the kind of the design of it is for that. Because if you pop a white, like a Millennium Falcon, like whitish gray coat of paint on that and have like lights coming out, I think it looks a lot more lively and a lot more friendly. But it's set in this dark atmosphere. It's always these dark lightings on the darkness of space. So I think that just adds to the form of dread. So I think that was intentional to not make it this happy place you want to go. Because even like it's not like a freight liner. You think like you go to the UP and you see the freights. They have their own kind of beauty. They're not like splendid to look at, but there's some beauty to it. But no, this is just dark, depressing for a reason.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on where you are too, because like when you think about the mess hall, everything's white lined. Like it's not Star Trek or Star Wars, but like it's it's livable. It's corporate lodging, but it works. And then the rest, like all the tension scenes are in, when they're in like, they're in the bays. They're in the parts of the ship that are work areas. You're in corridors that are just meant for like moving from one section of ship to the other. And so, you're not always, you're spending most of your movie time in the, you're in the bowels of the ship. You're in the, the steam room and this, that, and the other thing. And it's not the part that's meant to be front facing. And you even see that in like Alien Isolation. You're in a very similar ship to the Watani. Or I'm sorry, what is Nostromo, excuse me.
Nostromo.
Yeah. And it's, there's like, depending on where you are, you're like, oh, this feels just like the Nostromo. But then you'll come out and you're in a corridor that's built as like, oh, this is where we can get people to come spend money as the corporation. We're going to put you on a ship. We're going to pay you, and then we're also going to take your money.
Yeah, I have a question about
when you
that
look
when
at
you're done.
last point is when you look at the outside of the Nostromo, it's like a multi-mile long spaceship. So we're only seeing parts of it.
Yes.
Rob, what were you going to say?
So my question was to that. He says, here, let's have one more meal. I'm buying. I'm like, I thought it could be a joke, but also like knowing this world, is it like a mining thing where he is buying them a meal?
Wow.
Like right
that was
before
my
that
interpretation.
Because I didn't think of that the first time. Then that happened. Like, dang, that could actually be what it is.
You actually have to pay for your meals.
Mm-hmm.
You rack up like a corporate debt, and then it comes out of your paycheck. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
That makes so much sense, and it's so fucked up.
Hey, hey now, watch your profanity.
What, did we already give Did we already give a content warning?
I was going to say, we did hit him with the content warning in this one.
Whatever I fucking want, Rob.
Hey now, this is still coming out of the main one. The side podcast, you guys can do your degenerate stuff, but this is the main episode one.
He's right. I'll keep it to Fraxton, all right? I'll keep it to Battlestar Galactica code.
No, there's no
one gets that reference? Okay, never mind. I also wanted to add, on this, when you're on this ship, like, there isn't really a nice living quarters or anything, because any time that you would be not working, they're just going to put you in cryosleep. It's like if you're out of bed, then you're doing a job. And when you're done with the job and we're moving back home, you go back to cryosleep and then you're not a bother. So I also think it's kind of built to just make them either work or sleep and not do anything in between.
Oh, work.
Hey, that's a good point. It's literally a cog in the machine at that point. Like, sleep, work, eat, and that's all you do. You don't even have a living space. Not even a poster on the wall. Like,
yeah, it's like not like everybody gets their own room.
Yeah.
Well, you do. It's kind of like a mini room. You get your own pod.
Okay. I just got your text. Dan, can you hit us one more question?
Yeah, so the last one that I have left here that we haven't already covered is sound design. So, like, there's a lot of varying sound in this movie. We kind of talked about, like, the bleeping light in the corridor scene with Dallas already, but, like, it kind of stood out to me that there were scenes in this movie where it's just blatantly quiet and it's done on purpose and it does it so well. Like, what kind of value add does it bring to that movie? What does it enhance about the alien itself?
I think with sound design, you're just taking another sense and you're using it to your advantage to create this moment of horror. And so my favorite part was, it gets quiet, and it's so funny because I didn't notice this when I saw Kyle's first feature, but I caught it in Alien because I missed it in What We Become. And when the alien's getting ready to pounce, there's a heartbeat going on in the back.
Oh.
And so like it quiets it down, but then it like gives you these cues, but they're subtle enough that you could just feel them without identifying them. And so I think they're doing these really low things to kind of like it lulls you into a sense of like, it's like, oh, okay, it's not the big scary music, I'm safe, but it's also at the same time it's off-putting because you can tell that something isn't right, but it's not something you're going to identify consciously right away on the first like run through.
Yeah. Well, I was even noticing, there's something so iconic about when he's holding the motion detector and it's beeping, it's making a noise. And so we never have to actually see what like the face of the motion detector, because through the audio, we get this heightening sense of dread. Even while, we're on the radio, like she's like moving right towards you. Like you have this audio. Also, I found that a lot of times they were that was either like from another room or from an announcement over the speaker or from characters elsewhere, and they were talking over the visual. And so, there were scenes where the camera was slowly moving through the ship and it's dead silent. It's kind of peaceful, but you're a little bit at unease. But then in these high intensity moments, you're being barraged with like this, almost like a sense overload because your ears are so engaged. Even when we're building tension, a lot of movies build tension through silence. And this one built it through all these sounds that keep mounting and mounting and mounting until something.
Even when you hear, we don't even see Okay, what's his name? The guy who was asking about the shares in the beginning.
Parker?
Like, Parker. We don't even see Parker die. We just hear his screams over the radio while Ripley is running through the bowels of the ship. And so the sound design was nuts. Because, it was a choice for them to not even show that death, but just now that it was later in the movie, so we're a little more familiar with the creature. We just have to picture what the hell this thing could be doing to him based on the intensity of his screams. And so there's so much storytelling done in the sound design, as well as just sound that increased tension and world building at the same time.
Completely agree.
Absolutely.
That was mine. I was really into the sound. The sound and the lights were blowing me away.
I do want to ask. So in the end, the alien is on the escape pod as she's getting everything prepped. It sticks its hand out from its resting place and even opens its mouth and sticks its mouth out. Is the alien dreaming? If it's not awake, is it dreaming about killing people? Because what else would an alien dream about other than getting killed? So it reaching out its hands, the jazz hands, and then it just it's sticking its mouth out while it's sleeping. I was like, this is like watching a dog have a dream squirrel. The alien's just picturing other kills and dreaming about it, right?
See, I thought the alien was somehow injured, because it was slammed between the pipes. I thought it was injured and weak, in a weakened state. That's what I thought was happening.
Yeah, something's going on, because I remember being like, why is this thing just sitting there doing nothing?
It's like stone.
Yeah. Yeah. It looks, yeah.
Got into the medicine cabinet before leaving,
Yep. A little too many Tylenols.
The cat gave him the catnip. There we go. The cat wanted to survive. It all comes back to the freaking Jones.
It has to be dreaming. I'm just saying. I don't see another a feasible explanation.
I like that explanation the most, for sure.
I can see that.
Go on.
I mean, this is a big reach here, but I was almost just thinking randomly as we're talking about this, what if it is capable of dreaming because it has a human genome? But I don't know.
Whoa, that's a great thought.
It's a random throwaway, but just thought of it.
But do aliens get tired? Do they need the sleep? I don't know if that's something you find out later, but I was under the impression they just kind of kept on going.
Well, clearly they do.
Yeah.
Literally, this answers it, right? It's not awake when it's sitting there. It's definitely asleep or in some kind of disoriented state. But I think by choice. I don't think we didn't see any injuries occur to it. So by choice, it does go into some kind of hibernation.
It could also, I don't know, maybe there's something, it could be some kind of hypersensitivity to the radioactivity from the explosion. There's a lot of sci-fi jargon you can use to kind of explain it away.
I do love that we open the story with people coming out of cryopods, and we end the story with people going in cryopods.
Okay, so
in my opinion,
opening scene, closing scene.
That's what I'm saying. That's that's how every alien movie should open and close. Arrive at our location that is thousands of light years away from anything else, and then we can only leave by going back going thousands back home.
So Ridley Scott said he is actually dying in that sense. The whole thing is that he has a very short lifespan, so he's actually dying in that moment. So he's reaching the end of his lifespan. That's what he said in some commentary or something.
But then, how would they expect it to survive transit back home?
So they still have the body. Yeah, they probably still want the body. Would still probably be useful with them.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, makes sense. Interesting.
That feels like something that contradicts later movies, but what do I know?
Yeah, exactly.
It feels wrong.
Well, and come on, we're also dealing with 40 years of minds changing and redactions and added lore. Well, now actually the alien.
Well, and Ridley Scott didn't do the second one, right? It was just the
correct.
That was
no,
just
James Cameron took over. Yeah,
just like Terminator.
The T2 treatment.
Yeah.
Well, do we have anything else Alien 1 related?
I think we should. Everyone's been really curious what our final grades on this movie are. That's an important factor. Does anyone not have it as an A?
Are we doing numbers? Or are we doing letters?
Let's do numbers, because I think everyone's going to say it's a great movie.
Yeah.
Kyle, you want to go first?
Look, 10 out of 10. Seriously, I really wanted to approach it from from I keep saying that from a filmmaking standpoint, but it changes your perspective when you see all the detail they're putting into this. And so 10 out of 10. Literally, my only complaint was that Ripley went to go turn off the self-destruct. Everything else I thought was amazing. The writing, the visuals, the alien, the creativity. It was a top-notch movie. I have not seen it and appreciated it this much in my life, so it was great to really soak it in this way, and I thought it was perfect.
Dan?
I would give it a 9, but only because that rating is relative to its sequel. Like, I put the sequel 10 out of 10, and we'll go into that later in the next episode.
Nice.
But this is still a great movie, regardless.
All right, Rob.
I'll give it 9 cat
the only
lives
one you've
out of
seen.
9 cat lives.
9 cats.
It's all Jones. Jones
Nine
is an
Jonesies.
android.
So we got a
Michael?
10 out of 10, a 9 out of 10, and a
I'd give
9
it
out of
a
9.
9 out of 10 would be what it is.
Okay. Yeah, I think this is such a hard movie to score for me because it is between a 9 and a 10. And I think ultimately I would go 10 because I don't want to on its own it is a 10. I think comparing it to other things is so unfair because of the massive time difference in real life between them. But there's this part of me that's like, there are other alien movies I would want to watch a little bit more. And so on that level, so very similar to Dan's 9 out of 10, I'm going to go 9.5 out of 10.
Okay.
But that's a super unfair. You could just as easily give it a 10 and I wouldn't hate you for it.
What is the lowest you would accept someone's rating? An 8?
8. Yeah.
Easily.
I'd hear you out on an 8. I'd fight you over a 7.
Don't ask what he'd do on a 5.
It'd still be a fight. I'd just have more joy when I punch you in the face. Hello and welcome to this week's episode of the Top Podcast. Once again, if you are a young, we will be discussing Aliens by James Cameron. This movie is rated R, so please pause or mute and go seek parental approval before continuing to consume this media. And if you are an adult, this is relatively intense subject matter that will be discussed, so viewer discretion is advised. Once again,
consume this! The kids are gone now, right? We can swear?
No swearing.
Consume this.
Still
Rob still has
main
to edit
episode.
this if you swear. His mom listens. I know that only makes it more difficult for you. I'm Mike, joined by the ever classy Hot Kyle.
The one and only.
First mate Dan.
Hey, y'all.
And of course, Rob is here with us as well, and he's got an icebreaker for us this week. What do you got, Rob?
Well, first, do we say spoiler warnings for Aliens 1 and 2?
Oh, yes. You just reminded me to say that pre-pod, and I immediately forgot.
There we
Spoiler
go.
warnings for Alien and Aliens. And you have been warned if you haven't seen these movies that came out in 79 and in the 80s.
86
That
or
was
something
40
like
years
that.
ago. Go fix yourself and go watch these movies. Why
Yeah.
do you listen to this podcast?
Well, how could you
when
wait
be
so
watching
long?
movies right
How
now?
dare you?
Literally.
How dare you wait till the 2025 in the year of our Lord to see Aliens? What's wrong with you? So my wife actually came up, jokingly. We just watched it for the first time yesterday. My wife came up with this question though: who says it better? Because it's basically the same line. Ripley, and I believe it's let her go, you bitch. Right? That's the phrase.
Get away from her,
away
you
from her,
bitch.
Get away from me, you bitch. Or Molly Weasley, who says, "Go ahead, Mike."
Not my daughter, you bitch.
There we go. Who delivers it better?
Honestly,
Okay.
you're making me choose between my two favorite children here. I love this line in both movie and in the Harry Potter books. I even like this line in the Harry Potter movies, and I've made my opinion about those movies very plain on this medium. I kind of gotta go Ridley though, man. Ripley, excuse me.
Ripley? We play too much
Yeah.
Metroid. I agree.
It's very close for me, but I'm gonna have to tip it towards Molly if I'm honest. Just the
Ooh.
delivery was perfect, just absolutely perfect. I remember watching that scene and everybody actually clapped.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not mad at you.
Well, what's great about Molly Weasley's delivery is that every other scene you only see the sweetest, most kind, like warm mother. So to have that turn come out of her, for her to turn Mother Bear, I gotta give it personally though. I gotta give it to Ripley. I do gotta say, I'm an Alien diehard. This is one of my favorite movies, and I gotta give it to Ripley.
I think it's much harder to say that to the Queen Alien than to Bellatrix Lestrange. Takes more balls.
I don't know.
One
man.
takes more balls.
It's a close one for me.
Here's question number 2. Which one would you rather face off with, Bellatrix Lestrange or the Queen Alien?
I mean, if I have a wand or a forklift as my weapon, I think I'd go Bellatrix, but it's close. I'm probably gonna die either way.
It's the same thing with like how would you want the alien die? You know Bellatrix is just gonna, Avada Kedavra you. So that's a quick one. So yeah, give me that instead of being impregnated and having
She might have some fun, buddy. She seems like she
Hey.
would take her time just to enjoy it.
Don't tempt me with a good time, Kyle.
I was gonna say, if I have to be tortured by either the Queen Alien or Bellatrix Lestrange, like, there's a clear way I'd rather go out. Just saying.
Back to aliens, though.
Yeah. Now that the ice is broken.
Welcome to the Top Podcast.
Yeah. So first topic of business. I know that we had some people watch different versions. Rob, I believe you watched the theatrical cut.
Whatever's on Hulu.
You did. I watched the special edition. Dan, Kyle. We'll start with Dan. Which one did you watch?
So I have seen both cuts. The more recent one that I watched was the special edition one, though.
Cool.
I grew up on the special edition, and I watched whatever one's on Hulu, like Rob did for this one, and I noticed stuff that was missing. I found myself being like, "Hold on, what's not here?" Like, and I'm kind of getting tired of there being so many different cuts of movies nowadays. Can we not just why can't we just agree on an edition and forget the rest? Why do we need to go, oh, well, Paramount has this one and Hulu has this one, but this one's the secret Ridley Scott cut. It's like, can we not just agree upon one cut and then move forward?
Blame
for
Zack
fuck's
Snyder.
Sake. Oh,
Hey,
sorry.
now,
For
watch
frick's
your
sake.
profanity.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Rob's mom.
Watch your profanity.
Literally.
I am inclined to agree, but on another level, I'm kind of like, there's a very real part of me that's like, I want to get the footage of both and splice them together and make a Michael cut that has all of it. So
just what we need, another cut of Alien.
actually,
Add it to
I'm
the pile.
actually gonna have to
Great
go in
suggestion.
the opposite direction and say I want more versions.
You know I'm a degenerate.
But no, I do know that I like the special edition a lot more. Having seen the movie without that extra footage, I like the special edition a lot more.
Yeah, I'm with you. Rob hasn't seen them, but go ahead.
Well, can we start by saying, like, Rob, do you even know that Ripley has a daughter?
I didn't before we started talking pre-podcast. I've
That's
always heard
crazy.
Ripley's daughter, and I'm like, wait a second, she's been in cryosleep for 57 years. When the heck did she have a kid?
Yeah. Well, and what's crazy is there's like a whole deleted scene. Like, I think so. I've heard about I think in the special edition, you find out that she died of old age. Is that right, guys?
Yes,
Correct.
the daughter is dead of old age.
Yes, which is like incredible storytelling, and lends itself to the fact that Ripley has this connection with Newt because she lost her own daughter and now forms this kinship with this little girl. But I also know that James Cameron filmed a scene that got deleted where Ripley speaks to her daughter as an old woman, and gets to say like hello / goodbye to her daughter who is like, in her 60s and practically senile, and they ended up cutting it and going with the other version. But I thought that was also like interesting and heart-wrenching.
And for real, how glad are we though that he went that way? Because we have Alien Isolation because of that choice.
Nice, absolutely, yeah, nice. That's great.
Great game, by the way, if anybody has not played that yet.
I started it, but I was like very deep into Spider-Man 2 and Dying Light 2, both games about freedom of movement. And so I just I couldn't get over how restrictive the movement was because it's a horror game and that's like a staple of the genre. But I do intend to go through and play it. Maybe I'll stream it. We can all make an event out of it.
Well, can I ask, Rob, this was your first time seeing it. As a first-time viewer, we've all seen this movie before. This was your first time.
Mm-hmm.
What is your fresh impression of the film?
Alien is better.
Okay, that's
I'll
not
say
the
it.
impression of this
I,
film. No.
I know. So I had to say that out there, which I will say it's like a slight step above. It's not like drastically better, but I think I liked a lot what the film was trying to do, but there was a whole heavy slab of 80s cringe that 40 years down the line it's just like, okay, like we're talking about like the game over, man. I didn't know that's from Aliens, and it's supposed to be like a kind of a more serious thing. And every time, what's that character's name again?
Hudson.
Every time Hudson
yeah.
talks, I'm just like, I can't take this guy seriously. And I really like what they were trying to do. I think having a Marine like have a mental breakdown, PTSD, fantastic idea. I don't like the execution. I think Ripley and Newt was fantastic. That's definitely the best point of the whole movie. I kind of think I saw the alien too much, and it's just like, oh, that's a guy in a suit. I think the alien itself wasn't as scary. The only time I felt like true fear was like the facehugger scene when they're locked in there. But for the most part,
Oh my god.
it didn't have the same, and we'll touch on it later. It didn't have like the same like scariness. I'm just like, oh, it's an alien. They're shooting it. They're dying everywhere. So I felt like it weakened the villain as an alien itself. That's kind of like my
Interesting.
2 cents.
I do agree that the concept of what you're up against is definitely different in Aliens, but I think it was a great way of doing the like changing the scope for the sake of the sequel, right? Like individual aliens become a little less threatening when you have grenade launchers and pulse rifles and that one guy with the 12 gauge in Space Marines for some reason. But like the threat is more the swarm and the fact that they're trying to get in and that nothing is safe anymore in a different way. And personally, that's why I think I like Aliens more is I enjoy watching this, like, that you got the Marines and they're just completely blindsided because of their arrogance. And then it becomes this like desperate fight for survival and they're getting picked off by the sheer numbers. I really liked that. And I would be interested to hear your take on the theatrical cut because there are some elements like the so I don't think
you mean
did
the
you have the machine
edition?
gun? Yeah. Sorry, the special edition. Like, did you get the
turret scene.
gun scene?
Oh.
When they're like doing the synchronized dance with the machine gun, yeah, I saw that and I cringed.
No,
I know, no, I don't. I didn't get whatever you're talking about. I'm sorry.
No, yeah.
How could you printed that? That's so sick. Come on. The whole Marine like lock and loading scene, and they're like, "Oh, doing."
Every time I was
like
expecting,
Michael said, it's the arrogance.
Every time I was expecting, like it was just the Marines. So we'll get to the machine gun thing. But every time in a second. But every time I saw the Marines, I kept on waiting for them to look at the camera and say, "I'm doing my part." Like it just felt like it was such a satire, but it wasn't trying to be a satire. So that's one knock I have against it.
Okay, I do think that it is there are elements of this that are supposed to be a little bit laughed at. Like I don't think you're supposed to take Hudson's breakdown seriously. I think he's supposed to be comic relief. Like I think you are allowed to laugh at these Marines sometimes because they're so cocky and kind of idiotic, and then you get to see their comeuppance like when they're taking on the aliens. Because one of my notes to talk about was the genius of Hudson's comic relief. Like, yes,
why don't you put her in charge, man?
Hilarious. Like, I don't think it's supposed to be serious. I think you're supposed to get a laugh out of a situation where somebody's having a freak out. Like, you manage to sneak in comic relief without it technically being funny in the moment.
But wouldn't it be better and more dramatic if it was a serious and like an actual mental breakdown, and like you as the viewer could experience that mental breakdown that they're having instead of just, oh, haha. I think it would have been better, in my opinion. But
fair enough.
Could be taste. A lot of it's down to taste between the two.
Yeah, of course. Respect.
Yeah, Hudson ends up being one of my favorite characters, honestly, in this movie, if not my favorite, just because I can look at Hudson and just relate. Because I feel like if I was in this situation, I would be acting like Hudson. I would not be acting like Ripley. I would be freaking out. I'd be like, I'm going to die. I don't know what's going to happen next. Like, He's relatable.
What's this machine gun scene, though? Does it involve Hudson?
No, so basically there's a point when they I think it's after the ship goes down. Yeah, so they lock themselves in this building and they barricade everything, and there's only two ways in that they can't barricade, and they have these four, like, do you remember the briefcase turret from Nightfire? No. Okay.
I don't know who you're asking.
They have these 4 sentry guns. So these turrets, they have sensors on them, And like basically you have the scene where they're just coming in droves down these 2 long hallways, and the sentry guns are just mowing them down one after another, and they're coming and coming and coming, and just one after another, and you're watching the bullet cop drop and drop and drop, and like right when what's Dwayne's last name?
Johnson.
Rock.
Hicks.
Hicks. Yeah. Hicks is like, okay, crap. Like he's getting ready to like lock and load and go out himself and be like, all right, I'm gonna.
As soon as the bullets are gone in the turrets,
like,
then they're gonna come through.
And they finally retreat with like 10 minutes, and so you have this, or 10 bullets. Like you have this thing where it's like the aliens don't realize that all they have to do is walk up and they're in, but they don't know that, but we do. It's such great building tension. There's a lot of that drama element that you feel like you were missing. It was a really great scene.
It definitely adds to like building up the numbers of how many aliens are out there, and that they're right here. They're trying to get in. Like they know that we are here, and when they stop going towards the turrets, you know that they're now cooking up a new scheme, that they're going to try to figure something else out.
It honestly, it might be the single most important moment to feeling the scale of how many of them there are, and so. Again, like I haven't seen the theatrical cut, and I don't know if I've ever seen it, and if I have, it's been a long time, and so it's kind of tricky to. I'm trying to piece together what you have seen by splicing out my own memory.
Mm-hmm. Dan, do you know the exact differences?
Not all of them, because like most of them are small things here and there that just had to be cut for runtime. Really, like. The biggest ones are the sentry gun, and then the Hadley's Hope scene would be the 2 differences that I can think of.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, because there's like a version. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
There's like the special edition has like an entire 10-minute sequence that's not in the theatrical cut that builds up Hadley's Hope as being like the colony where they're living at, and you just get daily life, and you get to see how the infestation starts, and that whole thing is completely absent in the theatrical cut.
All these kids that are screwed.
Right. Yeah. You also get that little peek in so that you know that Burke set him up early.
Oh yeah,
because you have the line where they're like, "Some asshole at Earth tells you to go check it out. You go check it out. You just do what you're told." And it's like, oh, so like in the theatrical cut, you know the whole time that Burke is behind, or excuse me, the extended edition, you know that Burke is behind it the whole time. In the theatrical cut, it's like. I think it's supposed to be like a surprise.
Wasn't really a surprise.
I mean, yeah, it's not a huge shock, but like it's supposed to be like, oh man, it was Burke. Whereas like
it was the corporation. It's like bad this whole series.
Yeah.
Right? I do gotta say, so coming off of Alien and watching this one shortly after, I like that we carried over a lot of the themes of the corpos having all this power and them treating these people as cannon fodder essentially for their greater schemes. Like I like that was ever present in the storytelling.
Yeah, and it was more intense in this one too, because like in the first one it's just I always want to call him Rook, but that's not his name. Who's the android in the first movie?
Rook, that's right.
Ash.
It is Rook? Ash, yes.
Is it Ash or Rook?
I think it's Ash.
No, it's Ash because I think we're avoiding spoilers for other movies. Yeah, Ash is basically just trying to get the alien back, and if the miners die, the miners die. In this one, Brooke's like, no, I'll just face hug a little girl and Ripley, and then freaking kill off all the Marines in space sleep so that they can't like squeal. Like he's way darker and like his plans are way more messed up in the long run, I think, than what Ash was trying to do.
I'm sorry for getting the name wrong. Who's Rook? Who am I thinking of?
Rook is the guy. Rook is what you and I were calling a character that I won't name now for spoilers' sake from Alien Romulus.
Okay, I know what you're talking about. Gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah, but also that makes for a good segue. I remember the whole Ripley hating androids thing being way more intense, and it was really more of a subplot. Am I the only one on that?
Yeah, no.
Go on.
I was really just kind of going to echo what it said. It's like I remember it being a lot more prevalent, and it might just be because it was a long time since I watched it, but I watched it this time around, and it didn't really seem that deep or that prevalent. So. What were you saying, Niall?
They didn't dwell on it, but I do. So I like the arc and the character of Bishop in this one immensely. Coming off of Ash in the first one, being this truly kind of sociopathic robot, which he should be. Like to see the evolution and to see Bishop actually stick to his programming. He immediately states like, "Oh yeah, those ones were buggy. My version, we only help people. It's not possible for me to harm a human." And then following that, Bishop comes through time and time again for the team, down to practically giving his life for this. Like, I love the arc of from both movies to see Ripley deal with the worst that a robot can be, and then deal with the robot that really. Oh, I'm sorry, artificial person. That's his pronouns. He made that clear. The artificial person.
You're right.
The best that he can be and how much he can help. Bishop even rats out the freaking corporation's intentions, which I loved. They only find out that Burke's planning on bringing some back because Bishop is like, "Oh yeah, no, we were told to bring back some living specimens." Like Bishop immediately looks out for the humans and protects them. And so to have the kind of the dichotomy of the evil robot versus the good one in this. Also, I mean, why does James Cameron want us to love robots so much? It's Terminator 1 versus Terminator 2 all over again. Like, he makes us fall for the robot and, be rooting for him.
That's a great point. I never noticed that.
He does blink once, though. So, he broke it.
Well, he's not buggy. He's an artificial person now.
Well, I even, I took some notes. I took some notes on this, because, at one moment, he's looking through the microscope at the facehugger, and you can see that Bishop is enamored by the biology, just as Ash was. And he has this moment where there's kind of a crazy look in his eyes where he's like, "Isn't this magnificent?" and for a split second, it's almost like a red herring where you start to make the audience think he's going to go nuts, but he doesn't. He can admire it while staying good. And I even noticed everything he did was always even the little lines he dropped. At one point, when they're putting him in the tunnel for him to crawl his way through, which always gives me claustrophobia to see. But he even quickly is he's like, "Oh, watch your fingers!" When they're putting it back on. He cares so much for humanity, and he's just a great android to have. Sorry, artificial person to have around, and I love that arc for androids as a whole.
I agree with you too, Kyle. And I just wanted to chime in on something that you said that kind of caught my attention. How you're talking about how he's looking at the facehugger with just this fascination, and it just made me think now as I think about it, without spoiling anything for future movies, is there's a recurring theme of fascination from the androids of perfect organisms, and that's something that just keeps popping up. Do androids have a curiosity or a desire to be perfect? Because it just keeps coming up. And I don't know, something that you said just now just kind of popped out at me. Anybody else have any thoughts on that?
Well, with the arc of David that will come in future movies, the androids probably see so much flaw in humanity that to see an organism that is perfect in its purpose. Yeah, I see exactly what you're saying. There is this eternal fascination that keeps recurring of androids being obsessed with aliens.
I never noticed that, but I'll keep an eye out going forward. That'll be a fun thing to track.
Honestly, hadn't tracked that till now.
So yeah, I do also want to throw out while we're talking about Burke and how he was ratted out by Bishop. He's clearly, we all hate him. He's the corpo. He's the bad guy. I don't side with this guy by any means, but paying more attention to the the corpos rule everything aspect of these movies, I saw Burke through a different light in this movie, because in this universe, everyone's just doing whatever they can to get a paycheck to be more free, right? Constantly, it's referenced that you just got to work, and even when you're working, you're basically allotted a small room. Nobody has any kind of sense of freedom in these stories. And so it seems like a character like Burke is he's so, in my eyes, he's so hungry to climb the corporate ladder, because to climb that ladder is to get freedom, is to have something more for yourself, And so I found that Burke, I still hate him. He's still, an a-hole, but I think he's just an opportunist. He's just a guy who's willing to do whatever it takes to have freedom in this world where there doesn't seem to be a lot of that to go around.
And that's really the mark of like a good bad guy, is that you can like at least see where they're coming from, you know? So I agree. I think he's he even says that, like, I think he like at one point he tries to like talk Ripley into coming back using just like we can do this and then we can like we'll be set. Like we'll
exactly.
you know,
that's it. Yes. That's what I knew. He's like, go on.
You can often see like you can find what somebody cares about by what they try to offer you, you know, like you could like it's what somebody tries to offer is basically like a window into what they actually care about, because that's what they assume you also are going to care about.
Yeah, no, that's great. And that's exactly it. We'll be set. He says, we do this and we're made.
Something and not really along those lines, but this is a good jumping off point for it. I absolutely just this time around I fell in love with how well they handled Ripley's like entire character progression. Like at the start, you know, she's having nightmares. You can barely convince her to go back to the, like, you basically drag her along with you. And then because of Newt and because of this new purpose, like by the end you watch her choose, I could leave right now and be alive, but instead I'm going to go back down into the core to try and get Newt again. And like the difference you see in her and how like this whole experience develops her character into like really this final form of Ripley that we all love so much. I was so impressed with it.
I would argue that has always been there for her as a character. It's very much a mirror from the first one. While it's obviously Newt's a much more it pulls you in and much more relatable and like personable than Jones, but she does the same thing for Jones for innocence. So I think she just has this innate want to protect the innocents, because in the first one she goes back for Jones and that whole thing. So I think it was really just kind of the same thing, just greater, which I think is Aliens as a whole. They just take it to the next scale. They crank it up to 11.
Nice. Yeah, I thought her performance was outstanding. Even down to like when she's looking through the cameras at the soldiers and they watch a chest burster happen, and you see her like having this visceral experience watching it. Like it almost looks like she's reliving the first time she saw it again, and she's like grabbing her chest and she's like freaking out. Like I thought Sigourney Weaver's performance from beginning to end was outstanding.
It was. She got nominated for Best Actress.
No way! Yep. I didn't know that.
In a sci-fi horror movie, she got nominated for Best Actress.
No freaking way! That's sweet. Okay, that's really cool.
And she literally had her best scene cut out of the movie.
Yeah, for real. She might have won if they had kept that scene.
Yeah, honestly.
Wow.
And I mean, just to kind of, bridge off of what Mike was just saying, it seems like this movie, motherhood, is a pretty big recurring theme.
Yes.
And, how Ripley takes care of Newt as kind of like a surrogate mother. So, it's a really interesting shift from that first movie, like kind of like you were saying, of just trying to stay alive to suddenly trying to make sure another person is okay. I don't have kids, but I know there's some people on the call that have kids. So how do you guys look at this movie? Like Mike?
Oh, dude, I basically cried like 7 times during this movie. Like I was tearing up the whole time. Well, actually, I write letters to Jo while she's in Tennessee, and I just got one back from her, and I wrote her this letter, and I was like trying to explain to a 5-year-old the plot of Aliens, just like in a way that wouldn't be like traumatic, because I was like, this little girl reminded me of you so much. I just need to share this with you, but also like, how the crap am I gonna explain this? It hit way harder this time, and like, it is a metaphor for motherhood, but it's impossible as a parent not to feel it just in your bones.
Well, and come on, you even have the mother of the xenomorphs like that shows up in the end. I like this moment where the Queen and Ripley have this standoff, and Ripley threatens the eggs, and like they have a mom-to-mom moment where it's like, hey, let's all just walk away. Like, you won't harm my kid, I won't harm yours.
One of Lou's favorite scenes, if I remember correctly.
Your least favorite scene?
No, one of Lou's favorite scenes.
Oh, one of Lou's favorite scenes. Okay, gotcha.
And then the savagery of Ripley to be like, yeah, no, actually, you're all dead.
Whoa.
Well, it was self-defense.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
When the eggs
the
opened
queen opened a facehugger, and she was like,
nope.
Okay, you want to play this game? We'll play this game.
Does the queen control when they open, or I didn't know if it was just?
No.
I don't know. I got the impression. I don't think that was poor timing. I got the impression that was like intentional.
Well, at the very least, I think their motion or like they sense when there's
Life
activity
forms or
nearby,
whatever.
right?
Yeah.
Interesting. So, hold on. Do you think Ripley would have just walked away?
Yeah.
If the egg didn't open?
Yeah.
Interesting. They were all going to blow up anyway, right? So.
Yeah.
Technically,
I think that the queen made the first move, and she just acted out of like. I mean, I think there's a lot of fear, a lot of hate, and just like, oh, and you're gonna go back on our deal? Fine.
Yeah.
And like the grenades into the ovipositor, I think that's what it's called. Like, jeez, they just vicious.
Yeah. Yeah.
And at the same time, like the queen just being like, "Cool, I'll just rip this thing off and come after you myself."
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
What do I think this was one of Dan's points. What did Rob? What did you think of the design of the alien queen?
Oh, if just the queen, not the aliens. I liked it. I mean, I think it was the best design of the movie.
Interesting.
I like for the aliens. I mean, yeah, I feel like they definitely. So we talked about last pod how like they tried to make things like it seemed like an alien. They were like once you thought about it, like yeah, that's phallic in nature. But this one they just heavy on, like they even acknowledge it at one point, like oh that's just lovemaking. Yeah. So it's like that one. But
hold on. What are you talking about? Phallic in nature. I looked extra hard after we got a text from you that said, what was it? that the
there's a lot of phallic imagery in that one.
So the very first chest burster. So the chest burster, how the chest burster has a tip. Let's just say it has a tip. And then they burn it, and then it gets flaccid. Let's just say that. And the angle is very much flaccidity for the chest burster, and it has a tip. So
I feel like this might be more of a you thing than an alien thing. Do you see penises in a lot of movies?
I do not.
Do you? If I were to hold
that's Lou. Come on, that's Lou.
And La La Land and Harry Potter and all the James Bond movies and every Fast and Furious movie.
I mean, we talked about like the design is supposed to be like sexual in nature, so I don't see how that's a big stretch.
I think that the head of the alien is very much intended to be a dick.
Yeah. So the baby one with the tip, when it sags, and goes limp. That's all I'm saying.
Was there anything else, or was that the only time you were like, "That's a penis"?
Well, then just like the first time you see the chest bursters, they have acknowledged that it's very, looks very much like genitalia.
I mean, it's the chest burster, the head of the xenomorph in general, except for the queen, the face hugger. I mean, we don't need to get into that, but come on.
Yeah, that's what. Sorry, that's what I meant. The face hugger. If I didn't say it.
Pretty self-explanatory there.
Yeah. No, I just felt like it was very. I mean, it makes like. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but it was very much more aware. Like when I first watched Alien, I could like when someone said something, oh yeah, I could see it, but it wasn't like, oh yeah, it's deliberate. But again, I also knew about that was what they're going for, so I was looking for it a little bit more. But in general, I like the design of the Queen alien. I don't know if it's the lighting, but the aliens had a lot more of a metallic look in this movie, and I wasn't quite a fan. Which I did some research. I guess they're supposed to have some inorganic metallic genes or something, but I like the more organic design of the alien.
That's interesting. I have the exact opposite opinion. I think the Queen looks like a top-heavy T-Rex, and looks kind of awkward without the ovipositor, which I don't think aged the best. I think it's very impressive for the time it came out, but it could use a touch-up if they were ever to do another Queen. I really like the more kind of I don't know. I feel like there were a lot more like spinal bumps down the back of the aliens in this one, and I really dig the design.
Mm-hmm. So no, I have seen the Queen alien before because I did see AVP back in middle school, so it wasn't completely new.
It kind of reminded me more of a spider, if I'm honest.
Yeah,
I don't know what it
I
was,
can see that.
but just like the way that it lays the eggs, and then when it was in the sitting position, just reminded me, like, this thing straight up looks like a, I don't know, brown recluse or a black widow or something. Like, it would freak me out if I saw it.
The tail thing
like a Dark
aside from the
Souls
fact it's
spider
20
when
feet
it's
tall,
laying.
but yeah.
When it's laying, I agree. I just when it starts moving, I was like,
Yeah.
these proportions are a little off. And in general, it's probably not supposed to be running around that much, so it works.
You said this is a depositor. What's that thing called?
Ovipositor.
Ovipositor. It looks like the thing from Cell and DBZ when he's sucking up the androids.
He's absorbing people.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just that little whoop.
Speaking of design, I got to throw a huge shout to the detail and design of all the gadgets throughout this movie. This is a very, very gadget-heavy movie. They built so many props. Even when you look at how the movie opens and like when they're sawing into, or I guess, yeah, they're just cutting their way through the door of her ship, and there's the sparks flying, and this giant arm comes in that's like scanning the room.
That's cool.
You've got the motion detectors. You've got the guns with the grenade launchers. You've got the
Kyle, we have that nowadays.
But
I don't want to burst your
just
bubble.
like in general, there was like unique designs and detail and everything. Even the mech walker, we got zoom ins on the controls. Like they actually had to build a control scheme for how something like that would work. The amount of detail put into everything, every object. I even really liked that LMG that two of the soldiers are carrying that has the body rig on them. That's actually based off of an old school like camera gimbal that you would basically support the weight of a heavy camera so that a camera operator could move around like holding a heavy camera. And James Cameron swapped that to be like for use with the giant gun.
Let's put an MG42 on this.
It literally was an MG42.
I was gonna say that's what it looked like. That looks a lot like an MG42.
It actually was. It was 70 pounds.
Well, I'm glad I got that right.
Wow.
Shout out to that one chick.
That's the gimbal that they originally made for the Halloween movie, right? The first one.
I don't know.
Maybe?
I could be wrong on that, but that's really cool. I didn't realize that. That's such a fact to catch. I love it.
They even have so much gadgets that they go to infrared when they're right next to huge sources of fire, and somehow they can still see from it.
Was it the infrared before the fire?
No, the fire was going like switch to infrared, and I'm like, all right, guys, come on. Like, you not understand? There's
I thought they switched to infrared when they couldn't see anything.
It was after in the theatrical cut, at least. It was like the fires are going, and like we're switching to infrared. I'm like, guys, that's
a bad move.
Yeah, no wonder you all died.
Maybe by that point they have the Metal Gear Solid infrared where it's just all the bad guys turn bright white and you can see them no matter what.
That's kind of why I laughed when you said gadgets, because it made me think of that. But nice, they did. I think the set design and everything was fantastic, just like the first one.
Oh yeah, the slime, the just the general ooziness of all of it, and the organic like kind of almost like vine nature when she's going through the hive was just like so good.
Yeah, so interesting that like we get to see what Xenomorph terraforming looks like. They were kind of building themselves a home, and it's just I don't know. It's wild that you kind of get to see into the mind of these creatures by seeing the home that they build for themselves.
And this is really the first time that you see that of them actually like being able to produce like ooze or gunk or whatever it is. And I think that's a huge change in direction from what you saw before, because before it was just this hunter predator kind of thing, and now suddenly you're trying to capture things.
Yes,
and put them in cocoons.
Well, and then there is the infamous cut scene from Alien where you do see them like gunked up. And so, like, he kind of took that Cameron took that concept that got cut from Alien and brought it into Aliens.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Totally forgot about that scene.
I thought there was some gunk in Alien. One thing I really liked going, like, especially just if you're in the theaters and you saw Alien, is like when they first get to the complex and you see the melted metal and you're just like, oh, I know what that is. But, like, no one but Ripley does. And I think that's just such a cool touch. A nod to people that have seen the first film.
Yeah, because I also got to note. Go on.
Go. No, you're good.
Well, I was just gonna say, when they're going into the facility for the first time, from the time the ship's coming down to them walking in, there's a huge stretch where there's no music at all. It's all just in-universe sound, and you get the sound of the ship and the sound of the rain, but then they're inside and it's just dead silent. And similar to Alien, the Alien played a lot with sounds or the lack thereof, and I think James Cameron kind of continued that with this film by you have this long build of tension where there's nothing but in-universe sound. There's no music, there's no nothing. It's just the quiet. And the only thing that starts to break that is when you get the of their motion sensor picking something up. It's genius. The use and the lack, the use of lack of sound or music in order to build tension. And like you just said, we as the audience, once we see the destruction, we know exactly what happened. But since they don't, we just know the further in they go, the closer they're getting to disaster.
Yeah, and I really liked it was going to be longer in the extended edition. I loved how long it took them to get to the aliens.
Mm-hmm.
Like somehow I kept being like, okay, they're coming now. Oh no. We gotta wait a little longer. Like and that was good. I really liked that. Like it doesn't build the same tension that Alien builds, but I think it builds good tension for what the movie's goal was.
Yeah, and it was less mystery this time.
Yeah.
Exactly. And they capitalized on it perfectly.
I also kind of view that in the lens of like the first movie, you only had one alien. They're by themselves. They don't have any support. So they really have to rely on things like stealth and, hiding in the shadows in order to get these kills. Here, you can just overwhelm them with sheer numbers. You don't have to hide as much anymore. You don't have to be as cloak and dagger anymore.
The Zap Brannigan maneuver.
You see, killbots have a preset kill limit. Knowing their weakness, I sent wave after wave of my own men at them until they reached their limit and shut down.
The what now?
Zap Brannigan.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
It's a Futurama reference.
Yeah, no, you lost me.
Oh, okay.
I was trying to connect it.
So I also want to throw out these are like I did not look this up. This is just stuff I've known about since I watched Aliens probably at way too young an age and loved it, and then picked up on these references over time. There are a lot of references to aliens. I'll start with in the Halo universe. If you guys are fans of Halo,
yes, I'm like, it's Sergeant Johnson immediately.
Literally, even the design of the ship is the exact same. The design of the Marines and their uniforms are the same. You have a gun that has a counter on it that tells you how many bullets are left. Even in the first game, the guns sound the same. Like it's almost one for one the Colonial Marines and the Marines in Halo.
They even did
That's
kind of an ODST
probably the
type
best
thing.
pitch for Halo I've ever heard, because as I was watching that, I was like, I would love to play Alien Colonial Marines game, but I've heard that Alien Colonial Marines sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It does. I'll also throw out, there's a few references in the Call of Duty franchise. Not, obviously, if you played Modern Warfare 2, there's a motion tracker you can get on your gun.
Yeah,
but
the heartbeat sensor.
Which one is it? It's the campaign of Modern Warfare or the campaign of Modern Warfare 2.
Modern
At
Warfare
one point,
2.
You're on the boat. You know what I'm talking about? You're on the rainy boat. And
Yeah, there's
very
two
first one.
sequences. Yep.
And you're about to go in. Yes. Okay. Because you're about to go into the boat, and the guy you're with, he pulls out a shotgun out of his back because you're about to go interior, and he's like, I like to keep this one for close encounters. And then the other one, Dan, do you know the other one?
Well, I had thought you were talking about the heartbeat sensor from the second Modern Warfare, because it's very similar to the heartbeat or the motion sensor.
Kyle, want to hear something crazy that we just found out pre-pod?
Yeah.
Commander Shepard from Modern Warfare 2 is the AI. What?
Artificial person.
Artificial person, yeah.
Oh my god.
Mind blown.
Yeah,
but even I think Sergeant Johnson has like the same exact line from from Aliens.
Yes.
So I think it's a pretty blatant
Frosty.
copy paste. Yeah, Stay Frosty. There's something about like Marines always being on like 24/7 or something like that.
No, we're not getting paid by the hour.
Yeah.
I want to start saying when he's like, come on, get a move on, assholes and elbows. I'm like, I don't know what that means, but that's a really funny thing to say when it's time to move. There's another one, and I want to keep an eye out for this, but at one point, you're watching through the cameras while the Marines are getting attacked for the first time. Hicks grabs someone, he's looking right into their camera, and he's like, come on, we are leaving. That line gets brought up in multiple more Alien movies. I want to know if it's in every single one following this, because I know it's in Romulus, I know it's in Prometheus, and it's also in the Modern Warfare in that same scene.
Is it like Never Tell Me the Odds in Star Wars type thing?
Exactly.
Or I got a bad feeling about this.
I got a bad feeling about this, exactly. So keep an eye out for We Are Leaving. They dropped that line multiple times in this franchise.
Interesting.
Enough to keep that out.
Yeah. You'll see it. You'll see it. Also, is it a choice that everyone is just like super sweaty the entire movie?
I know. There's
It's
times
very 80s.
I'm like, did they dunk their head in water before this scene? I was telling Becca. Because like even like I get the lieutenant would be sweaty like watching it, especially before, but even before they run to the alien, he's just drenched. It's like the Key and Peele sketch. I'm like, oh my goodness, my man.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like, was the set really hot, or were they spraying everybody down before every take? Like, I don't know. Was it a choice or just something they had to live with?
I'm guessing it was a choice because you had the thermoreactor over. Well, no, because you have the thermoreactor is overheating and the whole thing's having a meltdown. So like, the environment is naturally going to be too hot. So I think that was a combination of like 80s styling, and it actually kind of makes sense for the movie.
Yeah. Okay, it's cinematic at least. I do also want to throw out, I like the arc of the lieutenant, the one guy we were just talking about, because I like that he's this rookie that's now in charge of all the lives of this team. Once again, going back to like similar themes in these movies is the corporals having the power in the same way. You get stuck with some crappy officer and now your life is in the hands of a rookie, and that sucks. And so, but I like that he kind of, you get to see him have this panic attack and like really failed his job, but he dies going back for Vasquez. Like he actually does a really heroic deed in his final moments by going back for her. And that's what ends up costing him his life. And so I kind of like that he did end up like kind of becoming the soldier he thought he was or wanted to be, even though in the beginning he was not him.
Yeah, really, everybody who makes it out alive and Vasquez are great characters that I enjoy thoroughly. And honestly, good. Everybody who makes it through the initial wave were very well worked out characters that had either just good personality enough to like make them make it halfway through the movie, or really just fantastic arcs where you're like, I actually care about this person. This is, I think that some of the Marines were there to die, but everyone who wasn't just there to die was just fantastic and really perfectly shaped for their role.
Agreed. They did not waste any time on any characters that survived the first wave.
Yeah.
Yep.
And also, just oh my gosh, I can't help feeling bad for whichever Marine just took the straight flamethrower blast and ended up falling to their death. Like, it was brutal, and that poor person just doesn't get remembered. But like, oof, what a way to go!
Yeah, big old gold medal to that guy.
And on that note, we're running low on time, so let's do favorite deaths from this movie. I want to make sure we get to that before we run out of time.
Okay,
who wants to go first? Anybody have one?
I mean, Kyle just said it. Mine, but it would be Gorman and Vasquez in the little air duct, because that's just such a cool moment. And then just the line that Vasquez says is, "You always were an asshole, Gorman." Sorry, Rob. And then
Quoting doesn't count.
Yeah, I don't know. It was just so perfect to me. It was such a cool moment to just kind of have them sit there and accept it and be like, "Yeah, this is the way we're gonna go out, but we're gonna take someone with us."
Yeah, I agree. I think that's I think that's probably the best death. Rob, what do you
personally
got?
Go ahead, Kyle.
Well, I was just gonna say I like the one character, Mike, that we kind of forgot that does get a little bit of screen time before dying in the opening is not the opening, but the first attack. There's the one blonde guy that kind of has this like flirty thing going on with Vasquez. They keep like he's
They
the
were
other
dancing
LMG
together
gunner.
with their machine gun.
Yeah,
So you know they're cool.
Yeah. And like you like this guy, like him and Vasquez have so much chemistry. And he gets hit in the face with acid, and then I think it's he gets also ignited into flames, and it's like it really comes out of nowhere because you kind of think this guy's gonna make it, and then he takes a really like brutal acidic and then flame imbued death. So I like that.
Yeah, it leads to such a good Vasquez moment Yeah, because you then see Vasquez get real human when she's like, no, like, and they're like, you gotta go, man, he's done.
And Hicks
you
is
gotta
like,
keep,
he's done.
You gotta keep moving.
Hicks like, I'm gonna show him how to get acid on the wrong side of my face later on.
Right. Yeah, he
gets sprayed on the left, and then the acid burns on his right later.
No.
I don't know if you guys picked up from that. It's there.
Whoops.
That's funny.
I didn't really have a favorite character death, so.
Well, speaking of the acid, then I do want to say my only note for this movie, and I understand why it couldn't be this way, but I was watching the finale, and there's a scene where all the aliens, they've fallen from the ceiling, and we're just lighting them up. Like the aliens are dying left and right. It would have been pretty awesome if we got to see the fact that because all this acid was spraying around the room from these deaths, that the whole room was just melting. Like that whole room should have been a pit into like the ground below by the end of that fight because of how many alien deaths were just popping off. Like it would have been kind of cool to see everything.
Or just flamethrowers. I agree that would have been awesome, but I was just curious. Were they using bullets?
It was definitely the pulse rifles they were using. So. Yeah,
and it's like I get it. It's probably really hard to melt your set in the 80s, but if we had that whole set just melting down, and as they're getting away, you just see that like basically the whole room is sinking.
That'd be cool.
That's melting away. That would have been awesome.
Realistically, I think they should. When you really think about it, it's like they should have all just been burnt up from the giant acid spill that should have gone all over all of them. But so you kind of couldn't do that because we kind of have to pull the Ryan George, hey, shut up and don't think about it too much.
Yeah.
Well, there's a much more sin for don't think about it too much than that acid thing. No one else groaned when she opened up the space and was hanging on there through the vacuum of space and still.
Oh my gosh!
Like the first, I went back. I'm like, wait a second. Did they do that in the first one? Which they did, but she was in a spacesuit, and then they do that again. But she's just hanging on there, and somehow, as it's closing, she pulls herself. She's stronger than the vacuum of space and pulls like a leg up and everything. Like, oh my gosh!
Well, she was spending time with the Marines. She learned how to do the pull-ups.
Oh yeah.
She also has that mother strength, like when moms lift planes off of babies and stuff. It was that motherhood strength. Don't forget, she also had a queen alien hanging onto her foot at one point there.
Yeah. We definitely have to let some stuff slide. Yeah. Otherwise, like Rip should just be getting off the entire every planet she's on. She should just be like winning arm wrestling matches all the way through, and she'd be like, "Nope, this is how I make my living now." For me, my favorite death by a mile is Burke. It's nothing special, but it feels so good.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
That was the one where I was like, oh, yes, I've been waiting for this guy to die.
Was it just a regular alien, right?
Yeah, he just gets got.
Yeah.
I don't know if they show it.
No, I don't. I think the camera changes. But I think it would have been fitting if it was like a facehugger, too. That would have been cool. Just,
that would have been
the
so
irony.
Good.
But before we go, can we just talk about how James Cameron should be suing Elon Musk for copying his Cybertruck idea?
It's for real.
That came via Becca.
No, that was literally my first thought too. I was like, why is there a Cybertruck in 1985?
That's so funny. I didn't even think about that, but it's very spot on.
Yeah. We're also gonna have to start lining the Marines with rubber because apparently the acid can't burn through rubber, which makes somewhat sense, but because it runs over an alien, you see like acid spray everywhere, but the tire's fine. So
tires are fine.
Put those men.
I did wonder about that.
Call up the Michelin Man. What's he doing?
What's he doing?
The only savior Earth can have.
Yeah. I will say if they really wanted to cut time, they could have just trimmed some of the insane amount of time they spent just cutting between Ripley's face and scenes of the car driving over and over and over again. That did go a little long, but
if I'm not mistaken, it is longer even in the special edition versus the theatrical, that particular scene, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, that one I could live with the theatrical cuts version of.
Yeah.
I did not need how unbelievable. I was like, yeah, I get it. I understand the length of this hallway. Didn't need that.
Can I actually say one more thing I got before we wrap it up?
Yeah.
One thing I always appreciate any movie that does this, but when they said we have 17 minutes left, I paused. There's 17 minutes left in the movie, or right about there.
What?
Enough. Like, and I'm like, I whenever I can, like if I'm streaming, I always pause it. 'Cause I'm just curious. I'm like, I gotta know, and they did that, and I love that.
That's awesome.
Not when they said 36 though, because I did check before. The 17, right, almost right on the money.
That's fantastic. I appreciate that.
I do appreciate that too.
Hello and welcome to another episode of the Top Podcast. This week we will be discussing Alien 3, so if you are a young, please mute the video and seek parental approval before continuing. If you are above 18, as always with the Alien films, we will be discussing some very heavy and graphic subject matter, so viewer discretion is advised.
Spoilers for Alien 3 and a little bit of spoilers for Alien Resurrection as well.
Also, as this is a very profanity-heavy, Kyle is literally floating above the
fuck are
microphone.
you talking
so
about?
Excited to be able to swear for this episode.
How fucking dare you, okay?
I could literally bodily see you getting ready. I was like, I can see the F-bomb sitting in your esophagus.
Let me at him.
Oh my gosh. So yeah, as always, I'm Mike. I'm joined with Hot Kyle.
Oh, hi. I was like, yes, hello, Kyle here. Hot to some.
And first mate Dan.
How's it going?
And Dan's got a question for us to get the ball rolling. What do you got, man?
All right, so this is one of those first movies where we see a different thing than a human get infected by the xenomorph, the facehugger. So, question for you guys. What do you think would be the coolest, or I guess scariest thing you can think of that a xenomorph could cross with?
Pitbull, right? It's got to be a pitbull.
Nice.
A pitbull.
A pitbull? Whoa. Are you
Why
afraid of dogs? You came on that fast.
Yeah,
right?
it's what's in the theatrical cut.
Oh, really? Okay, so you're like, anything but that. That sounds terrifying.
No, actually, well, we'll get into that. I feel like it's got to be some kind of reptile, like one of those huge, like what is it, the bearded dragon?
Komodo
dragon.
dragon. Those things can run like 70 miles an hour. Like,
Yeah.
What?
It's like the closest thing to like my initial thought was like, could it get a real dragon? But dragons aren't real, but aliens aren't real. So like, like the alien xenomorph. But like, if it gotten like a real nasty reptile already, like or like a snake,
that'd be wild.
Yeah. My thoughts are going to some kind of sea creature, only because, it took over a bull in this movie. It didn't, like, inherit the horns. So if you're doing a reptile, it's not like it's going to inherit scales. But I'm wondering, you have so many freaky, like, aquatic creatures, like octopuses or, like, eels.
Oh,
like,
my gosh.
Could it inherit something
an eel
really
is just a
freaky?
water snake.
With electricity coursing through its veins. Like, that's what I'm saying. Is like, what's the most powerful, like, trait it could inherit from a creature on our planet? Do you have any ideas?
I mean, honestly, he kind of said it, but like just the idea of a snake in general, being able to coil and weave, and it already fits through pipes and crevices and all whatnot in these movies. Imagine if it could condense itself as a straight tooth. Like,
Or maybe we're going in the wrong direction. What if it got like a mouse?
Like it was
okay.
smaller?
Yeah, like if it's just
little
like
baby
it's
alien?
just like yay big, it can literally squeeze through any crack.
Ooh.
Like you can't stop it. No doors.
That is pretty creepy. You can creep into your bed at night.
You
right
got to
under the
imagine
covers
it's going to
and
be
you wouldn't
about
know.
just as strong. It can still just puncture holes in your body.
And probably move just as fast. You can't even hit it when you're trying to get to it. For some reason, an orangutan comes to mind.
Oh my god!
Right, there's just something really like eerily like scary about that. It's like swinging from its arms. Yeah, right. I don't know if it's any more menacing than a human one, but I think the way it moved would be a lot scarier.
So maybe I just like extremes because my other thought is like blue whale.
You need a hell of a facehugger for that.
Like it's not fast, but if it gets you, oh boy.
So I'd like to add for our audience, this is the first time we're recording this podcast in person. So it's wild to actually be looking at you guys while saying this and seeing all the motions of you guys interpreting the different animals as xenomorphs. You guys are missing a show of flailing arms.
No video yet, but I thought my impersonation of a xenomorph orangutan was on point.
All right, guys. So Alien 3. We just watched the assembly cut.
Yeah, what a horrible name.
Horrible name. Though they were talking about meeting in the assembly at the end. I
did wonder if that,
I guess. But this is versus the theatrical cut, which is how much shorter?
37 minutes shorter.
37 minutes. That's almost an entirely different movie. Yeah. You guys both watched the theatrical cut before we did this one.
I did.
So bad.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. So obviously the differences were very apparent.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Night and day.
And so what do you think of this version overall? Like, as a broadly speaking, what'd you think?
It's a lot more coherent, in my opinion. I mean, like, it's just, kind of, Mike hit the nail on the head during the watch, is, there's a lot of deaths in this movie, and it just goes way quicker in the theatrical release where you don't really care almost what's happening to the prisoners. This one, it's a little more human. There's a little more focus and a little more time spent on these people.
Yeah, in the theatrical cut, it almost felt like they would just be like, we don't know how to move the plot along. All right, there we go. Something happened. Now we can just start a new event.
Wow.
Whereas like in this one, it was like, oh yeah, we kind of see and understand what they're doing and why it failed and how the alien plays into that. And so it just cohesive is exactly the word.
Yeah, so I haven't seen the theatrical cut, but 90 minutes seems way too short to get through this whole movie.
Short.
I mean, like...
And yet it feels forever long.
The original one? No way. Okay, interesting. Because we did spend a lot of time building up this like setting, which I thought the setting was one of the high points of this movie. I actually really did like the idea of all these prisoners who form something of like a brotherhood. There's a very interesting like atmosphere where they have this respect for each other. They're all kind of looking for their own version of redemption. I liked this, like seeing all these people who have done horrible things, but clearly like on the path to righteousness in their own way. They're all trying to do better. And it was a really interesting setting for that, being in this factory that was supposed to have 5,000 workers in it. And now it's down to 25 people that chose to stay behind and be together. I thought that was very unique. I don't know. I've never seen a movie with that kind of like dynamic in the crew. And I'm glad we got to see that them kind of develop that in this version of the movie.
Yeah, it's fascinating too. Like, they chose to stay, which is wild because it's like, were they going to get moved to another maximum security prison? And so they were like, this is way better? Or were they going to be free? And they're like, nah, we'll just, like, it doesn't really get addressed, but like, makes me wonder, like.
It's the alien universe. Does anyone ever get free?
Well, no one's free, but. That's actually a great point. It's like, what's the difference between the living conditions at the beginning of Alien Romulus and living conditions at the beginning of Alien 3? It's like the exact same thing, if not better in Alien 3.
Well, and that's something I kind of wanted to like ask you guys, because as we've been analyzing the first two movies, we've really seen that people in this universe are completely owned by the corporations. Nobody is really free. But these guys, even though they're in the middle of nowhere and they don't have a lot to go around, they kind of have their own like a semblance of freedom through this life of just being away from the rest of the world. The guy even says it, like, everyone out there, they don't exist to us anymore because we just have here. And I'm wondering if that is better, to at least be out from under the corporate thumb and instead be living by whatever rules, you and the 24 other guys kind of set for yourselves. Do you think that's a better way to live than working your ass off for the rest of your life, for paychecks that are never actually going to get you anywhere?
I mean, given the choice, I'll take, I suppose, that's probably a little bit better. Neither are ideal.
Clearly,
You do get to take your destiny into your own hands to a certain degree.
Exactly.
To
as much as you can in a giant building where nothing works with a bunch of dudes.
Well, I did like that the setting, it was massive, but it was deserted, but with the scale of it, like, I don't know, there was something like they felt so small in the face of like how big this empty facility was. And there was just trash and garbage, and like it kind of felt like we were looking at what is also like the garbage of humanity. These guys that have been thrown out and left behind on this planet of all these other items and materials and factory pieces that have just been thrown out and left behind.
Yeah, I wanted to draw attention to what you were just saying about that, like the garbage thing. This movie's really dirty. There's graffiti. There's trash on the ground. There's a ton of bugs, is what we were talking about.
Yes.
There's cockroaches, spiders, maggots, especially. Yes. Like, they just really hit home that this is a dirty, disgusting place to be.
Yeah.
Like, this is like the worst place you could live.
They're commenting on the smells, and they're commenting on just how damp and like cold and hard everything is. Yet they all still chose it. That's what's interesting. They still chose this life instead. So visually speaking, though, I did feel like this one was... It definitely veered away from the style that we kind of lined up in the first two movies. That H.R. Giger, like, sci-fi style, I think in a lot of ways was thrown out the window with this one. Now, that's not to say that this movie didn't have its own signature style, that I did like the style of this. Like you said, lots of dirty surfaces, lots of big rooms that these guys are kind of just like, they're very small in these large spaces. And like, it also did feel like very sci-fi, but it just wasn't the same as the other Alien movies. It really felt like an offshoot from the style that we had established earlier. Do you guys feel that? I mean,
I 100% agree. Yeah. And I don't know. I have a hard time deciding whether or not I like it because I think overall, of the first three, it's by far my number 3, without question. And so on one hand, it's hard to separate, do I not like the style or do I like the movie less and have associated the style with the movie? Because like there were multiple points where we were all like, oh dude, that's such a great shot.
Yeah.
Like I don't think Alien 3 falls that much short of the first 2 movies in just like those incredible freeze frame shots where you're just like, whoa.
Yeah.
Like the outside wide shot or the black screen with the door opening
in the little corner.
And like it's got really, really cool cinematography. It's just different. But also it's like it's Alien 3.
Yeah.
So like
yeah. Well, and there were a lot of uses of coloring and shadows, but the only color they really used was orange. Like,
yeah.
It was gray for when there wasn't necessarily color, and then anytime there was a lot of light or a lot of color, orange was the color of choice.
I think the assembly was blue.
Okay.
The assembly in the mess hall had some like blue.
Well,
lights.
it was the grayish white, like the
Yeah.
very like deadish kind of colors. And then and like with the lava in the end, or even just the scene with the fan, like we had a lot of orange light shining on it as well. But no colors outside of that. They really stuck to that consistent theme.
Yeah, this movie really stuck out to me because like I look at Alien 1 and Alien 2, and in my mind I'm like, okay, these are the same franchise. Like there's a similar feel. It's almost like being able to hold something, and you're like, okay, these feel the same.
Yeah.
Alien 3, I feel like I'm holding John Carpenter's Ghost of Mars or Total Recall or something like that. I don't know if you guys got that vibe.
Yes.
Maybe it's just the orange.
It's the orange, yeah.
But like something about this movie always felt off to me because I'm like, it just doesn't seem to fit. But I get it's an alien movie, just not in space.
Yeah. Well, and so I guess we're watching these movies again. Does that style matter to you coming off of 1 and 2? Does that impact you at all to have a style that is consistent with the rest of the universe that has been built up in previous movies? Like, I mean, and I guess maybe you've already answered that, but does that like impact your liking the movie at all?
I think it depends on.
Because the style to me was a character in itself. Was that throughout the whole first 2 movies, you would introduce gadgets, you'd introduce just like pieces of technology and just settings, and there was such a shape to it, such a unique aesthetic. You can look at a still from Alien 1, and instantly you're like, oh, that's the Nostromo, that's the ship. You know it, unlike anything else. But a lot of this stuff was just classic industrial kind of factory-esque.
Yeah, you lose the personality a little bit.
Yes, absolutely.
Identity.
And the storytelling wasn't as sharp. Like with 85, like that was something that really jumped out to me this time. Is the front end of the movie, nobody calls him 85. And then like I get it, the warden dies, and so now the prisoners start calling him 85, and it's like, well, maybe the warden had kind of put a quash on that. But like it felt like something that James Cameron would have had set up right at the beginning.
Yeah.
Like 1 or 2 people say it, and and so you lose that style where, like you said, everything you need for the end of the movie is presented to you at the front of the movie. And so like there's like a rhythmic beat that's kind of lost. But it's replaced with this kind of this mystery. That was like something we were talking about, is watching it for the first time. I don't remember going, oh, Ripley's infected. But it's like impossible to watch it now and not be like, how doesn't everybody know she's infected?
Yeah.
And so like there's kind of like, I don't know, it's tricky. It's replaced with like a mystery instead of, I don't know. It's just a different thing.
Because I was saying that this time, I had forgotten that she had an alien in her. And in the beginning they have some quick flashes and you get to see the like X-ray scan of a facehugger on a body, but all of a sudden they started cluing it in when she was like, she was starting to feel tired, and that's when I remembered it. And I realized, was I watching this for the first time, I would not have known that she was infected till later on, because they kept bringing it up, and like I thought it was a good surprise, especially since in previous movies, I don't know if this was an inconsistency in the storytelling or if this was a mistake, but she was infected. She had an alien in her for a long time.
Yeah. Yes. Well, it is. We have differences, right? Because it's a queen.
It's a queen.
So like you can immediately start to go, okay, well maybe a queen takes less time, and then also like the drone was like lightning quick.
Yeah.
So like it's really stark. And then I'm not sure where, we talked about this a little bit, I'm not sure where in the canon this is derived from, but there's something called the Queen facehugger, right? And it's one that is built to impregnate with the Queen, and it is the only facehugger, I believe, that can put 2 eggs in, essentially. And so it lays a queen, and then it also can lay a drone. The purpose of the drone is to protect the queen.
Cool.
And so it makes sense that it's going to grow quicker.
Yep.
And that,
it comes out first. It paves the way almost.
But that's another thing that was kind of driving me nuts during the movie is in 3, the alien is just this force of chaos. It's just there to kill.
Yeah.
Whereas every other alien, if you include the deleted scene from Alien,
Yep.
Is setting up. It's getting ready for when more eggs come. And this one isn't cocooning and preparing for... So it's like doing a bad job preparing for the queen, almost.
Yeah, it really is. I felt like they really, veered away from what the kind of purpose of the alien is typically in the other movies and what its primary motivation is. And I think there's a reason for that I want to get to later. I want to ask you guys how you felt about dropping off so in the second movie we have a core unit of survivors that we definitely have become attached to, and in this movie we opened with these guys dying.
Yeah.
How did that feel to you guys?
Oh, it's a slap in the face.
Okay.
I mean, I feel like that's not even like a controversial opinion. That's how most people feel, is that it just takes everything you just did in Aliens and just flushed it down the toilet.
Yeah.
I think I have the same sentiment as Michael Biehn does, who played Dwayne Hicks. He has said that, he didn't really mind the idea of Hicks dying in Alien 3. Just the way that they did it really rubbed him the wrong way.
Wow.
To the point that he said to them, "No, you can't use my dummy corpse in the movie because you did me so bad on this. I'm not allowing it." What? So that's why he was so disfigured and mutilated by the support column.
Yeah.
Is because he didn't want his likeness there.
No way.
So I totally understand that, and I totally resonate with that. I'm like, okay, we just spent 2.5 hours in the last movie.
Right.
How long was that last one?
It's a long movie when you watch the extended edition.
They made it through that whole thing. He got to the end, almost died, and just killed by a column. Same thing with Newt. We became really attached to her. The whole point of Aliens is motherhood and protecting.
Right. And just gone.
No chance to protect her either. All that happened while she was out.
Yeah.
So
it's absolutely brutal.
And it's also a little weird because I noticed this during the scene with Bishop where she's like, "Bishop, was there an alien?" And he checks the scans and he's like, "Yeah, there was an alien on board." And I'm like, you couldn't have done those scans before you took off? What?
Great point. So, wait a second. Yeah. Well, you also pointed out there's just an egg on the ceiling and it's fully grown. It's a big old egg and nobody noticed that before you took off.
You did you're Ripley. You've done this twice and the aliens managed to sneak on. You didn't think to do a sweep?
To do literally every little corner.
Don't you need an ovipositor to make an egg though? How would the queen have gotten onto the ship?
I don't know. Maybe it was just clenching that last one real
tight. And then mid battle. That's for the.
Well, but right point. Before
But they get out. Yeah, it's hanging on the outside of the ship.
You're right. It makes absolutely
sense. It doesn't
sense.
make a lot of sense for that egg to be there. That's really frustrating.
Yeah. Now, don't get me wrong. I was looking for spoilers for Alien 4, if for some weird reason you care. I was looking for the point where Ripley bleeds so that they could get her genome to make the clone for 4.
Oh my God!
I didn't see it happen.
No way. That's also a great point. When did she ever bleed in this movie? When did she ever take that kind of
Literally, even when she gets a shot and
it's going in, it's not pulling any blood out.
Or there's no they don't even put a Band-Aid on and she still doesn't bleed.
And
so
she melts herself in the end. There is no remains.
Nothing left.
Yeah. Wow. Another huge puddle. Wow.
No, not even a hair because she's bald.
Maybe they got the hair that she shaved off.
I guess that's a good point.
That's a good genetic material they found. They were like, this hair's Ripley's. As opposed to all the other nasty prisoner hair in the brains.
Okay, so here's something that I want to bring to the forefront. I want you guys to think about with this movie, because instantly it does distance itself from Aliens by killing off its, all the main characters.
Right.
But you have the priest character who gives this eulogy about how death is is a return to God. Death is going to heaven. Death is no longer having to deal with any more pain or suffering. They really paint death as a good thing. And so you kill Corporal Hicks, you kill Newts, but at the same time they paint the picture that that's the best thing that could have happened to them because they don't have to live anymore. And what's beyond that is that all of these characters, she asks them, what have you been waiting for, right? What have you been waiting for? And what does it say? I made note of this. They said, we are waiting for God to return and raise our spirits to redemption. Mm-hmm. When Ripley shows up, all of these men who are ex-sinners have been sitting around doing nothing. And when Ripley shows up, they are all forced to rise to the challenge and do something with themselves, something that gets all of them hurt, if not killed. And because of this process, they all die. And in that death, they find redemption and they get to go to heaven. Even the priest says at the end, he said, he yells, this is as good a time as any to walk into heaven. Everybody dies. It's just a matter of when. And so I was really struck by all these characters have this profound faith in religion. And in a way that I think none of them expected, this was their redemption. This was their way to actually to lay rest all of their sins of the past and enter a new life. So anytime a character dies, they kind of made it really clear that it's not a bad thing, that death is kind of what all of these people needed. And so going back to the chaotic xenomorph, it's for the story purposes of the plot, I don't think it was trying to follow any of the rules of the previous movies. Mm-hmm. I think it was trying to follow these rules of basically being an instrument of God's destruction in a way. And I was kind of starting to take notes on a lot of characters. They would have a redeeming moment, and that would be when they died. The doctor admitted his crimes to Ripley. He came clean and talked about it. That was the moment he died. The guy who tried to rape Ripley, he sacrifices himself solo to put it in to lock it in the chamber. Yep. He knowingly gives his life to save everybody else, and that's when he dies. Even when the superintendent dies, supervisor 85, he's like. He was a really good man, guys. He was a really good man. He was really saying out there that this guy, he, even though he didn't deserve to die, quote unquote, this dying was a good thing for all of these characters. And the one guy who didn't die at the end, and I'm trying to figure out
the guy who made a pact with God to live forever.
No. Yes, exactly. So you're the man who made a deal with God to live forever. I was like, he survived at the end. Yeah. That was the one guy, and I was trying to figure that out because he did. I don't know. He did act in a way that was redeemable. Maybe he had a greater purpose. It's one of those things we'll never know. But he really had Ripley's back in the end, but he survived all the way through to the end.
He does get shot in the kneecap.
Which is brutal.
Yeah.
But it's almost worse to live, right? He almost has it worse off than anybody else because he lived. Even 85, who at the end, he hits the human bishop in the head. That's when he dies too, is when he does something.
Which is a choice I just disagree with so strongly on. I'm like, dude, you just sat there being a jackass, not acting the whole time, and then to accomplish absolutely nothing, you get yourself killed and don't get to go home to your wife and kids.
I know! He's got a wife and kids!
It's at that point,
just said it 50 times.
Just let it happen. Let it play out.
Let it play out at this point. You're now on their side because you're standing on that side of the fence. Don't mess it up.
Good job. I appreciate you trying, but
or at least get the kill.
Yeah.
At least succeed in what you're trying to do, man. You're right. It didn't make any sense.
Yeah, I think it's kind of I think some of the kills support your viewpoint.
Yes.
And I think there's also a bunch where it's they just died.
Seriously. I did notice that too.
The first guy, he gets acid in the face, rolls into there was no redemption there. He's just an idiot. He looked in a hole and which is a complaint I've had not once or more than once on this podcast.
Yeah.
Although side tangent. So I've told you guys I've been reading the novel of the first Alien movie.
Okay.
It's derived from the original script before the cuts.
Okay.
The what's his name? Brett? Is it who gets the facehugger? It's Kane, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
In the first
Alien.
one?
Yeah.
Kane.
Yeah. So he's a money hungry exec who's always going on those specific missions, looking to find a big payday. He's trying to find something.
Oh, this is
so
sweet.
Him looking into the egg was actually super in character. And not just a stupid 85 IQ moment where you just stick your head in a hole and then get face hugged. That said, this dude sticks his head in a hole and just gets acid spit in his face and like falls back and dies. So it is such an ignoble,
What are you
lousy
expecting
way to
though? You've been living alone on this
Right?
garbage planet for years. Like, I feel like if anything, you're more prone to do that because you've just been by yourself and weird, and
Right.
you're just like, oh, what's this?
Something new and exciting.
Exactly. Yeah. You're living with bugs and like stuff all the time. So, oh, wonder what's in here. Like,
Right.
I think you'd have nothing to fear.
I mean, yes and no. Like, if you see the thing like moving around in there, and maybe it's that I know what I'm looking at, but I feel like it's like I used to be an overnight janitor, which technically all of these guys are.
Yeah.
Like, if I saw something moving like that, I'd have been running faster than I knew I could. Like, steel toes or not, I'd have just been.
Wow. First
but-
time an alien spit acid. In
Yes.
the franchise, yes.
Yeah.
Very underutilized too. It was a very quick thing.
Right.
They didn't put much attention to it.
That might have been. Was that the only time he used it? Was in the air vent?
Yes. Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
I feel like it could have come in handy a lot at the end. You know, with the whole
When he's chasing them down
Yeah,
a
it was
bunch
like,
and they're all like
Yeah.
just magically outrunning a xenomorph, no problem.
he got his cardio in. Like,
Well, you did call out. In the ends, it really does not make a lot of space. Like, it does not make a lot of sense what's going on because there's no sense of spatial awareness.
Yeah, they're just running and closing doors that all look the same, and there are doors on both sides. It's like, why, once you knew it's on the right side, close all the doors
Yes.
on the left side? Like,
It's like I get the idea in theory, but seeing it play out, I'm like, where are we? And where is everybody? And how is this even like working at all? And also, I feel like the alien was very like dormant, in the beginning, but all of a sudden, in the end, it's like on a killing spree. Like it's killing. And I did feel like it didn't really have incentive.
yeah.
From its perspective, to just start killing everybody, other than this whole like angel of death idea. But like from a
Movie
xenomorph,
needs to happen, yeah,
movie needs to
yeah.
happen, exactly. But from a xenomorph perspective, it just kind of shifted its aggressiveness like immediately for no reason.
Yeah. And yet, so much better than the theatrical cut.
Yeah, okay, interesting. I did.
Because at least it felt like when you think about it at all, you run into this problem. But at least when you're watching it, it was like, all right, this is at least a narrative I can follow.
Yeah,
We might have honestly, we might have enjoyed this watch more than you because at least we had the comparison.
Yeah, that's so cool. Okay, tell me about in the theatrical cut, the xenomorph attacks a dog.
Yeah, so in the xenomorph, so there's a Rottweiler, a pit bull, or like one of your classic like don't mess with that dog dogs.
Okay,
and it gets face hugged, and I just think that's personally way scarier.
Okay,
because like it's already and it makes a little bit of sense. Like it's gonna have this wildly aggressive attack mentality.
Yeah.
Like one of the reasons that Alien 3 was so poorly received, shall we say, is because studio involvement was atrocious. And like I heard David Fincher essentially just like put his hands up in editing. It was like, that's it, somebody else can finish this. Like I give up.
Yep.
Like they were just all up in his business the whole time. And
Wow.
like we even joked during the movie, like the studio is almost worse than the company. Like they're terrible. But one of the things they insisted on was they were like, we think a dog would be scarier than the bull ox thing. And that one I agree with wholeheartedly.
Yeah.
And the chest bursting scene, I think that was better.
Okay.
Like it was good. It was solid in the assembly cut. In the theatrical cut, you're watching the dog like you got those like dog whimpers, and you're like,
'cause it's alive.
Yeah, it's alive when it's coming. And
Oh.
this dog's like all this pain, and it was like it was really it hit a little harder.
Wow. Yeah. Interesting.
But
Well, because I really liked that scene where the guy is giving his like eulogy for Hicks and Newt, and then but at the same time, like you're seeing the alien.
yeah, whenever
out
one
of
life
death,
ends,
there
another
comes a new
yeah.
life. Yes. And I found that in this movie there was a lot of layering of like audio over different scenes, or even multiple like visuals at the same time. You had like Ripley's face like superimposed over like the bodies like falling into the fire, and I think they did that a lot. They really liked the layering effect. And I wonder if that's also just a sign of the times.
Right, it might have been
Look at
92,
how crazy this effect is. Like,
Yeah.
but
we
I found they did
we
that a
just
lot.
got the ability to do this digitally, and so we're going to do it like crazy.
Yes, exactly. You couldn't do that when you were doing this on film.
Just turn down the transparency slider.
Exactly. I did make a couple other notes of other ways that my whole death theory, if you want to call it, applies. Even Bishop when he's like half there, he begs Ripley to kill him.
Yeah,
He's
I'll
like,
never be top of the line
I'll
again.
never be top of the line
Yeah.
again. You have to kill me. Like even he, as a robot, knows that death is better. Did you notice one of the guys when he's sitting at dinner, he does the Father, Son, Holy Spirit, and when he does it, so he touches his head, touches his chest, and when he like goes shoulder to shoulder, his fingers like go across his neck.
Oh,
he's like leaned over. I wish you guys could see, but he's like leaned over and he goes boom, 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 and he like his finger goes over his neck, like so that the throat cut is like very like religiously symbolic there. And then the last guy who lives at the end, as they're like dragging him away, he stops and he turns and he looks back and he smiles because everybody's dead. Like they all got their redemption. Like he has this last moment where he smiles and they're like, "Come on!" and they take him away. And he's the one guy that like has it bad because he's still alive, but he knows what happened there.
And it's interesting because I agree that the core theme of the movie is death.
Yeah.
But like from my take on it, it was actually a little more nihilistic, where it's like you're in this hellscape created by the company, and the only escape is through death, which is similar.
Yeah,
just a little more, sad.
Well, it's like either way, life sucks.
Yeah,
death is better. Like that is really the message here.
Which lots of people are lining up for.
Yeah,
it's like
no
wonder this movie didn't do the best.
I thought it was really interesting that Ripley hooked up with the doctor early on.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Okay, listen, she's been through a lot.
I get it.
And Mom hasn't gotten laid in 2 movies, despite getting close with Hicks.
Well, and that's kind of why I didn't like it. It's like they did such a good job like growing that relationship slowly. And then it's just like everything else, it feels like she's like, fuck it.
Yes, definitely.
Which I guess maybe was intentional. Yeah. And I'm a little... It felt more natural in the assembly cut.
Okay.
In the theatrical cut, it felt really fast.
That sucks. Yeah,
and it felt like you were just like, like we just lost strong Ripley a little bit. You know?
That comment that she makes in the theatrical cut when she says, "Are you attracted to me?" It comes completely out of left field, in my opinion. And also, I want to say the assembly cut is longer in that scene than it is in the theatrical.
Yep.
Okay.
So it just comes off more awkward, in my opinion. It just doesn't fit.
Yeah, so I definitely came in a little biased towards not liking that scene.
Sure. Well, I did just like that. I was like, she's been through so much that I think on some level she's like, whatever. Like you said, fuck it. Like, what does she got to lose at this point? And she's in the middle of nowhere, finally, like, at that moment, not stressed for her life for the first time.
Which
like,
is
in a
super
long time.
ironic.
Yes, absolutely. So I did think that was funny. I thought it was interesting that we kind of had a shift of the first half of this movie really focused on different characters in the second half. In the first half, you had a lot of superintendent.
Yep.
You had a lot of that doctor. Those guys get killed off. And now all of a sudden we're paying a lot of attention to the priest character. Yeah. We're paying a lot of attention to 85. Which is he doesn't even get his nickname till after we kind of switch to these new characters anyway. And so I thought there was this clear it was interesting that we had basically what we thought were our main characters. They died, and then for the the conclusion, you have completely different main characters that step up and get their own arcs to be seen through to the end.
I will say this movie definitely falls shorter than the first two in memorable characterness. Like you got 4 memorable characters, and one of them's Ripley.
Yeah,
so we can just call that 3.
Sure.
It's like you got your doctor, you got your priest, you got the superintendent. I guess you got 85. So you got 4 memorable characters.
I liked the guy that lived at the end too. The way he came around and was he really had Ripley's back at the very end.
The point is, we don't even really have descriptive terms for all these people,
and
we only have one of their names.
The bald one. And
they're all bald. There's a lice problem. I can name characters from the first 2 movies, and I don't think that's just I don't think being able to name characters is the end all be all, Andrew. But I do think there is something to it on this one where it's the characters are just a little weaker. That being said, the priest dude, iconic.
Dylan.
Nice, great.
Dylan is his name.
Dylan is his name. You give me 1,001 guesses, I'd have got that wrong 1,002 times.
But I say priest dude, and you know who I'm talking about.
You mean Riddick's cousin?
Yeah. Nice. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I agree with you there. I really liked having characters that had clearly done so bad, but had come so far in their path to redemption. I did think that was interesting, even if we had less standout characters.
Yeah.
The concept as a whole, I thought was a great setting.
Yeah, even the cannon fodder doesn't quite stand out as much. Like, when you watch some of the Marines get picked off in Aliens, you're like, oh, ooh, I like that one. Like, that's the it doesn't matter when it's Arcturian, baby guy. Like, even the cannon fodder had lines where it's like, if you're not one of those 4 characters or Ripley or I guess Survivor Boy, I'm just like, you're all just bald guys that look exactly the same. When you said like the guy who sacrificed himself to like lure it into the toxic waste, which is not even in the theatrical cut. And
Whoa.
Yeah, like that whole thing about them trapping it and then it getting let out, just cut entirely.
Didn't even happen?
It was such a nice, like, slow, then you get the human element. But, like, I had no idea that was the same guy who tried to rape him.
Whoa.
Rape
Okay.
Ripley.
Catch on to
Like,
that either.
Like, they all look so... And to be fair, blind guy, literally struggle with facial recognition.
Yeah.
So, like, maybe I'm not the one to make this complaint.
Yeah.
But they all feel so samey that it's like nobody stood out.
I do want to give an honorable mention to the guy with a cross tattooed on his head, though. That was like, must be the wind. I don't know what's that over there in the corner.
Must be the wind.
Like, as we were saying, if you got to say it must be the wind, you're already dead. In these
You're going to die soon, Got your breath, buddy.
If the candles turn themselves off, run. Also, I love the guy with the little, like, the teardrop tattoo. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, were you a blood or a crypt in 2300? It's like, what?
I did think that I thought the effects were dated. I just think about the design of the Xenomorph.
That's a fact. Yeah, I'm really glad you touched on that.
Like, they were almost better when it was guys in costumes. And sometimes it would be a guy in costume, but you instantly knew the difference because it wasn't the terrible effects. Yeah. And I was kind of disappointed in that front.
Originally, the plan... So it's crazy. I can't believe this actually, like, made it into, like, even testing. Was, what if we put a Xenomorph suit on a dog?
Yes, I love this idea.
And, like, everyone was like, yes, great idea, green light. And then they filmed it, and they were like... Well, this is stupid. It looks awful.
Okay. Is that footage out there somewhere? I would love.
It is. You can find it. Yeah.
Yes.
I'll send it to you later.
Please. That's awesome. Okay.
Their solution was puppet with like sticks on a blue screen.
Oh my god.
That we would then, what we would now call green screen it in. So like, and the worst part is, I swear they touched it up for the version we watched because there were points where I was like, that looked way better.
Okay. Even in this one.
Yeah, like I think they digitally enhanced it for the special edition.
Oh, it's not that enhanced.
It was, but it was worse. I swear to you, it was worse. Like you go, so we watched it on Amazon Prime. You had to spend a little money to get the assembly cut. You can watch it for the price of your Hulu admission on Hulu, but
that's the theatrical cut, right?
It's the theatrical cut, and it is notably.
Oh, that sounds rough.
Even worse, yeah.
Yeah, big time.
Yeah, the CGI on, like, I guess the CGI bits in general, there was, like, a color matching issue. I don't know if you guys noticed that. Maybe it's just my eyes. But, like, it didn't seem like the tone of the creature matched the room it was in, like, half the time.
It's a real problem with early CGI, because, like, you got to have the exact same lighting on your blue screen shots that you're going to have on the shot that you're imposing it in. Otherwise, it's, like, really awkward because the shadows are hitting wrong. The color kind of,
glaringly obvious in this one, I think.
Yeah, well, and just like a lot of the movements were very strange of the alien.
Yeah,
you know, we
I think it might have been like a different frame rate.
Okay.
Yeah.
But even like sometimes when it's killing people, like did you see when it had its like mouth on somebody's throat, but it was almost like gyrating. It almost looked like it was like humping the body, which I don't know if it was the intention
Very
or not.
alien.
That's what I'm saying.
Alien if it was.
We talked about there being like a lot of innuendos in this, and I didn't know if that was on purpose or if it just like if their effects turned out looking really strange.
Well, and that almost seemed to kind of be like the innuendo was kind of swapped out for like attempted rape and the first actual sex scene. Like it was almost like innuendo was out and just let's just put it out there, and it's far less effective.
Yeah.
When it's out there as opposed to like the disturbing metaphor that is the first two Alien movies.
Yeah. That also, I'd like to add one of the most tasteful sex scenes ever. I appreciate a movie that doesn't make us have to awkwardly watch. Like
I don't even know that you could call it a sex scene.
That's what I'm saying.
It doesn't even happen. It's just like they're having a conversation. She's like, "Do you think I'm pretty?" And then they're done and they're already wearing clothes.
That's all I need. Nothing is worse than watching a movie with anybody, sister, brother, parents. And
Well,
sex
you
scene
did just
starts.
pick the 3 worst
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's
Grandma.
What I'm saying.
Your
sex scene
priest.
starts and you're like, oh my goodness, please stop, please stop, please stop, please stop. And I'm just like, I love a filmmaker that's like, all right, and we cut here, and we go to after. Like, thank you. That's all I need out of a movie like this.
You didn't need the bump and grind?
If it's coming from the humans, no. If it's a xenomorph gyrating on a body, maybe. I'll at least see it through.
It depends. Is it a metaphor?
That's what I'm saying. It's like, I'm in for the ride. Let's find out where this goes.
All right, so the last thing I wanted to talk about is David Fincher. You know, he went through hell in a handbasket to get this movie made.
Wow.
I've heard rumors that he was fired 3 times and brought back.
No way.
Yeah,
this is during production?
Yeah.
Like, well,
During production.
Okay.
He's gone on record saying that he disowns this film. He absolutely hates it. He
Whoa.
says nobody else hates this movie more than me, is what he says. So, like, I gotta say, like, there are some great shots in there, and it feels like he really tried to make this look like a good movie. Like, what do you think he accomplished here with what he was given? Because clearly, as we were mentioning before, there was a lot of studio interference. Yep. I mean, we had the big scene with the xenomorph in her face.
Yeah,
and that almost didn't even make it in the movie.
Yeah, Dad was telling us he filmed that in secret because the studio didn't want it, and it's one of the better scenes.
Yeah.
Like,
it's in the final cut. It was in all the trailers. It's on all the promotional material. Almost didn't happen.
That's wild.
It's one of the most iconic shots in the whole franchise.
It really is.
Screaming with the alien. And the biggest clue to the fact that she's got a xenomorph in her.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because people, I'm sure, were like, well, what the heck? Why didn't it get her? And then when you find out, you're like, oh. But yeah, crazy that he had to jump through so many hoops to make this movie happen. And it sounds like even in the editing process, it was a nightmare. So this was his first theatrical film?
Correct.
Okay. That is interesting because, it seems like a lot of the problems that even in this version were in like the way things were structured and like, the sound design was terrible. There was a lot of just like flaws in the movie making itself. And it didn't seem like it was to be blamed on the team that was there. But in the editing process, there were a lot of weird cuts, a lot of weird sound things. Like it did feel very amateurish. Coming from an amateur filmmaker who has made movies and has had lots of mistakes in mind. Like I was hearing audio like problems that are happening in this film. And I was like, oh yeah, I've dealt with that same problem. When you've got a fan or something in the background of somebody's voice.
Oh my
And
gosh,
only when they talk, it'll be silent. And then they'll talk and the fan will come up with their voice. No. And then it stops talking and the fan's gone. And I'm like, that isn't right.
But like you could hear the fan at a different frequency depending on which camera angle it's at, because the camera's at a different distance from the fan when it's getting the left shot versus the right shot, and so it's like a different hum. Oh my gosh!
Mid conversation, somebody be talking like this and you can't hear, and then the camera goes back to the other person. You can hear him so clearly, but then the camera's on him and he talks like this, and it's like, what happened, guys?
Now, to be fair to the assembly cut, this is literally like scrap footage they pulled together.
Yes.
So I think some of it is repaired. And at some point I'm going to go back and watch through. I just got the anthology collection, which I believe is the one where they did some audio remastering and even had people come in and re-record lines so that they could get the audio to work.
Cool. Okay.
Will that save this movie from being a C+? Probably not. But
it feels like there was a lot of moments of great inspiration in this that got bogged down by so many things happening.
Yeah.
Like, I'm really obsessed with this kind of everybody dying to be redeemed thing, but it wasn't consistent, right? We kind of saw that really wasn't the same throughout, and the way the alien behaved wasn't even consistent. And I wonder if Fincher hates this more than anything else, than anybody else. He probably had really big vision for this film and probably a lot of love for the Alien franchise, but he had to churn out this. And if he hates it, then he definitely had bigger vision that did not get to be seen through. And that's tough. That ultimately he did do it just fine. But for your Alien movie to be the one that really dropped the ball is probably really painful.
Well, I mean, he probably loves Alien Resurrection more than anybody then, because
Thank God. No one's talking about how bad Alien 3 is anymore. They're all talking about Resurrection.
But ultimately, so that's why I'm going through and reading the books. Because I'm so desperate to know what this movie was supposed to be.
Yeah.
Because it does feel like something that had a real artistic vision that just got snuffed out by the company.
Oh,
and I gotta know.
Yeah, interesting. I'd love to know what the company specifically, what the studio demanded and how they enforced that and what that looks like compared to his original vision. I wonder if anywhere he talks about what he really, really wanted to do with this film.
Yeah, man, in a way, it's heartbreaking.
Yes, exactly.
Like,
to not know what could have been.
Yeah.
What we could have seen.
Alien 3 could have potentially been the GOAT of the franchise, but instead it's just hanging out down there.
We know Fincher's a great director. We know this. Like, this is not news. So the fact that he was on something, like, he was ready to make something amazing, but because he was probably new and no names, like, they cut him short.
Can you imagine how bad you'd be crapping your pants, too, if your first feature was Alien anything?
Yeah.
Yep.
Like, let alone Alien 3. Like, oh, yeah, you get to follow up the 2 of the best movies of all time.
Yeah.
On your first go. Like...
Good for him for having the balls to kill everyone off in like the first scene, though. Yep. Like, at the end of the day, while that is painful, it took a lot of balls.
I just wish he could have found a way to do it differently.
Well, I'm like, could we even have had this without Ripley? Could we have had this movie without Ripley? I don't know. It's tough because, like, obviously she's the core of the franchise. She knows the alien. She's got that, like.
She's also a selling point. I don't think the studio would have greenlit it without Sigourney Weaver.
Yeah, it's just it's so separate from anything else. And
I think it could have happened, but you remove all of the Weyland-Yutani stuff from it at that point because there's no reason for them to be there. So it's just an isolated incident, another anthology film.
Yep.
At that point.
Yeah. But it'd be fascinating, though. I would love to, like... Well, and that's the thing. Like, I think you could still have Weyland-Yutani because Weyland-Yutani's constantly trying to, like... fiddle with this thing.
Fair.
Yeah. And so even like you could have closed the Ripley loop nicely. I did not see this turning into a like what if scenario, but so you let them all get home and you let somehow an egg be on the ship. And like if we're already just going to be like, well, somehow the egg made it on the ship.
Yeah.
We'll say that maybe it didn't know, like maybe it couldn't smell them in cryosleep because that's also a little fishy now that I start to think about it. Especially with lore we get later that they're heat sensitive. The facehuggers, they like sense by heat and movement. So it makes no sense that he was picking people out in cryosleep.
It made no sense at all, yeah.
Yeah. So let's say the egg gets back, Weyland-Yutani gets it. Where better to test this thing than your backwater planet? Just they do a shipment of food every however many months. That's part of the like. That's something we like get in the movie. Even in the theatrical cut, you get that. Maybe you give them one extra egg.
Yeah,
you know, like.
Yeah, I mean maybe it's a stretch, but grown-up Newt also could have been a compelling character.
Honestly,
like if
that'd have been a
I'm sure there's an interesting angle there, but maybe she's been fighting the Corpos for years. And maybe, I don't know. Obviously, you're rewriting the whole story to incorporate that. But it'd be interesting if, Ripley's out there safe. Maybe she's even with Hicks. And you've got young Newt who's, like, got something to prove. And maybe she was trying to go to her planet. But for whatever reason, she stayed in cryosleep and aliens got on board and she got infected. Like, you could kind of have a lot of the same beats, but with a whole new character that's separated so that you're not kind of... this movie is so distant for Ripley compared to the other two. It really is. Like, yes, it's the conclusion to her story, but it's a weird way to go out. It does not like feel like a great conclusion to her arc as a whole.
Yeah.
She just has to deal with this and then like face death, and that's the end.
It's very bleak.
Sacrifice.
Very
it
bleak.
really is.
Yeah.
And it just like she kind of grew so much in the other movies, and this one she kind of. It's not like it was all for nothing, but
there was a lack of character development for really kind of anybody.
Yeah.
Like the closest thing to character development is like, I can't kill myself even though I should, and now I managed to do it.
Oh yeah, but I guess it wasn't growth; it was redemption. It was them finding that in death. Now I do gotta say, as we get ready for Alien Earth to come out, since the corporation is still so eager to get their hands on a xenomorph, I bet you they don't have one yet by the end of the show. Because if they had their own xenomorphs handy, then they wouldn't need to send a team to immediately get Ripley on the other side of the galaxy. So, at the very least, it feels like they're, the bad guys don't necessarily win at the end of Earth. I'm sure there'll be a lot of blood and death, but they don't get what they want. I'm sure it's all going to go haywire. Because otherwise, they wouldn't be so hungry for a xenomorph. They'd be like, whatever.
Really good point.
I've intentionally stayed pretty blind about what's going to happen in Alien Earth. And so I don't even know when the setting technically starts. I don't want to know.
Okay.
I just want to go in and experience.
You really don't know when the show takes place?
Nope.
Okay.
No, I know nothing. I saw one teaser trailer and I was like, I'll be there.
I've talked about this in the podcast. You don't remember?
I've clearly tuned it out. I'm sure you have, but like I didn't like lock it. I didn't write it down, and so
okay. Going fully blind.
Yeah. So to wrap things up though, I don't think. Let's do our ranking of the. Let's at end of every pod. We'll do our ranking so far.
Yes, and out of 10, what do you rank this movie?
Oh, geez, that's actually way harder than the first.
Can we do theatrical and
of course?
Oh, that's actually fascinating.
Okay, yeah, because like they're two different movies to me.
Theatrical cut is at best a 5.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it was bad.
Okay.
I'd say it's like a 7 if we're doing straight numbers.
Yep, we are.
I'd give it a C+ if we were on like numbers.
Yeah.
Like but like it's a 7. It's a 7 out of 10 for the assembly cut for me.
For me, I'm gonna do also a 5 on the theatrical,
okay.
but I'm only gonna do a 6 on the assembly cut.
Wow.
I don't think it elevates it enough to get it to a 7, personally.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough. I'm gonna give it a 7 as well. I definitely. Yeah, it's interesting they said it doesn't elevate it enough. It doesn't really do anything bigger with the alien. Like
it just makes it watchable.
It really does.
It takes a minute. And the funny thing is, I really wanted to give it a 4 too, but that just felt a little extra harsh. So I think I just feel a little bit stronger in both directions than Dan.
Because I feel like ultimately it's a great standalone story in its own way, but it's not a good like third movie in any sense. It's really not.
The two cuts are so interesting because like I was telling you guys, like the first time I watched this movie in high school, I was like, that sucked. And then I rewatched it in my early 20s and I was like, it was kind of good as like just its own thing if you don't think about the first two movies too much. And that was just kind of the opinion I had. And then I rewatched it and I was like, this movie is so much worse than I remember. And that's when I realized that I went theatrical cut, assembly cut, theatrical cut without realizing what I was doing. And then we rewatched the theatrical or the assembly cut and I'm like, okay.
Wow.
So like it really is just it's fine as its own little thing.
Yeah.
If you don't think about the other ones and you watch the assembly cut.
Yeah. Yeah, okay.
That's all it is. So for me it goes 3 aliens.
Whoa, I put aliens at the top. Okay. I'm gonna go 3, 2, 1 on this one.
All right.
Yeah.
It just gets worse and worse every
It does,
movie.
yeah. I've always been a big fan of Aliens, but watching Alien 1 again in my older age, like it really, it just struck me. It was profoundly much more amazing than I remember it being. And maybe I'm just fatigued because I've seen Aliens like 10 times in my life, and I've only seen Alien twice.
Oh, there you
So
go.
I wonder if that's it. But right now, 3, 2, 1.
And I can't fight you on that. I've gone back and forth my whole life.
Yeah.
So.
And you, sir?
I gotta go 3, 1, 2. I mean, just
Okay.
Aliens is just such a showstopper to me. It does everything bigger and badder. You got a great cast, and I don't know, maybe I have the opposite fatigue because I've seen Alien more than Aliens.
There you go. Okay.
But that's just my thoughts. Although I think we can all agree that Aliens 3 not beating anybody today.
No shot.
No shot.
I don't know.
But by next week, it'll at least have one win under
I was
the
gonna
belt.
say, it's lucky to have Resurrection.
Perfect timing. Awesome. I would like to make it clear that was exclusively Dan and Kyle.
This movie is rated R, so if you are young, as in under 18, please seek parental approval before continuing. If you are above 18, please be advised this movie has very serious and heavy subject matter, so viewer discretion is advised. Now that that's over, my name is Mike. I'm one of your hosts, and joined, as always, for these discussions by First Mate Dan.
Heyo.
And Hot Kyle.
What's up, boys?
This week's Hot Kyle's got our... I'll just call you Kyle. I'm sorry. Kyle has our icebreaker. What do you got for us, man?
All right, so we've seen 4 Alien movies now. My question to you is, if you had to live the experience as some basic fodder from any of these movies, which one is your most preferred and which one is your least preferred? And I think I want to clarify, like in movie 1, you'd be a member of the crew of the Nostromo. In movie 2, you can be a Marine. In movie 3, you're a prisoner. Movie 4, you are, you could say we're one of the smugglers that joined like that show up on the ship. Which experience are you going for, or which one are you trying to avoid?
So I think that for the most likely one I'm going to choose is Resurrection, just because there's a chance I might survive if I'm one of the fodder, just because a lot of them got away in the beginning. Best chances of survival, got to go with that one.
That was...
And then...
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, go ahead. What were you going to say,
Oh,
Mike?
I just had the exact same thought. I was like, dude, more people, I think, make it out of Resurrection than die. So I'd take that one.
Yeah, there's boatloads that make it out, and then
Yeah.
my opposite choice is aliens because I think everybody dies, so it's like there's no shot. And on top of that, it's just not a great time. It's dark, it's full of aliens, and there's a guy who catches fire and falls to his death. I don't want to be that guy.
I think for the least favorite one, I'd go with 3, because, like, I don't know, man. It is the alien in 3 is just brutal. It's just like angry and mean. Although it does seem to do its job fast, so maybe I'm overthinking myself. But I'm gonna go 3.
Interesting. Okay. Honestly, I think my least preferred experience is movie 1. Because at least in 2 you get a gun. I'd rather die fighting than just like slowly get jumped from out of some dark corner. And in 3, I feel like it's less claustrophobic. You know, you got all this space to move around in. It's scary not having any weapons, but out of the 2 experiences, I would much rather have the full prison than be trapped on that ship for the whole time.
Fair enough. Just gonna forget about the flamethrowers, but whatever, you know, it's cool. Whatever you wanna do is fine. It didn't help anyway, so what's it matter?
All right, can we jump into this one?
Yeah. So Kyle has a. This is gonna be Kyle's episode. I think he's got a take, and we're just living in it. So what do you got for us, man?
Boys, I was going into this with very low expectations, and I am so pleased with the experience I had watching this movie. And my hot take for this episode is that Alien Resurrection is a better sequel to Alien 1 than Aliens is. Now, I know it's going to draw a lot of controversy, but Alien Resurrection, I think, expands on the themes that Alien 1 presents and broadens the universe, whereas Aliens, it just ups the action and ups, the body count, the number of aliens out there. I love James Cameron's Aliens. Don't get me wrong. That's one of my favorite movies of all time. But I think this movie's, like, as a spiritual successor, is a better sequel in like the themes than I think Aliens 2 or 3 was.
Yeah, so I mean, if I'm hearing you right, you think it's more that it's expanding on what Scott and Geiger were trying to create, whereas I think Aliens, James Cameron kind of expands on Ripley and her experience more, and so that makes sense to me though that you'd arrive at that conclusion, because as a filmmaker, those are the things you're gonna latch onto. I just couldn't disagree more.
Fair enough.
What do you think, Dan?
Yeah, I mean, this take, like, it's hot. It's like a spicy hot wing, and I would definitely choke on it. And Mike, you know what I'm talking about. but like, I kind of have to agree a little with Mike here. Is that I understand where you're coming from, in that it definitely builds off of what was seen in that first one, but there's a different level of depth here that we saw from 2 and 3, at least in my opinion, on themes about, we had motherhood explored in 2, and then in 3 we had
death
death really just explored there. So do you want to just dive into that and dissect it a little more, what you mean by like the Geiger-esque part? I guess we can start with.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, speaking of Geiger, I mean, I found that this movie had more Geiger-inspired designs throughout than the other 2 movies did, especially when it came to like massive sci-fi like exteriors, and they'd have these big locations and they'd put something small like a ship or like a person walking through them. And I felt like multiple times in this movie you'd be looking at this like vast expanse that barely even like makes sense, and you will just see like a small object or a person going through it. I thought in this one, we kind of talked about in the first podcast the podcast for the first episode, that there's a big science element in it with the android being obsessed with the design of these, but then there's also this interesting sexual element in the nature of how the alien like forces itself into you and like reproduces through you. And I found that this movie, this was a very science themed movie. There was all sorts of like scientific takes on what you could do with the xenomorph and like how to study them. I feel like we learned a ton about xenomorph behavior, both like when they were in the cells and when like it's seeing Ripley's perspective. Ripley is 50% xenomorph in this movie, and that is a mind-blowing concept. And the way she performs, it's like you almost get a peek into the brain of a xenomorph in the way that she views these like I kept seeing it as her viewing them as mortals, like these mere mortals around her. Like she had this look in her eye like she was ready to kill everybody in the room at any time, but was smart enough to like wait until the opportunity was right. And so you kind of get to see more about alien psychology in that way. We developed android lore and what it means to be an android and how androids have evolved over the years. I also feel like in this movie, you know, in the first movie, every character had a little bit of like a little more individualism than I would say in movies 2 and 3. We kind of talked about how, you know, you've got your main characters in 2, but everybody else is just like a blank Marine. And then in the third movie, everybody's bald, and sometimes it's hard to even tell who is who and like separate any of those characters. And so in this one, I felt like every character had something memorable or significant about them that like had you at least got a sense for who they were and were able to like empathize more with them individually as opposed to them being just like faceless cannon fodder.
Yeah, really big agree on the characters being memorable there. I mean, like you look at it and everybody's got like a signature thing. Like you got Ron Perlman's just Ron Perlman. You got the guy with the guns up his sleeves, and then you've got the like lady with the dreads. Yeah, it's interesting contrast for sure to the last one, especially where we couldn't even really remember any characters' names.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Just right there with Dan. I think you make a great point about the characters. I think the argument is there to be made that the characters are more memorable in 4 than they were in 2. I think a lot of people don't like 4, and so you don't really you don't give the characters a fair shake because you don't like the movie. But I also thought the movie was drastically better than I remembered, and so yeah, you know, on basically having watched it twice, it's like every single character was really cool and unique and stood out and had a point in the movie. And even the ones I can't name, which is most of them, and the only reason I can name the characters from Alien is because we've been doing this long enough that it's come up enough times that I'm like, okay, I've learned most of these people's names. But yeah, no, I think it's valid. And so I think the crux of where we're going to disagree is I think you view this as a filmmaker where I'm viewing this as a storyteller, and I think the core differences there come out in which sequel you think is the better spiritual successor to the original story.
Yeah,
but I don't hate your take. I think it's fun. I think it's spicy, and honestly, I'm just so happy to have liked the movie.
Yeah,
like that was such a pleasant surprise going in that second time. I was like, okay, we're gonna do this, but we're not gonna wear headphones, and we're gonna be able to hear all the dialogue. And I got done. I was like, I mean, it wasn't the best movie of all time, but it was not the absolute suckfest that I remembered. And also, to its credit, you know, the design of the aliens visually was just incredible. I know
not once did it feel like we were looking at a guy in a costume, yeah. Which in every other movie you had.
Yeah, it was just
or
like,
a dog.
Or a dog. Yeah, I mean, it was absolute a masterclass. It just in the way they looked and moved and acted, and even though I think the underwater scene is kind of I didn't think the underwater scene was great. The way they moved in the water was so well executed, and that was what, late 90s, early 2000s.
Yeah, that was like 97 that they shot this movie. I think.
Like to my knowledge, the technology was not there to be doing that so well. Like that was a feat for back in the day. Like special effect. I've seen other movies from that time, and those were great special effects.
Yeah, there weren't a lot of movies at that time that were really pushing the envelope. I mean, Jurassic Park's the one that comes to mind.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And, like, you know, I see some themes of that in this movie for sure. Like, you know, the xenomorphs in this movie personally reminded me a lot of raptors. I don't know if you guys saw that.
Oh, interesting.
Just the way that they strategically thought through things, like the way they got themselves out of the cage was really interesting. Like killing one of their own.
awesome.
That scene was badass. That was awesome.
Yeah, that was an amazingly well thought out plan, honestly, by a creature. So I definitely like that angle. I wish they would have explored it a little more, made them more of a strategic and unseen threat. But definitely what they did with it, super cool in my opinion, from that aspect.
I didn't miss. Maybe it's because it's the fourth movie, but I didn't get the fear of the xenomorph in this one that is present in definitely the first two, and I think it's missing a little bit in the third one. It's more just an intimidation factor, but also I think that like the crux of good horror is that you care about the characters, and so you fear for the character that you connect with. And like we said, the characters were pretty interchangeable in 3, and so you're just not going to feel that visceral fear. But in this one, I did connect with a lot of the characters, and just outside of the facehugger ring,
which I want to talk about, that was peak science horror, right?
Oh,
there.
It was so well done, so well done. But other than that, I wasn't really like I wasn't scared of the xenomorphs, and ultimately, I was more scared of the facehuggers, which I think when it comes down to it, the facehuggers are just, they might be the scariest part of the xenomorph cycle. So,
absolutely.
Yeah. That's really interesting. Well, so because I really like that. I feel like this movie is more, while you're not being afraid of the xenomorph specifically, it's all these kind of situationally scary like moments where, the monster itself isn't like scaring you, in your seat, but to be in that situation is pure horror. And even like, I feel like there's a lot of things in this to be scared of outside of the xenomorphs. You've got that hybrid that shows up at the end, but then you also have you get to see the horror of these freaky half xenomorph, half Ripley, failed experiments. And there's all this kind of body horror in seeing those come to not necessarily come to life, but just exist as well. I could see what you mean about there not being as much, tension or suspense, but it was a little more just in your face, horror in a lot of scenes.
That's fair. Yeah. The gore did get turned up a little bit, and the existential dread definitely was more present than in previous films.
Yeah, the choice to add a lot more gore was interesting because I think you're coming from, pre this movie, because there was a time break, right, between 3 and Resurrection. And I feel like most of your kills in the first 3 movies are either mostly off screen or you're just getting close-ups of some blood spraying or something like that. And so I feel like they spent a lot of energy using advancements in prosthetics and, special effect technology to show you a lot more of the kills and to be a lot more brutal with the kills by making you watch.
Yeah, there were a couple times where they might have gone overboard in the wrong direction. The blood or the brain holding freeze frame is the one that comes to mind.
Okay,
what was that?
Did you guys catch that freeze frame that he looks at his brain and then the camera freezes for a second?
I missed that entirely. No, but Dan clearly did. So,
do you know what I'm talking about, Dan? There's literally a moment where he's holding his brain, and there's a freeze frame for at least a quarter to a half second. It freezes on that shot of him staring at his brain. And if you notice it is so just cheesy. It's such a fumble.
Yeah, I don't know if it was lingers just too long to be noticeable.
Yes, and that's still not the time to do a freeze frame.
Well, and it also it really highlighted one of my big issues was the inconsistency with the way you're gonna die, because Captain Fuzzball knockoff Richard Nixon over there gets xenomorphed in the back of the head. He gets his brain bitten out, and he stands there staggering for a minute, and then Captain Cool Guy, I don't know anybody's names, but the leader of the pirates, he just gets bit in the leg, and it's that's it for me. And I was like, wait, what?
I do agree that was way too quick a death. because I was even when I was watching, I'm like, oh, to be trapped like half in something and to have your bottom half just being slowly eaten away is pure horror. But it wasn't. It was so instantaneous.
Yeah, that one got dropped. While we're on the subject, though, another one that I thought was a fumble that could have been so cool, the dribbling of the basketball. I think it's a flop on 2 levels. One, it's just cheesy. I don't need a 40-year-old white woman in like boots dribbling a basketball. It does nothing for me. It's just dumb. But 2, it's coming right off the scene where we realize, oh my gosh, these people are pirates. They sold humans to this new corporation or the government. And all these people are waking up, realizing there's facehugger eggs right in front of them. And the facehugger eggs open up, and you see, like, the motion blur, and then it cuts. And it cuts to Ripley bouncing the basketball, and then, like, 3 seconds later, it's that shot where the camera's underneath the net, and she dunks the ball. If you had quick cut from the facehuggers leaping out of the egg to the ball being dunked into the net, it'd have been so visually visceral, and you'd have felt, oh my gosh, like the ball is the facehugger, and like it'd have been such a good transition. And instead you get dribble, and then dunk. And I was just like, you blew it twice, and it bothers me.
Now who's talking like a filmmaker?
It's not that I can't do it. It's just not that it's not my first instinct. And this is all from spending time around you.
Okay, I love the subtext of that scene in just seeing like Ripley being this superior being. Like I think what brings that scene home for me is the power in Ripley's like surefire confidence. She is so fearless in that scene. And you have Ron Perlman come in and he's real like icky and he is in her face and she does not like budge for a moment. Like I really liked the performances in that scene. And like, yes, I guess basketball is a weird way to take it, but I really like, that was the moment where I really was getting bought in on like, look, I think Sigourney Weaver's performance was incredible. I understand why people didn't, thought it was a weird direction because it's not the Ripley we know. This is not our Ripley at all. This is a fucking monster. and like she portrayed that like that monstrous edge like throughout her entire performance. And so I loved seeing her like, I think there's a lot of kind of themes in this of being a, through Sigourney Weaver and through Winona Ryder, you have these two characters who are outsiders in a human's world. Like they're both just something different. They're surrounded by humans. But I think they kind of played into that with this edge of like being a woman in a man's world. And so it was interesting to see Ron Perlman, who is this like absolute brute, really like getting like icky and in Sigourney Weaver's face. And she
is
does not budge
the
for a
one
second.
with whom to fuck. Single greatest piece of dialogue ever been written, right there. Sorry, you're right though. Like, I just feel like that scene could have been done. Like, the dribbling was just the only part I really didn't need. I feel like if you would cut the dribbling, that scene wouldn't be iconically laughable, and it'd have been actually really like, and it'd been this really impactful transition. And then you can have Ron Perlman walk in, and she can still just put him in his place. Also, the backward shot, super cool piece of film lore.
Okay, yes, I was gonna ask if you guys knew about this. She made that shot.
Yeah, that is crazy. And then, did you hear about the Ron Perlman completely ruining the shot because he was so blown away that she actually did it?
Okay.
He was like, oh my god!
No.
He completely broke character. And they're like, oh gosh, can we edit that now?
Oh, you can totally do it. You just film another one where you drop the ball in, have him respond appropriately, and you just cut it to work. It's not that bad, but oh my god.
Hit me, Ron. Come on, man. You're gonna embody this character that hard on screen, but then break the second something doesn't go to plan.
I mean,
fucking A.
I might have broke too. Oh, I mean, I'm not Ron Perlman. This isn't what I do. But like, I feel for the guy. It's like nobody expected that to happen.
No. Huge shout out to her for practicing that. Like, honestly, that was amazing.
Like it'd be like if
I thought Ron Perlman's.
It'd be like if Marty McFly just got up on stage and like actually whipped out that guitar solo on his own. Like no one would know what to do.
Yeah. I did think Ron Perlman's character, okay, he did have some of the worst like line deliveries ever. Though I bet you at the time
they were my favorite part of the movie in all
Oh my, what does he say where he's like, I can get you off. I don't know about the ship.
Yeah. Like they were terrible lines to pen.
Oh, yeah.
Like somebody put pen to paper and came up with that. But man, did he deliver that. It was like in Suicide Squad, the first one. I was just like, Will Smith is doing the best he can with the garbage he was given. And I think Ron Perlman did the same thing. Like he had the lines and it was like, what is this? But he just went 110% and I love it.
Look, honestly, we should do some research on this because I think he was improvising. I think he came in like the hot dog on set and he was just like, hey, what if I said this? And I bet like the crew and director were like, oh man, we love it. And so I think he was just like being Ron Perlman and chirping in lines. And back in the 90s, everybody was like, yeah, you're the best, Ron Perlman. Like I figured that he was like going off the rails in his own direction with it. I thought that was all him.
I mean, the worst part is I'm kind of talking out of both sides of my mouth now, because if that was the case, I'd love it too. Like, if it was just like that was just nonsense, like ad-libbing. It's just fun. It like one of my big complaints about the movie is that it put a bunch of jokes in Alien that I didn't feel like needed to be there. Like it felt like modern complaining about like Marvel movies or James Gunn, where it's like, hey, let the emotions sit. You know, that's like constantly the complaint I hear. It's like you don't need to shoehorn a joke in. And I agree, Alien's not the place to shoehorn a joke in, but man, I liked how cheesy he was. It was enjoyable.
It was enjoyable. Even if I wasn't laughing for the right reasons, I was laughing.
Yeah.
I do want to like say about his character though. Something I really appreciated about it was, you know, I think this movie tied in with all the science elements is the idea of like taming something wild, taming something like taming something unnatural or something wild. And, you know, you have these scientists who are trying to tame the xenomorphs and they're trying to tame Ripley, trying to make her more civilized. And I found that Ron Perlman's character, just off the intro, right, he's making these monkey noises when you first meet him. And he throws a knife into this guy's leg, like giving no fucks about like that guy's like personal space or anything. And so I feel like Ron Perlman embodied a character who, even in this like super like corporate universe, was untamable. He was like, he would not be able to fit in any kind of normal human standards. He's practically, you know, he's a few steps away from being a wild animal, but he's managed to like scrape by as a pirate. And so I thought it was interesting to see a character, a human that was so wild and uncivilized, like in this movie where it's all about trying to tame these uncivilized things.
I really like that take. I hadn't considered that, but yeah, that's a great point.
It was just something I couldn't notice. Go ahead.
I also really like it because I feel like you may have mentioned it before, but there was also a scene with the scientist and the noodles and how he ends up eating it. And it looks like kind of like a worm the way he's eating it with his bare hands. Is like, that.
Well, he's literally trying to teach Ripley to eat with with silverware right there, but then he just picks up the noodle and eats it right out of his hand. And it's very like, it almost implied to me, like, even though he's the one all dressed up and he's the one in charge, he's like the most uncivilized of them all. Like he cares the least about any other creatures. Like he's a barbarian. Like I thought there was like subtext in the way he, you know, was acting so almost animalistic while trying to teach this animal how to be a human.
Yeah, and honestly, I can't believe we've gone this long without talking about the scientist guy.
Oh man,
possibly the creepiest part of the whole movie to me.
An actual freak.
Like,
oh wait, you talking about Worm Tongue from Lord of the Rings?
Yeah.
Oh like, my god, what a weirdo!
Aliens are creepy, but pale dudes with alien kinks keep them away from me. Like, I just ooh.
Yeah, another one of those like, are humans worse than the aliens kind of thing?
Yeah. And honestly, to a certain extent, I think that's something I do think this movie played with really, really well that it doesn't get a lot of credit for. because when you see all the other like when you see Ripley 1 through 7 and what Ripley 8 could have been, it's like I feel like that is just the definitive stamp to the like that's the answer to the question, like who's worse, the company or the aliens.
I really appreciated that scene is like when Sigourney sees all these, all these versions of herself for the, the whole movie, she is very like stoic and calm, like aggressive, but she never breaks her cool. And in this one moment, you see her feel the purest form of empathy because she literally is seeing herself. Like she instantly breaks down and instantly has like as much empathy as possible for these failed experiments. Like it's almost like she's feeling their pain for them. There was something really profound in her performance where she wasn't like, oh man, this is messed up, or oh man, that like I hate the company now. Like she dropped right into just feeling like the hurt that she herself in other like clones had gone through over and over and over again. And I thought that was interesting. You rarely get to see a character feel for oneself so purely. But it was almost like both her and the Xenomorph inside, like, were completely in agreement about how devastated they were to see this, like, horror.
I have to agree with you there. It's a really stark contrast to the complete lack of empathy she showed earlier in the movie. I mean, she literally, what was the pirate leader gang's name? She literally used his body as a shield to take out a Xenomorph and then just walked over him with his teammates right in front of him. Like, literally zero care in the world. And she's like, he was in my way. Like,
yeah, cool though. So sick though that she used the alien tunnels to get there. Like,
oh yeah,
she knows how to think how they think. She knows how to traverse through ships the way they do.
That is a really interesting part there. Just like being able to apply the human part and the Xenomorph part and just think your way through it. I like it.
Yeah. So something else I do want to like talk about, since this, I feel like this brings in a lot more of the Geiger-esque themes of the first movie, is that there was a lot of, I think, sexual elements of this film that were like, that were put center screen many times. Down to the first scene where they extract the alien from Ripley. I mean, that looks like a penis. That is the most penis-like alien I've ever seen. Like other times, I feel like we talked about in the podcast, and I was like, I don't know. This one, that is literally a dick they pull out of her body. I did think, oh my God, do you remember when Winona Ryder, she's revealed to be an android and she's got this bullet hole in her, and like Ridley just gets in there with her fingers, man. They like sit the camera on the hole and she just fingers that hole, and there's all this white goo like covering her fingers. It was like, I almost gagged. Like, it was really gross to look at. But like, I feel like this movie did not shy away from like these like weird sexual themes that were kind of introduced in the first one. Even down to like what that alien at the end. I mean, great reveal that I wasn't even thinking about the fact that the whole time we have this like human looking hybrid of Ripley and a Xenomorph. On the other end of the spectrum, there is a Xenomorph that is half Ripley and half Xenomorph, but in the Xenomorph body. And like it's the counterpart, right? The like opposite end of the spectrum to her.
You got to imagine it's the one that they pull out of her too. Like it's the first thing they show us, and then you just forget it's there.
Yes, and I mean that alien has a vagina. There's no other way to put it. So they gave it Ripley gave it a reproductive system, and like. And so, with this kind of the themes I was talking about like being a woman in a man's world, I wonder if adding into that is having another female alien, an alien with a vagina, going through this like intense, like hard experience as well. Like, being put through by these scientists who are kind of forcing it to do this thing. Which that birth sequence, oh God, that was so gross. That was the grossest thing I've seen in this franchise, man. That was this was a nasty movie. They created a lot of practical, slimy, like gross effects, and would just have people like rip through them, and it was all dripping, and the whole time it was disgusting in all the right ways. I'll give it that much. But this was a gross movie.
It was also some really brilliant, like you might know the term. What's the term when you have like a visual callback for symmetry's sake? So like the first, like when we see Ripley after they pull the alien out of her, she's like clawing her way out of that synthetic bag thing,
And then
it looks like an
when
egg.
Yeah, and then the queen gives birth, and the newborn claws its way out. It's like the exact same thing. And so like it's this visual connection between the two of them.
Wow. Yeah, that's really sweet. I didn't even think about that.
It is
I also thought
super gross, but you know.
so gross. But I also, did you notice, like, when it's interesting that before the queen gives birth, like, it wants Ripley to be there because there is this, like, Ripley inside of that xenomorph that wants to share this experience with the human Ripley. And but when the aliens are like, there's a xenomorph that carries Ripley there, and the way it's holding her is so intimate. Like, it's got its arms wrapped around her and it's cradling her head, and there's this like interesting like rocking happening, and then you see on Ripley's face, you see her like almost like give herself over to it, like
yeah, she leans into it.
Yeah, it was just, there was something really like intimate about that was just so visually fascinating. I was appreciating all the little elements of that, like that Geiger-esque like quality that, you know, we've been talking about on this podcast.
Yeah, and then what did you think of the newborn? Because there was some production and some budgetary restrictions.
Really?
Yeah, so apparently what I've heard from my limited research, admittedly, is that originally it was supposed to make it to Earth, and there was the big final confrontation was actually supposed to be Sigourney and Winona Ryder against this newborn on Earth. It was going to be a big fight sequence, but they were like, it's too expensive, and so they just suck it out of the hole in the side of the ship, which might be the grossest death in the first 4 movies by a mile. But like,
one of the saddest in my opinion too.
Oh my gosh, yeah, you do feel like its face, you feel it. It's
just a baby. It's literally just a newborn baby. I do want to say, design-wise, you know, in a movie that, as I've already said, was very disgusting throughout, that creature was the icing on the cake. It looked so wrong. It looked so incorrect. I actually really appreciated like incorporating a human skull and giving it like these sunken in eyes where you could see like eyes behind it. You could see its eyes, and they were almost like sympathetic. You almost like kind of cared for this thing. I liked the design because it freaked me out so much. I thought it was another really disgusting thing in a movie full of disgusting things. Like, it looked like it shouldn't exist, but these scientists almost willed it into creation. Like, and that dynamic, it freaked me out.
Yeah, it's definitely something that, like, when you compare it to the The Offspring, I liked how off-putting The Offspring was. This, I just don't like it. But like, not as a complaint. Like, it's like exactly what you're saying. I'm just like, I just don't want to look at it, please.
Yeah, I do want to.
The eyes really sell it. Like,
yes,
it's just this really like dark, eerie. Like, there are some shots that you can't really see the black beady part of it. It's just like the shape of the skull, and it just looks like there's nothing there. And I'm like, this is unnatural to look at. But
yeah,
which also does tie back to the Geiger design, though, because I think in the original, in the Alien 1, I think it's not supposed to have conventional eyes. And so, like, I love the scenes when you can't see its eyes, because I think that's how it should have been.
Okay. Interesting. I do think it's interesting that, you know, this thing's born and so it immediately kills its mom, which is a funny choice.
Right.
But, you know, and then it goes over to Ripley and has all this, like, you know, it like wants to embrace Ripley. And I was thinking about this thing being part human, part xenomorph. Xenomorphs themselves, they don't have any, you know, emotion, right? They're just killers. And so I wonder if, you know, this creature, it has no empathy for its mother. On the xenomorph side, but seeing the face of Ripley is like, I think it appealed to the human side of this freaky hybrid creature, and that human side of it just wanted its mommy, you know, just wanted to like be with its mother and embrace her. And so I thought the way it behaved, while it didn't fully make sense for a newborn baby that's like this mix of human emotions and xenomorph emotions, I kind of liked the weird dichotomy of these two, like, of how that all comes to life right after it's born.
Yeah, I feel like it just didn't get enough time to be everything it could have been.
True.
And I'm kind of just haunted by the knowledge of what was planned, and it just bums me out.
Okay.
But it was also
for sure.
such a good death.
I have to agree there. That was something else, man. It's like a blender almost, but in the worst kind of way. Like when you see its bones starting to come out, and it's like, oh gosh, that is not a good way to go at all.
Now, I do feel like we would be remiss if we didn't discuss two characters that I cannot name off the top of my head, but guy who still had the embryo in his chest for the whole time, and the soldier that was still there, who I've just been calling Billy in my head, who makes it all the way to the end and then gets got by the newborn, were both great characters.
Yeah. Oh, I really appreciated. I was cracking up in the best way when this guy wakes up from the pod and like everyone's got guns to his head, and they find out, like, what does Ripley say? She's like, "Oh, there's one inside of him," and he's like, "What's inside me?" And everyone in the room's talking about what to do. Well, should we kill him? It'd be a better death. Well, we can't take him with us. We can't. And he's like, "What's inside me?" And they're like not even listening to him because in their eyes, he's already dead anyway. And like that scene, to wake up from being asleep and to be hit with all that. All to cap it off with like Ripley being like, "Listen, there is a nasty little alien inside you that's gonna burst out and kill you any minute now. Any questions?" That is something you could only do in the Alien universe, and I just thought it was done so well.
And I'm the monster's mommy.
Yes. Well, and like wondering, because I kept wondering, like, well, what is he living for? Like, why are you keeping this guy around? You don't want to put him back into a cryo chamber and maybe take him back to Earth where humans can now get a hold of another sample. Like, I didn't understand what the point of keeping him around was. And I thought at the end, when he lets the alien, first off, he saves the day.
Right.
Like because he was going to die anyway. He had that like supernatural, like fighting beyond death because he was so angry kind of thing. But to have the alien burst through his chest and then through that scientist's head was kind of the ultimate way to like bring his story full circle, to give him the retribution like he deserved in a way that also saved the crew, that gave him a chance at life. Like, as its own little kind of subplot for a character, I thought that was brilliantly done.
It was. And I do think, I swear, the more we talk about this movie, the more I like it. But, like, I think at the point in the movie where they find the guy, Winona is kind of in charge. And Ripley's not going to care if that guy lives because she's part alien anyway. So she's not like, we got to kill the guy off. I don't think she even cares if it bursts on Earth necessarily. This isn't Ripley anymore. This is a new creature. It just has Ripley's face.
Yeah.
And Winona's whole thing is that she can't hurt anybody. So the two people who really get to call the shots are the two least likely people to make what I would call the right decision in the moment and mercy kill the guy. So even though it makes no sense to us when you think about where the characters were, it makes sense why they chose to let him live, I think.
Yeah. Oh, that's a great point. I didn't even think about that. I do want to say Winona Ryder is the only character we've seen in this franchise that I would classify as a hero. Mm-hmm. At least a hero in intention. You know, Ripley had to rise to the occasion more out of self-preservation and for like, you know, her pseudo daughter. But Winona Ryder is the only character we've seen that actually wants to make the universe a better place.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go ahead and say something. Ripley is a mother. Winona Ryder is a hero.
Nice.
And Winona, like you said, she is actively trying to be a hero to more than just her immediate situation. Whereas Ripley is like, look, I'm here to save myself and my surrogate family. That's it, right? She's not trying to be more than the hero to her family, and that's it. Whereas, you're right, Winona is legitimately the first character that has a higher cause driving her. And it's It's interesting to see, and in all honesty, I wouldn't be upset to get to see a story with her in it. I mean, obviously, it's not going to happen at this point, but
didn't we find out this was supposed to lead into a new trilogy?
Yeah, I didn't read that whole thing you sent, but I skimmed it, and that seemed like the gist.
Well, so it's interesting that, I could almost see Winona and Ripley like in another film following this. Like it feels like they really set these characters up, and by letting them both live, you have the room to bring them into further stories. And it did feel like there was a lot more that these two characters like could have had to say in future movies to come.
Yeah, it could have been interesting. Honestly, blind guy take here. When I first saw the picture that you sent, I'll see if I can flash it up on the screen. Apologies when I forget to do that. I thought it was Winona Ryder and Courtney Cox, like turn of the millennia Courtney Cox. I was like, oh, that'd be a sick pairing, or would have been a sick pairing. And then I looked closer, and I was like, oh, never mind, that's Sigourney Weaver. But also, that would have been a really cool movie, like the two of them in Alien. I was like, honestly, that'd be another great duo. And
that
honestly,
works.
I would have loved to see the two of them go head to head. Like, I would have loved to see them part ways and just have them be on opposite sides of something. I think that could be really cool.
Yeah, I agree. I do agree, because you almost could have seen that happening in this movie, in the idea that like if Winona, realizing that Ripley's not even human but part alien, she's got a mission to stop these xenomorphs, right? So if she kind of realized it was within her morals, to her coding, to be able to hurt this thing because it's not human, but also that she needs to hurt it in order to stop the xenomorphs, you could have had a showdown in this movie too.
Right.
Though, they really went for almost like a romantic edge, I feel like, with those two.
They did, but
which I could also appreciate.
I think if you had more movies, that could have been a really interesting multi-movie plot of her having to come to the conclusion that she needs to actually face down Ripley. Could have been really cool.
I mean, you could exactly, to go from romance to enemies, like, has that much more juice in it.
Yeah, also interesting point to call back to one of our older episodes. I think this might be the only android we've had that does not have an interest in the perfect being.
Wow, it's so true.
I think it's only her, now that I'm thinking back on it.
And it was nice to get some real android screen time again, because that did get that was another thing that just got lost in 3, is you get like the blip of Bishop, and then it's gone.
Yeah, well, it's interesting you say that, because even in 2, Bishop was really fascinated by it, but he never like took it to a point where he betrayed humanity for it.
Yeah, but the interest was still definitely there. But.
Yeah. So I do want to throw in that I loved the camera work in this movie. I loved that the camera would move around a lot and then land on the specific thing you needed to see. There was one shot when they're in the basketball court again, but it's the moment where all the guards come in to like arrest the pirates, and the camera kind of flashes to all these faces of everybody reacting, but then it pans through the room and lands behind the one guy's back as he like launches his little wrist shooters. And there was another one they even did this when the alien bursts out of the guy's chest. He screams and the camera moves down his throat and then lands on the thing you need to see. I thought the camera movement was absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, it was really well shot. I think I'm never gonna get over the dribbling being unnecessary, but other than that, it was so good. Also, the little spider gag when they're climbing the so fantastic. Like you get the change in focus, and then so good, so good.
Yeah. Well, okay. And so speaking of that scene, there's one fumble that I do also want to call out, and that's that an alien spits acid at the one guy and hits his face, which they have never been able to do before.
And it happens once in 3.
Oh, does it?
Yep.
Okay, I forgot.
But it's a problem in 3 as well, because it's the first kill. He shoots acid in the guy's face. He runs into the
fan blade.
And he falls into the fan.
And then he just runs after them in the hallways for the rest of the movie. And it's like, hey man, pull the trigger.
Yeah, you got a really good weapon there. Well, and it completely negates the need for xenomorphs to have to kill one of their own to like sink through the floor. If they
Oh
can
my
spit
gosh,
acid,
it does.
why wouldn't they all just spit acid on the floor? Like, or
no.
in any of the situation, like going back to other movies, if they could all do this, into barricading them out wouldn't mean anything. They can just melt their way through doors that way. Like, to give them the ability to spit acid completely, like,
they're broken.
It destroys it destroys a lot of like what has worked in previous movies. And it's kind of like you either got to commit to them doing that all out or don't, because a one-time cameo of acid spitting is silly.
Yeah, I agree. That should be something reserved for the weird egg phase that we'll discuss in a later film.
Sounds good.
All right, let's wrap it by same way we always do. Rank it out of 10 and rank it amongst your rank all 4 movies so far.
Okay, I'm going to give Alien Resurrection. I'm going to give it an 8.
Dang, that's so wild. I'm not even mad.
I'm going to give it an 8, and I still have to go 1, 2, 4, 3. I know I called it a better sequel to Aliens, but like Aliens is still, I think, just a higher quality movie at the end of the day.
No question.
As far as recapturing that vision, I think it's top tier. But as far as all the movies in order, 1, 2, 4, 3 is where I stand.
I think I'm gonna have to give it a 6. I thought it was a very watchable movie, and I had a great time watching it, but just something thematically didn't quite sit well with me, and I think I might lean more towards Mike's line of thought here from a storytelling perspective. It just doesn't feel consistent with 2 and 3, but I still totally hear all your points today, and after hearing them, like, I do appreciate it a little more, but I still have to give it a 6. But overall ranking, I'm going to have to still go with 2, 1, 3, and then 4.
Okay. All right. Dan and I are going to differ a little bit. I like it. First thing I'm going to do is retroactively move Alien 3 from a 7 to a 6. I regret that decision in hindsight. And so I'm going to give Alien Resurrection the 7. I expected to hate this movie the most, and after multiple watches and discussing as much as we have, I'm just kind of like, you know what? It has grown on me. I think for me, I prefer the exploration of the continuation of someone's character arc. That's the core of story, in my opinion. And so I'm always going to think that Aliens is the better sequel because it explores Ripley's character. And that's more important to me than the thematic elements of the visual storytelling. But ranking, I'm going to go 2, 1, 4, 3.
Okay.
And then we got a decision to make that a better podcaster would do off the air. But here we are. Do we want to do Alien Romulus next and do all the Alien in the title movies, or do we want to do Prometheus next and keep the order going?
I've been cooking on this. I would rather do Prometheus, mostly because there is a tie-in from Prometheus to Romulus. And so with these movies being so fresh and so analyzed in our minds, I want to know if that tie-in feels good, having seen Prometheus and all these other Alien movies. I want to know if it's a good way of bridging the gap.
All right.
That being said, I would be down to do Prometheus and then Romulus.
Oh yeah, screw Covenant. Screw Covenant. I'm 100% on the forget about Covenant train. If we got time, we can do Covenant. But
okay.
Alien Romulus is so good, it's not worth missing Romulus to watch Alien Covenant.
Agreed. I still think we should do Covenant just to kind of hit it with fresh eyes.
Yeah.
But I agree that it's a low priority.
All right. I'm good with
that.
And
boys, we're only a few weeks out from the show.
Dude, I'm getting hyped. I don't know if we discussed this or not. I cracked my spoiler free. I realized I was like, I'm not going to be able to discuss Alien Romulus, or excuse me, Alien Earth before it comes out, if I don't just watch this trailer, it's a banger, man. It looks so good.
It looks so good. It's like I'm so excited to see, with these 5 other creatures that we're going to be dealing with, all the different kind of directions we're taking monster horror in this sci-fi universe.
It's going to be good.
Because then you even wonder if we're going to get xenomorph like eggs that attach to these other creatures, creating new and freaky xenomorph hybrids.
Right.
It's so exciting. It's so exciting.
It's going to be good. It's coming up. Hello and welcome to another episode of the Top Podcast. This week we will be discussing Prometheus and Alien Covenant. Both of these movies are rated R, so if you are a young, as in under 18, please pause the video and go sync parental approval. If you are above 18, these movies deal with some extremely heavy subject matter, so viewer discretion is advised. I, as always, am Mike. I am one of your hosts, joined by my good friend Dan.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen.
And Hot Kyle.
Must be a chick thing.
What up, guys? How you doing?
Oh, that was perfect use of the soundboard. Well done. You've grown so much. I'm so proud of you.
I've only got 5 to work with, all right? I'm going to make them happen when I can.
Gonna wear them out.
Exactly.
Oh,
Right? I'm going to be so tired of hearing those 5 sound bites.
This week, Kyle has the icebreaker question for us. Kyle, what do you got, man?
All right, boys. So we got to see in the beginning of this movie a long David montage. In it, he was playing some pretty rad basketball, riding the bicycle and shooting one-handers over his head. My question to you is, who is your money on for a 1v1 in basketball? David or Alien Ripley?
Right,
Go for it, Mike.
are there referees? Is this like an officially refereed game, or are we talking street ball?
That's got to be clean.
It's got to be clean. I'm taking David every time.
Nice.
I kind of have to agree with Mike. I mean, Ripley, we know from Alien Resurrection, doesn't play by the rules. Might even try and kill David if it gets far enough. So, but clean game. I agree. David all day. Have you guys tried to ride a bike and do anything else with it with one hand? Like a basketball, that's impressive. Like
I actually,
clearly there's skill and practice there.
As a young child, I once biked no hands down the street to my friend's house while playing Pokemon on my Game Boy.
Whoa.
That's a crazy combo.
It's a miracle that I'm still alive.
Yeah.
It's like a precursor to texting and driving.
Yeah, that's some dedication to Pokemon. You went down the street, like it couldn't go away for 30 seconds.
It was more that I like, even as a young child, I was like, it'd be cool to be able to say I did this.
Yeah, I will
and
admit,
it paid off like 18 years later.
At my cottage as a kid, we would bike to the yacht club every single day, and so I did learn how to do that ride, no hands. It was like 3 miles, no hands. But I've never did anything with my hands. I was never that ballsy.
Well,
like maybe at most like some ice cream.
Yeah, I got pretty good at the one hand, so I could like one hand bike. I could do that. Now that being said, could I spin a basketball on my finger and shoot it into a hoop? No, nothing to that extreme precision. I tried playing basketball on rollerblades once and ended up on my ass very quickly.
Were you against other people in rollerblades?
No, it's just me.
Oh, I was gonna say, even 3v3 basketball on rollerblades is crazy.
You'd die. Somebody would break something so fast.
I think that's part of the fun.
Yeah, it sounds like a great Friday night.
But so it's actually a great segue because the first thing I want to get into is David's opening montage in Prometheus, because I thought that was some extraordinary storytelling and some amazing build-up for a character that is like very profound for the Alien universe and specifically these 2 movies. But like in this opening montage, no words are said, and you get to learn so much about how this robot fills his time, And that's kind of what immediately also sets him apart from the other androids we've dealt with, is that he has had time to build and develop personality through what he has chosen to do with these years he has on his own. And so with no words, you have this awesome like introduction to who this character is. And I love this like this line, "The trick, Mr. Potter,
Yes.
not minding that it hurts," because like that ends up kind of being David's mantra throughout these two movies,
Right.
is that like he just has to let go of the fact that people are suffering, and that's the trick. Don't mind that it hurts. We are making advancements. We are evolving. You just can't mind that there's pain involved. And so I thought that was genius storytelling, like right up front in Prometheus.
Yeah, David has somehow, I think it's because I've rewatched these two movies so many times trying to decide how I feel, but he's just snuck his way. Spoilers for Alien Covenant and for Prometheus. He has snuck his way both to like the high end of the ranking for characters in the Alien franchise, but also as an antagonist, he's like shot up my ratings. He's like very potentially in my top 5 favorite protagonists or antagonists now. Like, I just love this character, and it's such a good introduction to the character, and in ways that you only really appreciate after watching it multiple times. You see the way it feeds into who he'll be in these two movies. You're right, it's a masterpiece. It's so good, and it's such a great way to be reintroduced to Ridley Scott, directing the movie again.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, and even on top of that, like, taking that opening scene from Covenant, where you get to see the creation of David, you get to see that in the initial moments of him being created, he was already like thinking beyond his creators. He was already like thinking in this bigger picture way, and seeing that first moment really helps fill in like why he is such a dreamer and why he's different from any other android. He's like, so is he the first android? Is that a canon?
I can't imagine he's truly the first.
Okay.
There's got to be prototypes before him.
Yeah, no, because there was some dialogue, if I recall correctly, that was mentioned that he was an advancement that tried to make the previous models more human-like. So
Yeah.
I think the implication would have been that there was more that came before, but it never was explicitly said or not.
Yeah. I think as of the start of Prometheus, he is like the most advanced model, though. Like, he's the new tech.
Yeah, but he's so clearly alive, like by at least his own standards. Like, he has a soul. He has his own like personal ambitions and stuff. And I think a lot of times we've had other androids that have personality, but they're still just kind of like driven by whatever mission they were put on. But David seems to be creating his own ideas and creating his own missions at a much more accelerated rate because of how alive he feels.
Yeah,
That's the interesting.
Go ahead. No, go.
I was just gonna say the interesting part about it too is like, to Mike's point, he does become an antagonist, but I would argue there's no evil intentions there. It's driven by pure curiosity and the desire to learn more things, and it just, for lack of a better set of words, keeps spiraling beyond what he was expecting.
Yeah, but look,
I find that really interesting.
Yeah. But he also, he gets the droplet of the black goo on his finger, and he could have done his test on anybody, but because he's got this crush on Elizabeth Shaw, he gives it to Charlie. And so I did love Charlie and David's kind of back and forth. The whole movie was awesome. How like there's kind of this battle of Charlie not seeing David as a real person. He calls him boy, and he keeps referring to him as just like an emotionless, almost like a gadget. And it felt like David poisoning him was a little bit out of spite. He could have poisoned anybody, but he chose Charlie, one of the leaders of the mission, out of like almost a personal grudge. So you get to see his personal kind of motivations come through in his selection of how he's going to do this.
That's so interesting, because my take on that was that I thought Charlie was one of the only ones who treated him like a human, and that he was the only one who was like being sarcastic and joking, and like it felt to me like he was putting him down in a friendly way. Like, oh yeah, like I forgot you're not a real boy. Like, just banter, Yeah. But so it's interesting to hear a completely different take on that.
Yeah, that is interesting. I really took Charlie as kind of being an asshole, especially when I kind of like, I was paying attention to his character in this, and his emotions were completely driven by the results that they were receiving in the mission. And Elizabeth Shaw was able to just like accept what they found and embrace it and do her studies. And when it wasn't exactly what Charlie's expectation was, he spiraled, got trash drunk, and was being a total asshole kind of to everybody.
Yeah, I kind of err more towards what Kyle is saying, just because I see an interesting parallel that gets created there, because you have this thing going on with the humans wanting to learn from the engineers. They want to meet their creators, and then you've got, broadly speaking, a human and an android, a creator and its creation. So David's sitting there like, why do you guys want to meet your creators so much? Because there's a good chance that they don't care about you because you don't care about me.
Mm-hmm.
That's the way I saw that exchange.
Can you imagine how disappointing it would be if they said the same thing to you? Yeah.
Yeah. It's a good thing you can't feel disappointed. There's a lot of good, like, iconic one-liners that I really liked.
Yeah.
Almost like some subtle foreshadowing there. Like,
So, we've really jumped right into it, but what are everybody's broad takes on the movie? Just general feel. 'Cause I think we're going to have a range of opinions on this one.
Sure. Well, I do got to say, so I felt like Prometheus, the last time I saw this movie, I wasn't as fully immersed into the alien lore that, we've gained all this knowledge watching all these movies and paying attention to the small details. And it kind of changes your perspective on kind of what the greater alien mythos is while watching this. And Prometheus really opens up some wide doors. They really kind of take it in a bold new direction in a way that I feel like is really strong and really well done, all up until we go to talk to the engineer, because you have this huge buildup for meeting our creators and how important and profound that is. And then, in the cut that we got to see, the engineer doesn't have anything to say. There's no knowledge gain. He just starts going on a killing spree, and then it's attack, and then all of a sudden the movie's over. Like, it felt like we really were teed up to get some answers, or to at least learn some new big things. And then as soon as the moment of like reveal came, it just jumped right back into like a hack and slash sort of thing.
Mm. Yeah.
Which ultimately, to me, had me feeling like I felt really disappointed by the end. I was feeling this big why afterward. I'm like, so why anything? Why? What was even the point of this movie? It sets up all these questions, and we don't get really any answers at all.
Dan, what do you think?
Generally speaking, I enjoyed the movie, but similarly to Kyle, I think towards the end, I was a little disappointed, but for a little bit different reasons. And I think, Mike, you're probably going to touch on very similar things here, but there was a big setup here and this is totally with context in mind of the previous movies. There's a setup there for the engineer ship being there, being placed in certain positions. You're like, okay, this is going to lead into Alien, and then it doesn't. And so you're left with more questions than answers by the end, and you're like, okay, so where does this go from here? How many more movies do we have to go? And it's kind of like that thing you see on the internet sometimes where you got like the flaming horse for the first 2 frames and then like a crappily drawn horse in the 3rd frame.
Yeah.
That's how I felt about the movie personally. Just that the last act, not my favorite personally.
Interesting. So I definitely have a different feeling. I am of like so many minds about this movie. Because I think Kyle's reason for feeling disappointed, I think, was the intention. Like, I think you're disappointed by receiving a nihilistic answer. And were this the theology podcast, I would be like, well, I disagree with nihilism as a concept, so I agree that you should be disappointed by somebody answering the question with a nihilistic viewpoint. But, like, I think that was kind of what Scott was getting after, was like, yeah, like, these creators don't care about us. Like, it is just a very meh kind of bleak outlook that the movie has, but I liked it so much as its own movie, right? As a sci-fi movie where these people show up and they explore and things are set up and then things boil over. I enjoyed it so much. I enjoyed the black goo as a construct. I thought it was really, really fascinating. I liked the way you get to see the cycle start with the squid thing, which I had the name of previously, but I've lost. And the giant face hugging the engineer, and that resulting in the deacon, and just all this like alien backstory lore being set up. But as an Alien movie, I'm so disappointed by it for all the same reasons as Dan said. It's you have this planet that is a moon circling the same gas giant as LV-426, and you have an engineer ship that ends up in the same position as the derelict, and it's like, and they leave with the transmission on repeat telling you, don't come to this planet, stay away. Like, everything about this is supposed to be the ship that they find. It, like, visually, that is what they leave you with, but it's not. It's a completely different rock around the same gas giant in the same system, and so it's like, you want me to believe that 2 derelict ships ended up here? It makes no sense to me. I don't get it, and I've just been trying to justify it in my mind. But then there's another thing I disagree with Kyle on, is I really like it as a prequel to Alien Covenant. Even though we don't get more Elizabeth Shaw story, I like the way what happens to her off screen fuels the mythos a lot, like a lot. And I love the understanding of David that we get through watching him interact with the movie as the baseline for Covenant starting. So I just don't know how to feel about this movie.
Sure. Well, if you don't mind me jumping in about
Please.
Covenant there, I really want to like touch on what you just brought up, because, I think Prometheus perfectly sets up a follow-up movie. Like, it's, that ship takes off into the sky. They're going to find the engineers. Like, I feel like I was left like, oh my God, I can't wait to see what happens next. And then with Covenant, you resolve that entire story practically off screen. And that almost really frustrated me that, like, Elizabeth Shaw, she dies off screen. She's dissected for some reason. David, he says he loves her, but then it's clear that she wasn't killed in the crash. So I guess, did he kill her? Like, he talks so affectionately about her, but then we don't really get a clear explanation as to what happened with her. And I almost feel like if you had brought Shaw into Covenant, maybe even had it be Shaw and David's movie, like in the first act, and then brought in the rest of this crew for the second and third act, I feel like that almost would have fixed Covenant. Because I thought a big thing that was lacking in Covenant is that you have this a whole new crew who are all very flat, by the way. I feel like there's not a single character in the bunch. Like, maybe except Danny McBride, but I think we only like him because of Danny McBride.
Which is funny, because I disliked him because he was Danny McBride until rewatch, and then it took me, like, that was the biggest hurdle for that character for me. But eventually I was like, all right, I like Danny McBride. Like, he's good.
Well, look, quick question. Did you like any character in Covenant that was from the ship? They were way more boring than in any other movie.
No, they were some of them were memorable. The new captain was interesting.
I like the vibe of the new captain. I like the whole atmosphere of being under the command of a captain that you don't necessarily trust.
Mm-hmm.
And I like the vibe of him trying to be a man of faith in this tough world. Like, I like that aspect to his character. But, I by the end of Prometheus, you're really like, you're hooked on David, you're hooked on Shaw, and then you bring in all these characters that we don't care about, drop them onto this planet, and the characters that we do care about have gone on this whole freaking adventure that we have to get explained through half-completed backstories. Like, I got a real problem with that. If you're going to tie these movies together, you need to make it feel more like a cohesive sequel instead of something that you're trying to, like, write. It's like, it was almost like they were, like, panicked when they were trying to connect the two, and it should not have been that hard.
Well, I think they did panic. It was, I think there was a lot of, like, studio and, like Ridley has said, like, he thought people were kind of over the Xenomorph after 4 movies, and there was so much pushback to Prometheus that he was like, oh crap, maybe they aren't.
Yeah, what's frustrating about that too is, just to add on to what you're saying, Kyle, is like, there were scenes that were filmed to explain the bridging that you were talking about, and they were cut from the movie for whatever reason. I can totally understand the Last Supper scene being cut, like, that's not totally necessary. it does get rid of a lot of James Franco's part in the movie and just kind of makes it so it's like, okay, this is the really expensive cameo you guys have, I guess.
What the hell is that, dude?
Yeah.
You didn't even know it was James Franco till you're looking at pictures and you're like, hold on, no, wait, what? Is this the only work he can get now?
Hey, man, I'd take any amount of screen time in an Alien movie, regardless of how famous I was.
But like, why? Do you guys know why was it James Franco? You could have hired any old extra to be the guy that dies in the beginning. Why was there a Franco cameo?
My guess is Franco wanted to be in the movie.
Okay.
I don't know. I haven't researched it.
He was supposed to play a bigger role, though, wasn't he?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he got cut down.
Interesting.
But I think either way, the captain was gonna die.
Okay.
Yeah. At the end of the day, but the more, I guess, like relevant scene to talk about though is that cut scene that shows what happens to Elizabeth and how they got to the engineer planet, and you can tell by watching the clip. It's available on YouTube, by the way.
Yeah. Hold on. What's the clip? What happens?
It literally just shows you a quick montage of how getting to the planet, Elizabeth repairs David and puts him back together. They spend time on their own. And then they find out the engineer planet's going to take several years to get to, so he puts her in a cryo sleep, and once again, he's alone. So he just wanders around, starts learning, and then starts to get that itch to experiment and try things out. And with nobody to experiment on, he uses Elizabeth.
Mm-hmm.
So,
oh my God.
But
yeah.
The thing is, for me, I didn't need to see that scene. I got done with Alien Covenant, and I knew every single piece of information you just said from what was presented to me in the theatrical cut of Alien Covenant. I felt like in a subliminal, like, you gotta pay attention, you gotta look, you gotta rewatch, you gotta put the pieces together. I felt like that story was told brilliantly off screen, and I loved that about this movie. I loved everything. Like, I knew, like, you watch it and you're like, okay, hold on. She didn't really, and then you finally see her body and you're like, was she like there's like a theory out there that she was like essentially the first queen, like, and like, I love it. I love when stories don't give you everything and they make you go back and piece things together and find the story that's hidden under what you're spoon fed. And I loved it. I really, really enjoyed that. I liked not seeing it, and I liked what I didn't see, and I liked what I came up with. It was just, it tickled my fancy.
Interesting. See, I feel like because throughout all of Prometheus, like, David he's got this, this crush on Shaw. It's almost like she's his weakness. As soon as she's out of the pods, he's right there taking care of her. He's watching her dreams. Like, with him being so, sentient, so like full of soul, I figured Elizabeth should have been the one person that he couldn't harm because he actually really like felt something for her. And I think her involvement in Covenant would have really elevated the story, not only the story as a whole, because everyone else was so boring and so detached from what was happening, but also like it would have really bridged the two movies in a much stronger way.
Yeah,
I
agree. But I also like it off screen.
Fair enough.
I can totally respect that too. I just kind of like it bugs me, I guess, just to have that happen off screen. That's just a personal gripe of mine, I guess. But yeah.
I felt like they did a good enough job letting you know that David was off fast enough that I didn't trust anything he said. And so when he was like, "Oh yes, I loved her," I was like, "No, you didn't." Like, you know what to say, and then when you have that moment with new Ripley attempt, I don't know anybody's name that isn't Tennessee in this movie, but the new final girl, and she's like, "What are you gonna do to me?" He's like, "Exactly what I did to her." I just felt like it brought the horror crashing down. That was like previously just this like thing. You're like, oh, you're wondering, you're putting the pieces together, and then that line from me takes it and it drills it home that like whatever, like even if I have some of the details wrong, I'm close enough, and she doesn't want to experience whatever Shaw experienced. Like, I thought it was a masterclass in dread materializing into horror.
Yeah. Well, to see David, like what he becomes by the end is pretty awesome. He has such profound growth. He's basically like, in my eyes, he's kind of the second most iconic character of this entire franchise, next to Ripley herself.
Yeah, I'm with you. And
I mean,
there's whispers that the next Alien movie is going to be directed by Scott again. And Fassbender has blatantly said he's on board to do another.
I don't know, man. Get Scott out of here. He didn't do Romulus, and Romulus knocked it out of the park. I don't think Ridley Scott's the guy anymore. I think he's slipping up a lot with.
Yeah, but Alvarez has said he doesn't want. I think he's basically been like, I don't want to tell it unless it's got a good story, and so like he's like,
clearly Ridley Scott does not need that.
But like, I want this David story to conclude. I want to know. Like, I will just be so happy if we can get from Covenant to the Derelict. And, like, if we can just explain how we got... Like, I just want to see the final evolution of the aliens and how we get to the Xenomorphs proper. Because we didn't technically... Like, we had protomorphs and neomorphs in Covenant. And then
there was a typical black alien at the end of this.
Yes, the difference is... A regular xenomorph comes out in the larval state, and it's a snake, essentially. Whereas the protomorph, the typical black alien that you see at the end, comes out with its arms fully formed. And so it's very, very close to the final form, but there are still differences. And so it's been named the protomorph by whoever decides that stuff.
Okay, that's a very interesting minor detail. Because I gotta say, I do like the design of these whites. You know, what are we calling these? Are they not
Neomorphs.
The proto aliens?
Those are the neomorphs.
The neomorphs. I really liked, because it wasn't a guy in the suit. There was a certain movement to them that was really freaky.
They were so creepy, and they just bite. They didn't have like the mouth thing. They just take a bite out of you. They were like they were the most shark-like, I think, out of all of them.
Interesting. It always stresses me out when a creature is completely bulletproof too.
Yeah. Duh.
I do gotta say, like, I kind of have an issue with any creature that comes out the womb and is instantly like a literal killing machine.
Yeah.
I feel like even though that is like the vibe of these movies, a baby's still got to be a baby. You know, I feel like a baby still needs time to process its surroundings. Even in Alien 1, the baby comes out and it's like, I should probably get out of here.
Yeah.
Like, it has the instinct to run. Whereas in this one, the neomorph has the instinct to instantly be like, well, I'm going to start killing things.
Well,
like,
to be fair, the neomorph tries to kill possibly the two stupidest human beings that have ever human beinged. Like, Dan, I know you got feelings about this scene, so like I'll let you take over, but
oh my gosh, man, that is literally like the best piece of movie I have watched in like the last I don't know how many years, man. Just to like as a quick 30-second recap for anybody who hasn't seen it somehow. Like, you have two people in a med bay with a neomorph that's just born. One slips in a puddle of blood, has a knife, fails to kill the neomorph. Other one comes in, slips on the same puddle of blood.
Yeah.
You know, blood, a famously slippery substance. Like, oh wait, no, hold on. Blood is sticky, and they still found a way to slip on it.
Then somehow misses with a gun, closes the door on her own ankle, letting the neomorph out, jumps off the balcony, breaks her other ankle, tries to take like 6 more shots, misses every single one except for the one that blows the lander to smithereens, and the neomorph still gets away.
And she walks out on fire.
Yeah, that was actually insane sequence, but I'm really glad that it panned out that way because I got such a good laugh out of it.
It was Naked Gun level intelligent.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
That's funny. I do gotta say, when it comes to neomorphs, I actually really don't like an airborne infection. I feel like that really, you know, after watching all these movies, we've really gotten into how there's something very intimate about being impregnated by an alien. You know, it's supposed to be something that grabs you and forces something into you. And for it to be airborne, it loses that intensity because you no longer have an intense creature get somebody. And then, I don't know, it's almost like it felt lazy to me in a sense. That it's just like, oh, well, it got some people, but not the other one in the air, but sometimes. And luckily, you guys, nobody cares about. Like, I guess I really thought that with the themes of all these alien movies. To have it be this little airborne thing, it like kind of ruins the point, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it also just felt overpowered to me, if I'm being honest. Like, a facehugger, you can shoot it and you can do something about it in most cases. This, it feels like if you come into contact with any of the spores, kind of like The Last of Us, you're just done. There's nothing you can do about it. And I would argue it's infinitely worse to go out to a neomorph than I don't know actually about that one now that I think about it. But either way,
they're both bad.
Neither of them are a pleasant way to go. But it's
I like it, and here's why. One, on a horror level, it's the scariest thing there is. Yeah, you're not getting face hugged, which is nice, but like the terror of like watch your step, you might breathe it in and not know. I liked that in theaters. I liked it again, not in theaters. And also, I'm fine with it because I don't think it's ever going to happen again. And it's a piece of lore where you see this is one of the things that the black goo did. And this is a result of all David's messing around in his experimentation. And I don't think we're going to get regular spore stepping like problems. Like I think this is a one-time thing. And so it allows, for me, it just feels like an interesting little like, oh, look at this way it happened. And like, it's just something that happened along the road to the eventual facehugger egg system that is the perfect organism for some reason.
Sure, but when it comes to the black goo, I gotta say, I got a problem with the inconsistency that Alien Covenant brings with how the black goo functions, because it was made very clear that this is a bioweapon that destroys biological matter and, you know, changes it into something new. And yet, when he drops it all on the City of the Engineers, it instead crystallizes all of them, which I will admit is an absolutely bonkers like set piece. It looked amazing. It's a genius set to use for an alien movie, having all these thrashing like twisted bodies like crystallize on the ground. But that's not how the black goo works. That was never its function. Its function was to recreate, not just destroy.
I think it might depend on amount and exposure.
Yeah.
Because in Prometheus, they're dealing with relatively small amounts that are melting off the pile. And like, if that feels to me like radioactive mutation, whereas what happens to the engineers feels like they dropped the full payload of nukes, you know? So like I think exposure to the black goo in that level is like, oh, you just grew a third arm because you spent too much time near Hiroshima, whereas like they dropped the payload on it, and when it was weaponized and dropped properly from the ship the way it was designed to, that's what, you know. Also, I think okay, screw it. Spoilers for Romulus. We see that the goo can be experimented on later and tweaked, and so, for example, the black goo that gets drank at the beginning of Prometheus might be some kind of a different strain than the weaponized variant that gets dropped from the Juggernaut ship.
Sure. Then the movie should have told us this. It shouldn't be you just guessing.
Yeah.
Like, that's where I stand. That should have been made clear. That this could be like that this could function in such a way. And if we had more time with David and Shaw front,
maybe. That's just not really Scott's vibe. He's kind of, he likes to make you guess. He likes to make you find outside material. Like, I haven't actually found it, but I've heard reports that there is outside extra material that explains that Captain Franco was concerned about keeping his role and his authority as captain, and like he wanted to have a power place in the new world that when the Covenant arrived. And so he intentionally hired people that he thought were not competent enough to take, like he thought he'd be able to control them once he got to the planet. And that's why the crew is so stupid. It's because he intentionally was not hiring the best and brightest. Can't confirm, cannot, like, I don't know this to be true, but the internet says so. And personally, I'm just a fan of I like the kind of sci-fi that makes you use your understanding of other sci-fi to try and piece things together and think it through. And so it is incomplete, and it is not necessarily the best form of storytelling, but it just speaks to me, and I like it.
I kind of like that theory. It perfectly explains the med bay scene for one, but it just everything else about it. I mean, the second in command captain, I cannot remember his name, the one who becomes the real captain after a while. I mean, there's a layer of inconfidence there that you see throughout the entire movie with his leadership that just, it's indecision and generally just not knowing what to do. And none of this would have happened if it wasn't for him making the decision to go down to the planet instead of keeping course. So it's like, I can totally get behind that.
Look, I'm just giving you the best decision possible with the information we have available. That's not an exact quote. I messed it up, but, you know. Okay, we haven't talked about this guy somehow the whole time. I can name a second person from the ship that I really like. Walter.
Oh, yeah. I have some things to say about Walter.
Is Kyle still with us?
Hello?
There you are.
We lost you for a second.
I'm so sorry. I've been talking this, and you guys keep cutting me off. And I'm like, okay, I guess I'll just wait. Okay, can I just?
Yes, please chime in.
Say one last thought on the, and then we'll move on to the Walter. I think the Walter stuff's great. If David has been experimenting with this black goo on this planet for so long, then where's all the hybrid freaky monsters that are out there? The crew gets to this planet and they say, you can't hear the birds, you can't hear any life at all. And I know that when he did the nuke attack, it hit all these engineers. But does that mean no engineers were left alive for him to like create experiments on? Or, you know, where are if he has airborne infections, where are the animals that have been like breathed this stuff in and turned into monsters? The only creatures we dealt with were the ones that we witnessed be born. And you'd think if he's been here for all this time, like tampering with the wildlife, we could have had a whole freaking environment that was filled with these monsters that have like evolved through the black goo. And we didn't even get that either.
That's a fantastic point. And I think that's a problem with the movie, regardless of whether my theory is accurate or not, because either way, the spores were there.
Yeah.
And fascinating. So unless something about what he did wiped out the fauna of the biosphere exclusively, then that would be a big old plot hole, I think.
I actually just thought of something while you were talking about this. Like, bear with me on this one. We're kind of jumping ahead a little bit, but I feel this is really relevant to what we're talking about. In Alien Earth, we know that there's going to be 5 species that appear. What if those 5 species include these creatures that Kyle is talking about?
Yeah,
I
think that's great. At the very least, it'll be 5 species that I think have been spawned from the black goo, right? You kind of have the perfect bridge for all sorts of horrifying creatures from that.
That's got to be the angle. I don't see logically how they would make that jump without using the black goo. So,
from the darkest corners of space. I love it. I love that theory. That is so good.
Yeah, I like that too.
Right.
Okay, we should address, we talked a lot about David. We should address Walter.
Yep.
David's new and improved, the next year's model. Did you guys like Fassbender in this role?
I love Fassbender in both roles.
Nice. Okay.
I did too, and, maybe I'm going crazy, guys, but did you catch any kind of speech mannerism he had that resembled Bishop, or was I just, imagining that?
It might be because you're saying it, but I feel like I could see it if I went back and watched it. Like, he has that calm, reassuring manner that Bishop had.
Well, and I think, so that's really interesting, because I don't know whether or not that was on purpose, but both Walter and Bishop were programmed to be very just like you said, calm and responsive to human needs. And so I wonder if there's just something in the tone that is supposed to only speak when spoken to. Like, they're not programmed to have individual thoughts. They're programmed to just be like, yes, sir, I'll go right away. Of course. Like, I think there's a difference in programming there versus David, who had all these big ideas of grandeur, off the rip. So I don't. I can see it now. I didn't think of it at the now, and I just wonder if a choice in how these robots are supposed to respond to humans.
Yeah, I found it really interesting actually when you compare those two, because it makes me think of the Uncanny Valley effect, where David's whole shtick is he was an attempt to make androids more human to the point that like it was freaking people out and made them trust their androids less, and suddenly you've got an android that's less human. And I mean, from the vibe that I was getting in the movie, most of the crew liked Walter, so it was funny that the less human one was liked and the more human one was disliked.
Mm-hmm.
That's just an observation I was looking at. I'm like, huh.
Yeah, that is actually interesting. I do gotta say, I loved the flute scene. I know it gets memed a lot for how homoerotic it is. That
Whistle and I'll come.
He's like, you blow, I'll do the fingering. But it's like, ultimately, I love that, David is trying to like release his robot counterpart from his shackles. Like, I almost wonder if David has been a little bit lonely being another robot. He believes he could have a friend that understands him on such a deep level. And so it's fun to, if you look at like throughout all these movies, we have this lineage of creation that starts with the engineers, goes down, the engineers created humans created AI, and now the AI are creating the xenomorphs, and you have this like parentage being dropped, like going down from layer to layer. And so for David to like feel so alive and to try to inspire Walter, and ultimately be so uninspired by Walter's lack of spirit and by Walter's lack of like original life. I love that in this scene, based around a flute, which you guys recognize the flute from Prometheus, right?
Yes.
The flute they were using to, when there was more. So I wonder if he found other flutes around the ship, other passkeys.
Oh, yeah. I just assumed he carved them, but that theory makes a lot of sense too.
Okay. But I love that in this scene, that's all about playing the flute. Like, you get to witness, the first be so disappointed with how humanity is like dulled down the future counterparts, because David was too advanced. He was too human. And so they stripped him of his soul, and that almost further fuels David's animosity for humanity.
Yeah, it does. And that's just part of, he's such a good villain, man. He's like, his determination, the way he plays the people around him, just everything about it is so good. And I love that he's the one who designed the facehugger. Like,
wow,
it's so perfect. And it's the first person to stick their head over a facehugger egg that I don't think is an absolute idiot, because everyone trusted Walter, and when they show up, he cuts his hair to resemble Walter. And so when he says it's perfectly safe, stick your face in it, he's like, sure, why would I not trust you? Like, I just,
it's a great point.
The dynamic that the two of them give each other as characters to play off each other is just so good. Now, I think the reason we haven't discussed the final act of the movie is because it's so weak. Although I do really like the ending, but did anybody even come close for a second to thinking that was actually Walter that came out of that fight?
It's pretty weak how they delivered it, because it's so obvious that it's David. Like, it's there's really no mystery about it. When you have an off-screen moment like that, I just think they could have delivered it in a way that would have been more believable. And then could have even flashed back to show you where they switched out. But I think everybody in that audience knew exactly.
Yeah, I agree. I think they almost should have played into the fact that we knew and used that to create the dread, is that everyone knows, everyone in the audience knows, but it does make sense that the rest of the cast wouldn't know. Like, they had no reason to assume anything else. He's missing a hand. And the trick about cutting off your own hand is not to care that it hurts.
I was also even thinking, I'm like, with the final girl out there, like on the metal cables, I feel like Walter would have been out there with her. I feel like Walter would have been standing side by side with her to make sure she was okay.
Right.
And that almost should have been telling as well. Something I do want to add before I forget is that I think one of the biggest missteps of this movie was not giving Walter an opening montage in the same way that David got one. Because in an opening scene, we could have gotten to see all the ways that Walter is different from David in like a subtle, like dialogue-less opening where, you know, if he doesn't have as many emotions, he's not watching movies all the time. Maybe he's doing more like simple activities. And I don't know, you could have like really set up who Walter is and all the ways that he's different in the same kind of in a sequence that would mirror David's, so that you can play on how the dichotomy between the two from the very beginning of the movie. I think they really missed the mark by not putting that in.
Yeah, I think they tried to do that a little bit, where you see David just going about the basic chores, but it wasn't quite long enough to understand that this is how he probably always behaves.
Yeah, and it was just boring. He was walking around with a hood on, like he didn't do anything at all for him.
They also did have a lot of promotional material before this movie came out, and they did have a hilariously corporate ad that showed you what Walter's features were. It would be like a commercial that you see on TV, but to have to go out and look for that to get context for the movie is a bad way to go about it. So I'm like, I don't think I can count that. So.
Well, so I do also need to bring up that, you know, despite these being prequels to the Alien movies, the technology was way more advanced than it was in like Alien 1 and Alien 2.
I've put a lot of thought into this, and I have an answer. But
okay,
please.
I have an answer too. I want to at least say that for Prometheus, it makes sense to me because this is Wayland's freaking ship. Yep. He should have the most top of the line equipment that exists for him to transport himself across the galaxy. That one makes sense to me. For the second movie, it's a colony ship. Like, it's just a couple colonists. It should not have the same level of technology that Wayland himself carries on his ship. And I think Covenant should have been much more reduced and much more stylized around what the other Alien movies felt like.
I agree. I think, though, a certain level of the difference absolutely comes from, ooh, look at us, it's 2017, we have all this technology. No question.
Yep.
I watched this video where somebody was discussing the difference between the derelict in Alien and the juggernaut that David rides in Covenant, and like the fine differences in like the ship design and how they're different like styles of ship. And I was like, yeah. Or these movies were 40 years apart and somebody just wasn't detail oriented enough. Like, which could it be? There's definitely a component of this that comes down to like, I'm excited about my technology. But I do think that a Wayland Yutani first ever colony ship, like building better worlds is their thing. And this is the flagship program for that. And so I do think that to a certain extent, it's going to be better than the Nostromo, which especially when you read the book they're space truckers, essentially. Like, they are driving just a bare bones, like, corporate vessel that all that matters is that it gets our grunts to and from where they need to go. Comfort is not considered at all. But a colony ship would be, to a certain extent, a slightly different thing. And then also, just the technology is unavoidable. Like, they got excited to make a pretty spaceship.
Yeah, on the same wavelength as what Mike was saying, too, there is a fan theory out there, too, that because the Nostromo was a crew expendable mission, they sent the worst tech possible because they didn't want to waste the money.
Oh, that's great.
So, like, it kind of fits with what Mike's saying, I think. With, like, the trucker vibe and just, like, bare bones, but completely intentional. Don't want to waste any money. These people are going to die anyway. So it's like...
I actually love that. Yeah. I thought both movies had great Geiger-esque designs, especially inside of these, what are we calling these giant horseshoe-shaped ships? The Juggernauts?
Yep.
Okay. I thought the designs inside them were great. It did feel very Geiger-esque. Even in Covenant, we're like flipping through sheets of paper, and it feels like they're literally designs that Geiger have right off the paper, like that I thought were really great references. I thought it was cool that subtly we did get to build a lot of engineer lore through the technology that they existed with. I think it's understated that in Covenant, we are existing in their civilization.
Right.
And, we're like walking into rooms and there's these motion activated crystals that are lighting up at our presence. And like, it's almost way too understated. Like, this is a very, very fascinating location that we do not give enough time to. We are at the home, one of the homes of our creators. Like, there should be almost be a shinier light on like how our creators live, you know, how it's different from our own technology. And instead, you can only really find it if you're paying attention to the background.
Yeah.
So I guess I do want to also ask, you know, in Prometheus, they open up the door to the atmospheric room, the atmosphere sealed room that instantly it's like this massive storm hits like very quickly. And you almost get this shot of like, it almost looks like volcanoes are activating the storm. Was that all a trap that they set to lock in whoever opened up the goo? It kind of almost felt like, you know, once we opened the door, that activated the storm. And if that's the case, whoever built this place wanted us to be trapped by it. That's my best interpretation, is like they wanted us to get stuck here with the goo so that we'd be eaten up.
I missed that entirely.
Okay.
I do
because
like
there's
that
a quick shot where it's like these volcanoes and it almost looks like volcanoes are blowing black smoke into the sky. And then all of a sudden the storm's coming and they're like, you got, 15 minutes. And so it felt to me like it was a trap, though that also confuses me because it didn't feel like they intended for people to find this place, but I guess they did because they left the roadmap. I mean, did they leave cave drawings to tell us to come here and die? That's what kills me about. You have these cave drawings, which are so cool. But when we get there, it's, a military facility.
Yeah, it's not even the home planet. You're right. That makes no sense.
Right. And so did they change it? It's like, if it was a home planet and they changed it to be a military facility, that needs to be explained. If it's just a military facility, is it the story that nihilistic that from the beginning they wanted us to come and die?
No, I think it's probably something they missed in the script editing process, because there's because you have to remember all of this is happening. All the cave paintings are crazy BC, right?
Yes.
In one of the drafts, they wake the engineer up, and the engineer explains that the engineers were so disappointed by humanity that at 0 AD, they actually sent an engineer to come and teach us how to live differently. And our response to this engineer was to crucify him.
What?
God.
Is that insinuating what I think it's insinuating?
Yeah, there is a draft of Prometheus where Jesus Christ is an engineer.
That is fucking bananas.
Yeah, they were smart enough to cut that, because it'd have been just like, you think this movie's problematic now, that it just people would have rioted. But it makes sense that the cave paintings are pre-Jesus.
Yeah.
And then if there was a draft where they did want us to eventually, so maybe they eventually wanted us to get enough technology that we would be able to come find them. But by the time we found them, we were disappointments. But it still doesn't explain why we end up at freaking LV-233 or whatever it is.
Yeah. And it's just like, I'm still left asking, like, okay, so did the black goo get out of hands and that's what took them out? Like, what were they all running around from?
I think that's the concept, is that so the black goo went something wrong and there was some kind of monster created by the black goo, and that's what they were running from.
Okay.
But
I'm disappointed.
But that's the thing is, it's something that could be explained if we got another movie. Like, there are questions left to be answered, and Ripley's original vision was 2 more movies. And so I am curious enough about the unanswered questions that I wouldn't be upset about another movie by them to see some of this stuff finished up.
Yeah, I think I'm just also like, did you guys watch the deleted scenes from Prometheus? Did you get to see the scene where they talk to the engineer for a bit with David?
No, I didn't watch the deleted scenes. No.
Okay, because you actually have a deleted scene where the engineer talks to David, and you get a little bit of backstory that they were disappointed and they were coming to destroy us. And then there's also a deleted scene, when Elizabeth Shaw is in the lifeboat and the engineer sneaks in. It's like a much longer engagement where at first it's like it's walking around and it's, that message that we sent out is playing on a screen. And so you have this great moment where the engineer is watching that message. There's like the girl playing violin and you get to have this great moment where he is witnessing like some arts that his creation created. And then he finds Shaw and they kind of fight with the axe. And like, it's a lot more drawn out. And I feel much more satisfying of an ending. What we got in Prometheus, which is him just sprinting in, trying to grab her and then immediately getting face.
Yeah, it did kind of out.
And so for you to say like, oh, well, with another movie, they could, explain these things. It's like, dude, you guys went out of your way to delete stuff that did a great job at starting to give us some of these answers. And instead of prioritizing answers, like it feels like these weird, incorrect places that left us feeling so unsatisfied in a lot of ways. But at least the story elements of this.
No, they definitely prioritize questions over answers. That's kind of a trademark of Scott and the guy that he wrote that co-wrote the script. I don't have his name. But and the guy who co-wrote the script with him, I think he stepped down to write Covenant, and they brought in other people, and that's why it's more of an Alien movie than a Covenant. Like it's Jeremy Johns. If anybody likes him on YouTube, if you don't, you should. He's a great movie reviewer. But he has a little video where he discusses it, where it's like this is not a sequel to Prometheus. It is just another story that happens to have David in it. And is chronologically after, because he's so annoyed that it doesn't carry over anything but David. So I see where you're coming from. I just like the way that Prometheus toys with pretending, and my understanding is that the advertising also promised a prequel to Alien, and it really didn't give us that. That upsets me, but the two of them together, I do really enjoy the story that happens. And so I'd be down for more.
Yeah, I hear you. I think at this point, I'm a little tired of so many conflicting ideas of how these stories should be told, overlapping and intersecting and contradicting. I think at the end of the day, I do kind of wish there was something of a show Bible. You know what that is?
Yes,
TV shows will have the big book of all the rules. And I think a lot of this would be a lot more coherent and could all be continuously revealing stuff to us if there was a secret Xenomorph story Bible out there that had all the answers. And because there isn't that, now everybody and anybody gets to add their own ideas to what this could be. And, that's good. It leads to like creativity, but it also leads to like these wild curveballs that, don't necessarily make sense compared to the things we've seen.
Yeah, absolutely.
But so overall, I do want to know, where do you these two amongst all of the movies? Have you compiled your like order of favorites yet?
Oh yeah.
Let's hear it.
2 with the ever creeping up 1. I am not convinced that if I rewatched them, I wouldn't put 1 over 2. They're so similar. So, Alien, Covenant, Prometheus, Resurrection, 3.
Whoa, Covenant's way higher than
I need you to understand there is a chasm between the 2 and the 3 spot. Like, this is not a true podium here. It will be when Alien Resurrection comes around. Everything's going to get moved down another place. But it right now those I'd say it's like there's 3 tiers. There's Alien and Aliens, there's Covenant and Prometheus, and then there's 3 and Resurrection. And
Okay, Dan, what you got?
Mine's pretty close, a little different. So, Aliens, Alien, Covenant, same so far. But after this point, I have 3, Prometheus, and Resurrection last.
Whoa.
Yeah. I had some time to think about it. That's how I truly feel about it. It's just Resurrection just didn't do it for me. I don't know.
These resurrection haters in the building, man.
Hey, I got it over 3.
Okay, I'm gonna go with Aliens, Alien Resurrection, Prometheus, Alien 3, Covenant.
Man, I love that we're finally getting some variety in these lists.
Yeah, I really Covenant is a hard bottom for me. And so I'm actually very surprised that both of you guys have it so high up because I really think it's the weakest of all the movies we've watched so far.
Love it. I love it. This week we will be discussing Alien Romulus. As a quick aside, this movie is rated R, so if you are a young, which is to say under 18, please pause the video and seek parental guidance before continuing. If you are above 18, please be aware that, as always with the Alien movies, we will be discussing some pretty heavy subject matter, so viewer discretion is advised. My name is Michael. I'm one of your hosts, joined as always by my good buddy Dan.
Buenas tardes.
And Hot Kyle.
Game over, man!
I thought that was the soundboard for a second. I'm impressed. That was good.
Spot on.
And,
I've been working on my Bill Paxton impression.
It's an excellent use of time, really. Like, you'll never regret working on your Bill Paxton impression.
So that I can just yell it in situations where I'm uncomfortable.
Kyle's the feminist of the week. He's like, why don't you put her in charge? But this week, for the icebreaker question, I want to know if you're sitting down for your own personal enjoyment to watch a run of Alien movies, which movies are you going to keep? Which movies are you going to cut? And in what order are you going to view them? Anybody want?
Put a lot of thought in.
Oh, okay.
I put a lot of thought into this one. I'm gonna be honest with this one. I'd start with Prometheus and Covenant.
Okay.
Roll into Alien.
Mm-hmm.
Romulus in the middle. Aliens. So we're still sticking chronologically. And I just wouldn't do 3 and 4. I'm gonna be completely honest with you guys. Like, I just really thought about it. I'm like, you know what? I feel like this is conclusive enough, and I don't like what happened in 3 and 4 enough that I'm like, you know what? Whoever's watching with me, that's the end.
Yeah, right. I feel you. I have a very similar list, but I assume Kyle's going to be differing. So what do you got?
Mine's extremely different, yes. Okay, I am going to start with 1, jump right into 2.
Okay.
Then go to Alien Romulus for the modern like spice. And then I think I'm going to cap it off with Resurrection and not touch any of the rest.
Okay.
Oh.
Not going to bother you that you don't have the transition piece?
From, what do you mean?
Oh, I mean, you miss a huge plot point in Ripley dying, but also, like, I understand why you do that.
Whatever, y'all get the idea.
Yeah, exactly. You're like, all right, she died off screen like the rest of them, and she's back.
Yeah. And it's even like, there's a Prometheus connection in Romulus, but they explain it in the movie. You don't need to see Prometheus to understand it. So it's like, just for movie watching sake, I think my priorities are, it's almost, yes, you have Ripley and, these other characters, but it's almost more of an exploration of the xenomorph in its many forms. I think that's what I'd prioritize in my view through.
I feel that. I have spent so much time on this. My, the number 2 guy in my department, like the second highest ranking guy, and I talked for a while. He's watching through them with his son, and he's going chronologically. And at first I was like, I don't like it. But after these rewatches, I think, just like Dan, I would start for myself with Prometheus and Covenant. And I think, especially if it had been a long time since I did a watch, I think some of the things that annoyed me about Prometheus and Covenant wouldn't be as present. And then I would go Aliens, Romulus last. And nice. I'm right there with Dan that 3 and 4 can just get shot out of the air, the space ducks. Yeah, we don't need them. Shoot them with a harpoon on the way out. They can go. Enjoyable enough films. They're not going to ruin my day, but if I'm doing it for myself, I'm probably not going to. For my ideal watch, I'm good.
Wow, it's very interesting that we have a clear divide between you guys being such big fans of Covenant and me not wanting any part of it, and me loving Resurrection and you guys not wanting any part of it. There's a big divide there. I like it.
Yeah, it's. I think most of us can agree. 3 is. I think Dan had. Did you have 3 over 4?
Yeah, I did have 3 over 4.
Well, we can all agree that 3 is no good, but
yeah.
Yeah,
But
agreed. Well, but let's talk about Romulus.
Let's talk about Romulus.
I mean, amazing movie. Can we just say I was blown away? Like, that was a perfect modern day Alien adaptation. That crossed every box. It was awesome. It was scary. I loved it. What did you guys think?
I loved it a lot. You know, echoing what you say on the modern take, but at the same time, I like that they took the time to recreate the feel of the old movies. Like, I'm watching that opening scene and the music, something about the way it was shot, like, it's still modern, but I can still look at it and think, okay, this is Alien. Like, I know this is Alien. I didn't quite get that same feeling when watching Prometheus. That felt more like a true, like, modern film. But, like, overall, like, I'm still blown away watching this for the third time now. And I think my fourth time I'm probably going to feel the same way.
Yeah, I think it's... I think you got to be a contrarian for this not to be a top 3 Alien movie. I think the public eye consensus is that it's the 3rd best Alien movie, and we'll get into our personal opinions about that at the end, as always. But yeah, I loved that we go back to dingy space derelict. I love that. I love the deepening of the lore of the company and what it's like to be this trapped grunt, working class, just like it's borderline chattel slavery that they're doing there.
Yes. Well, I admire. Sorry,
go for it.
Like, I just admire that, watching the first movie, really introduces a lot of these ideas of corporate greed and how the aliens function and all sorts of things. And this movie takes kind of all of those ideas and expands on it in so many ways. That, like you said, it is slavery, right? To be stuck in this like corporate trap where you have to work on the planet if you're there, and you can't even leave unless you have enough money. But the money that it takes keeps changing. Like, that kind of like financial corporate trap is terrifying. But then beyond that, like, I feel like this movie took all these, there was a familiarity about it. We know about facehuggers. We know about the acid for blood. Like, we already know these things, but they were presented to us in such a new and visceral and aggressive way that it just, like, it felt like it was honoring the first movie while expanding on it in the perfect, like in the perfect ratio to, like, making it new yet keeping it familiar.
100%. And, thematically, it played well for, I think, the first time in a long time. So Romulus is, of course, a reference to Romulus and Remus, which they make no secret of in the movie. 2 very famous historical brothers. But then there's 3 pairs of different abnormal siblings as our main cast, right? You got Rain and Andy, who are obvious. She refers to him as his brother, even though he's an android that her dad just pulled out of the scrap heap. And then you have, oh gosh, I don't know their names. The pregnant girl and wannabe soldier boy are siblings. And then I don't know if it's in like supplemental material or what, like how people have come to this conclusion, but apparently Navarro, the bald girl, and I want to say Bjorn, the asshole, are at some level adopted siblings as well. And so you have
were a couple.
I did too, but what my research would indicate is that everybody is paired up in a sibling pairing.
Dang.
I did not catch that.
I didn't catch it either. I also was of the opinion that they were a couple. But I don't know. I could be. Also, I'm trusting what the internet tells me. So, like,
Well, my only problem with that is that I wonder if the bald girl should have shared some of the hatred for android sentiment that the asshole did, because that was so core to like his character, right? Like,
right.
He's popping off about hating androids because of what happened to his mom, and she didn't really have any moments like that. Like, if that is the case, I feel like the movie doesn't necessarily illustrate that clearly.
Yeah, and again, I could be wrong. The internet is a wildly trustworthy place, as we all know. So, grain of salt.
Why is it called Romulus, though? Is there some kind of significance to Romulus's part in that story? Like, what is... What is the reason for that name?
I think it ties into. I mean, so the last three release date, the last three Alien movies have all been by the name of the ship that everything takes place on.
Sure.
So it takes place on. Oh well, no, because it takes place on Renaissance Station, but Romulus is the side that it happens on. I'm not up to date on my Roman mythology enough to tell you with any kind of certainty which how Romulus played in as opposed to Remus, and if I don't know the significance. Probably should have done that bit of research sometime in the last week, but it didn't even cross my mind until now.
Probably something clever in there.
Oh, I'm sure it is. I'm sure with the insane amount of detail and research that Freddy Alvarez did for this movie. Is it like Freddy? Am I white guying this? Speedy. Yeah. Okay. I am. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Dan knows. But yeah, just the amount of there are things from the comic books, I guess, that actually get referenced in this movie. The level of detail that he went into to just write a love letter to the fans it went beyond anything I even recognized, because I love the idea of the comic books, but I just don't have time or eyesight enough to read comic books. And so they're just forever not a part of the medium I'm going to be able to appreciate for myself. But yeah, just that level of detail he did was amazing. And so I'm sure Romulus is... This is how hard we're going to glaze this movie, if you haven't figured it out, is that even if we don't know, we're going to assume it was brilliant. Let's get to something concrete.
Well, I do want to say, can we all agree this was the scariest one that we've watched in this series?
Hands down.
Yes. Yes.
This movie was horror. It was gross. It was very visceral. I feel like they completely revamped how facehuggers are presented. I mean, even the design, them moving like tarantulas, like giant spiders, was awesome. They even they almost had, it looks like they had black designs on their legs. I feel like they changed the aesthetic a bit of them. Plus you're seeing a lot more of that, the little tentacle thing coming out of it, trying to get into your mouth.
Man, I don't know what you're working with, but I would not refer to that thing as little.
But it's with us acknowledging that the alien, the process of impregnating you is supposed to be very invasive and very rapey. To know that is the thing that goes down your throat is so just gross and awful. And I think this is the first movie where we've seen someone get face hugged before the eyes of everybody else in the group. They just watch her deal with this thing on her face. And then the xenomorphs themselves, I like that we still got a more sneaky xenomorph. It wasn't too out in the open, that weird cocoon thing that it was in. We had a lot more sneaky xenomorphs in the beginning, and obviously it led to them being much more out in the open. But you still had this slow buildup of tension that when it hit was gory and awesome and scary. I mean, it's also the first time we've seen an alien I love that they were using their tails to stab somebody and then carry them away. They weren't just grabbing them and kidnapping them. They'd impale them and then drag them off to where they wanted them. And, geez, that's not even to mention what do we call the monster at the ends? The giant human thing?
The Offspring.
The Offspring. Oh, what a horrifying, nightmare fuel creature. That thing was so scary. I watched this with my roommate Eli, and he'd never seen it before. And for days afterward, he just kept being that thing was so scary. He's like, that thing really messed me up.
Honestly,
he was haunted by it.
We all three of us watched that together for the first time in IMAX, and I just remember that scene where it's a very quiet shot, and it just pans over, and he's just standing in the hallway, or not even standing, he was crouching, and I just remember the feeling in the theater of just silence and being like, "What the fuck am I looking at right now?"
It was. My adrenaline didn't go down after seeing it in IMAX for a good 2 to 3 hours.
Yeah.
I was on edge longer than the runtime of the movie after the movie. Now, it didn't help that Kyle and I had a project we were working on, and we had to stop by, was it Michael's?
Yes.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
We
I
go to
remember
this
how that was
Michael's.
terrifying.
I think Michael's was in the process of closing or something for good because it was like every other light was off, so it just was.
It was half lit.
It was like when your
really,
phone is
dim.
too dim, like you just had it on full brightness, and you're like, it's gonna kill my battery, and you slide it down, and it's like, I gotta squint for a little bit, but like in real life, and nobody was there. The music was like fuzzy. There was just one older lady standing behind the cash register, and I was like, this is it, man. This is where I die. And so that didn't help, but like normally
had not dropped, and we had walked into an apocalyptic scene. That was so scary.
Yeah. But like I think normally I'd have been like, oh, Michael's is just a dim place, whatever. But because we had just watched that movie, I was like, all right, well, the first 29, 30 years were good, but guess that's all I get. Like,
game over, man.
Game over, man.
Did you guys also catch? I didn't notice this the first time we watched it, but that the mother of the offspring starts like essentially, it looks like she was lactating the black goo.
Yes, yeah, I didn't catch the first time either.
Under her shirt, pulling that up, and then after she's dead, I think the offspring is nursing. I think it's drinking up that lactation like from her dead body, which is just it's like so disgusting and so like violating. It's like almost freaky to think about. Oh, and it just like that, it's the last thing you expected in an Alien movie. They took it in such a drastically new direction, but I think it worked so well.
It was incredible. Like, I think it was everything I wanted the newborn to be. I think the offspring just delivered for me.
It's the creature from Alien Resurrection.
Yeah, outside of like a massive like on the planet final battle that we'll never get and will always make me sad. Like if it had to be on a ship, I felt like this just delivered. Whereas with Ripley and the newborn, I was like, or the offspring, I don't know. Ripley and the one in Alien 4, I was just like, this was okay. And then this one was just one of the scariest things I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, I do gotta say, the scene where it's bursting out of Homegirl's chest, the bald girl, while the ship is flying around.
Oh my gosh.
Was it was peak cinema, man. The music was crazy, and there's so much tension watching that ship fly around while the chest burster's coming out and the pregnant girl has no idea what's going on. She's been asleep. She's none the wiser. So all of this, it was one of the most horrifying combination of elements we've seen in the entire franchise. And it was just so good.
And just, like the practical effects of the chest, like the fact that they're still doing practical effects or doing them again, I love it. I love it so much. Yeah. When we went to go see Alien in the theater at Redford Theater, I was there with one of my uncles, and he leans over and he goes, "It's incredible that they did all of this without computers and green screens. They just had to do it all themselves." And like at the time I was like, yeah, no, that is like, it is incredible, but like, come on, man, like it's okay that they use computers. But then I just felt something die in me when I was watching Alien Romulus, and I was like, this is so amazing, but it does like lessen it a little bit that they did it all with computers. And then I did my research, and I was like, this movie was dripping with practical effects, and like,
oh yeah,
they didn't need to do that, but I love that they did, and I love how well they did it.
The one that stands out to me is the Xenomorph. Like, we have another guy in a suit for this one, right? I swear it has to be. Because, like, there's that scene at the very end with Andy on the ground, and he's just standing over him, and he's got his arms hunched up. And there's something about that energy that's unsettling. I'm like, well done.
Yeah.
Well done, honestly.
Yeah. Well, and so speaking of all the practical, the effects and stuff, the set design was absolutely bonkers. They had so many big, well-detailed sets throughout this movie, and I love that it matched the iconic style of the first movie. We've had a lot of deviations from that in other entries in the franchise, but this one recaptured what the first movie feels like, but then exploded tenfold with how Romulus as a station just looked through and through. It felt so true to the source material, and it seemed all practical. On the Ore was amazing effects, but it really seemed like they built a lot of real sets that they were using for this whole thing. And I thought the use of them was it was really smart. There was times where, because, as a movie maker, I'm paying attention to the tricks that work. And you have, the main group of three goes through the ship and then gets trapped, in the room where all the facehuggers are coming out, which is a horrifying scene. But then also you then have, once the other two come out to like save them, Rain and the bald girl, you get to reuse all those sets a second time, but then you get to do it differently because they're interacting with the android and stuff. But so it really felt like they had built a massive selection of rooms and just capitalized on using every single one of them. As a movie maker, yeah, all the practical stuff, it was absolutely awesome. I am very curious as to how practical versus impractical the aliens themselves were. There was one that was like translucent. It was kind of like our main alien bad. Yeah, I mean, it was like a cool new effect. When it's first birthed out of that freaky pod thing, it stands up and the light is almost shining through its head. It's fucking beautiful. But so did you guys catch that? So the asshole character sticks the taser into the hole and shocks the shit out of this xenomorph.
Yep.
It doesn't die, which is crazy, but throughout the other scenes where it appears, there is an electrical current that is sparking in its body. Have you seen that?
Mm-hmm.
No way.
I did. I caught that in one frame, and I thought I just imagined it. But now that you're saying this, I'm like, okay, cool.
It didn't die, and it almost had like an electrical current running through it for the rest of the movie.
That is such a good touch. I love that.
Yeah, because it also allows you to personalize like one of the aliens, right? Like this is the alien that was birthed out of one of our main characters. So now it has that personal touch of being the one that is sparking. And so you recognize it every time it shows up.
That's amazing. I did not know that. I love that. Also, the acid scene was incredible. Just the way it just like and just like melts him down, like, oh my gosh. And you're like, you want to be like, get up and run, but like,
but it's melting his hand.
Yeah. Oh. And then just
right to the bone.
The slow horror of the pregnant girl's like one of the only two names I can't remember. It bothers me so much. But like the pregnant girl, Kay, thank you. Like her watching it happen and trying to get out as it's like birthing out of the vagina chrysalis to like, oh my gosh. Just
very vagina-esque.
Yeah.
It was so gross. And it's funny because we've been talking about all this imagery they put in the movies that either looks phallic or yonic, and that was very vagina-esque.
Yeah,
Mike, I want you to take a timestamp right now through whatever the time is in the podcast, because you might want to censor what I'm about to say. You got a timestamp?
Yeah.
I just need to come clean about this because I may or may not have been having consensual sexual relations with the love of my life, and may have at one moment saw something. I may have thought of that scene from Alien because of that freaky, nasty pod-looking thing, and it really ruined the experience for me. It really ruins. I was out of it, and I was just thinking about how nasty that movie is, and then all of a sudden I'm just like thinking about chest bursters, and like now everything we're doing just seems really gross. Like this is the only time in my life I have ever thought of a movie in that capacity while having those kind of relations, and I applaud the director for that, but I'm kind of pissed. Like, it was so viscerally disgusting that it came back to me at all the wrong moments and really ruined my good time.
I'm really glad I took a timestamp because I think a nice clip of that to put right at the front will really help with viewer retention.
Look, you use it as you wish. I'm not embarrassed by it. I just didn't know if any of your...
Hey, man, we put a content warning on these for a reason.
We did. If you want me to say consensual post-marital sex, I can do that as well. If it'll clean things up.
It is what it is.
Like, look, that happened, and I also was like, I gotta tell the guys.
I mean, look, the only person we actually started cleaning our act up for is Rob's mom, because she listens to every episode. But Rob's mom told me straight up that she's not listening to the alien ones, and I was like, hey, that's okay. I don't need you to. These are for me.
Good.
And so we can be a little more unhinged.
Okay, cool. Then let me repeat that. I was having sex and I thought an alien was going to come out of my girlfrine's vagina. Okay, that's what happened. All right,
clip that for social right there. That's the one.
Oh yeah. I do also want to point out, as far as like sexual imagery, when they're boarding the ship and that little hole pops up, I literally, like, Kayleen, my girl, was like, it looks like a butthole. I was like, yep, they are now entering the sphincter of the ship.
There's also Andy unlocking it with his finger, and he's like,
getting
in there.
And the guy says, "You just popped your cherry." Like, and so that was also sexual. Yes, he's literally fingering the ship everywhere he goes.
Whew. All right, let's talk about Andy then.
Let's talk about Andy. Let's talk about Andy fingering the ship and other things.
Andy, I think, is one of the great characters in the series, and also just like in a series with nothing but awesome androids. He's got to be a top 2. I don't know if I could pick between him and David for which android I like the best.
I have to agree. The biggest thing for me is, like, I don't know if you guys like notice as much, but his facial expressions are like really freaking good. I was actually watching this one with my mom, and there was a point where she asked, "Is this guy an animatronic or is he an actual actor? Like, is this CGI?" I'm like, "No, that's a real dude." I'm like, he can just keep his face that still. Like,
this is incredible.
Insane. I know exactly what you're talking about. Even in the background, you'll catch him in the background of shots, and he literally is acting like a broken animatronic. It's crazy. But then he goes through this whole change, and you instantly can see from his face and his posture and everything that it is not the same Andy at all. And I like that you almost get 3 different variations of this character who is like being who evolves and is toyed with, and then is kind of brought back to an earlier state. Like, what an engaging performance all around. Ultimately, the best character in the movie by far.
Yeah, no question. And one of the things I love about Andy is that I think this movie, I don't know if it was intentional or not, but the way that Scream kind of like held a mirror up to the horror landscape in the late 90s or whenever Scream came out. I don't have that to hand, but I think Andy holds a mirror up to the viewer in a way where, like, when you're watching a horror movie and they're like about to open the door to let him in, you're like, no, don't open the door. It's going to get in. You're all going to die. And then when Andy won't open the door and just lets Kay get taken by the alien, you're like, what is wrong with you? But, like, that's what we always scream at the movie. Like, he's just doing what we tell them to do, and we kind of hate him for it. And I love that.
It's a super interesting point, too, to think about, because, like, we established pretty early on that the androids are programmed not to harm humans, right? We actually have 2 points in the movie where we see where the android is presented with a choice where they have to make a choice that will harm a human, but it has the deductive reasoning to find which one is going to cause the least amount of damage to human life. We have Bjorn's mom.
She got trolley sacrificed
for. Sorry?
She got trolley problemed.
Yes, that's exactly what it was. It was, what, 3 minors for a dozen?
Yeah.
And then Andy is pretty much presented with the same situation. He's like, okay, I can save Kay, or I can save 3 people in this room, and then, yeah.
Well, and
really interesting how they delve into that.
Well, and even then, like, I don't even think he could have, like, the reasoning is that he couldn't have saved Kay. I think his thought was, if I let Kay in, I let the xenomorph in. It gets in with her, and then it gets Kay anyway. So, like, it's cold, it's heartless, but it's what it changed nothing.
Yeah. I guess to rephrase, attempt to save Kay. I mean, at the end of the day, you're right. There's no way.
But that's
the speed this thing moves. Like,
that's that human element that it plays with, though, is that we all think you're choosing not to save Kay when in actuality you weren't. Like, but you can't help but feel it that way.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. So I like the 2 sides of this coin, and that, it's awesome that Andy, you have the android from the first movie, who it's just the same model, not the same exact
same
one.
model. Yeah. His name is Rook. The originals is Ash.
Okay. So I like this almost like passing of the baton, where he's like, listen, you need to be the voice of reason. Like, I like that you need a stance of logic in these like heavily emotional situations, and in that sense, it is going to save more lives to keep the door closed and not let this alien burst in and potentially kill all of us. Like, you do need somebody to be thinking like that. But at the same time, I think with the programming of these robots, the company just sees humans as a blank workforce, and they want to keep them alive so they can get more work done, but they don't care about their emotional state. Like, and that wouldn't be programmed in. It's preservation of their property in a sense. And so I do like that, but from a horror landscape, like I think you want a voice of reason that is going to make the smarter choice to get more people out of there, even if it's going to be making the harder choice sometimes.
Yeah, and even like Rook was so good in that. Even when he's helping them back to the ship, he's helping them back to the ship with the expectation that they're going to go back to the planet. Mm-hmm. Which, you know, the eternal question of Alien is, which is worse, the alien or the company? And it's like, well, you're getting away from one to get back to the other. Now, I love that it was as simple as turning autopilot back off and her being like, all right, sorry.
Yeah, I do gotta say, Rook's face did not look good. Guys.
It looked better than it did in the theater. I don't know if you remember that.
Everything else looked great. It's because you're blind, Michael.
No, they touched him up.
You still got to see it.
When I was in the theater, it looked like they just like spliced the footage out of 1979 and put it on the screen. It looked better. It didn't look good, but they definitely cleaned it up.
Just built a freaking animatronic like at that point, because frick's sake that. But that also being said, I liked seeing, you know, we have an android that clearly has emotions in his own way, but those emotions, like as he keeps getting these updates, they evolve and they change. You know, I like how willing to sacrifice himself he is for Rain in the beginning, and then once he kind of evolves, he's almost kind of bitter about the fact that they were going to leave him. I love that line where she's like, "How could you do that?" And he's like, "What? Leave someone behind?"
Such a good line.
Such a good line.
I would say it's one of my top 2 lines of the movie.
Yes, one of the best in the franchise. So to turn it around on her like that. But I really like that despite his emotions, he seems to be driven by his single, his operative. Is that, no, what's it called?
Prime directive.
Directive. Yep.
The directive. Thank you. He's still driven by whatever his main directive is. So yes, he's an android. Yes, he feels in some capacity, but also like his only motivation is what his directive is. And I loved that, you know, it was like an evolution of the androids. I kind of want to talk about where you guys think Andy compares to all the other androids in the franchise, because truly androids are as deep a part of this series as, you know, basically the Xenomorph is. We've had whole movies without a Xenomorph. Have we had any without an android? Maybe.
We have not.
That's not the point.
I mean, 3, you could try to make the case for it. You technically get the Bishop head scene.
Yeah.
More or less, 3 is without. But 3 is near unanimously on this podcast considered the worst movie. So
yes,
everyone thinks it's either the worst or the second worst Alien movie, and it's the one without any substantial time with a working alien, or excuse me, synthetic person.
So as far as storytelling goes, as far as character, like how would you guys rank the different androids?
I mean, for me,
really...
Go ahead, Dan.
You can go ahead. That one's actually a really tough one. Give me a minute to think about it.
Yeah,
go ahead.
For me, it's Andy and David, well ahead of the rest, and then Rook and Ash. Maybe not well ahead. I think it's Andy and David, and then Rook and Ash are my clear top tier, second tier, which just leaves Winona Ryder, who was excellent. Sorry, Bishop and Rook. And then I would just Ash I wouldn't really count as like an android that I'd rank. Like he feels like an NA to me. Cuz ultimately he is a callback to Ash. So yeah, I'd have Ash and Bishop, as my tier 2. And then I don't know, put Rook in there with an asterisk. And then in tier 3, I have Winona Ryder, who it was still a fantastic character in her own right. And I would have loved more time with her, but I think ultimately for me, 4 is a less impactful movie, and so she just kind of loses credit for being in the less impactful movie for me. What about you, Kyle? I would be interested to see specifically where she ranks.
Where are you going? Where are you going with Walter? In this
Walter, dude. I would put Walter in the same tier as Winona Ryder, but I would move him. Like if it were a tier list, he'd be higher up the tier that they're in.
Yeah. Okay. Sweet. So ultimately, as far as your tier system goes, I agree wholeheartedly. I think I think Andy gives the best performance, but I think David is a more impactful android. I think he's got more story to tell. So I'd go David. I didn't go Andy. I'm a big softie for Bishop because he just like his directive is to freaking help, and he does that like completely earnestly. Then I jump to the guy from the first one, Ash. And then you like Winona Ryder I like that Winona Ryder stands for the only movement we've seen that is actually towards helping people and being good. I like that she stands for that, but overall as a character, she doesn't add much to like the android mythos. Except for the fact that she exists. She was made by other androids. Like that's all cool and stuff, but we don't necessarily get to like see that play out as deeply as all these other characters have these like crazy synthetic focused arcs. And I think Walter's at the bottom. I think he's fine, but he's also just boring.
Yeah, he's more there to be a foil for David than anything else.
That's what I'm saying. He's the counterpart. He's the opposite side of the same coin. He's just there to finger or blow while David fingers.
I don't know, guys. I kind of have to disagree. Like David and Andy, that's a really tough one to split, but David takes Andy just by a hair, I think. Andy's performances, like Kyle were saying, were great, but as a character, David just really hard to top here. He also had 2 movies to work with, something Andy didn't have. Bishop comes in third for me. I put Walter in fourth. I'm gonna be honest, guys.
Okay.
And that's only because of the dichotomy that he forms with David. So I don't know if that's actually a fair way of rating that. But then goes Ash, then goes Call for me.
Okay. I like it. I think for me, what makes Andy so high is that the way he reflects on a meta level. I think that bumps him up a lot. Not that he's not an incredible character and he's so well acted. There's just, I feel like this movie just is the one where we're just gonna rank everything because it's the last one.
Yes.
And I don't know. I could sit here and just babble back and forth, convincing myself David and Andy, just one after the other, and I just don't know. I don't know. I can't pick.
Okay, I got some fun references I'd like to call out.
Real quick, sorry. Before we move on, I just wanted to say something that so we established that this is the alien from the first movie, right?
The alien that is like
the one that died.
Yeah, that is Big Chap.
Yes.
Which
so
what a weird name, by the way.
I kind of like it. It adds character, but I just thought it was really freaking funny that this alien was on the Nostromo, saw Ash, got sent out into space, got pulled back into another ship, and then sees a dude that looks exactly like Ash, and he's like, "What the f? I thought this dude died." That would be pretty disorienting.
I don't know that he ever did see Ash. Ash is one of the only characters who dies not from the alien.
That's a fair point. I don't think they ever did run into each other. I guess I just assumed they did, but you might be right.
It depends on if he remembers being a chest burster or not, I guess.
Yeah. That would have been funny either way, but continue, Kyle.
Also, do we know where the story of what happens on the Romulus before we get there exists? Because don't get me wrong, I like that we are getting there in the aftermath. I think that's really good for a setting. But there's a whole freaking adventure that went down on that ship.
That
would have been an awesome video game or something.
I think it's comic books that cover that.
Yes.
Their media does exist and can be sought out. I couldn't tell you definitively what it was. I want to say comics, though.
Okay. Okay, so I do want to call out some references to other movies that I thought were cool. Towards the end, I believe it's like indoor sprinklers that go off because of like a fire alarm, and it causes rain to come down from the ceiling. And there's this just like shot where it's far away and you can't see the sprinklers themselves, but they're inside, and it just suddenly starts raining indoors. And it took me back to that very first movie for our very first alien kill where it was raining indoors. And we were even like, how is that possible? Like, what is happening? And I thought it was fun that they almost created an excuse to show you what it could mean if it's raining inside, like what that even what that means. So they have those cold guns that they're using, which I think is fun that it's like, the opposite of fire. We got to do something different.
Oh, yeah.
But we know from Alien Resurrection that aliens don't like cold. Cold actually repels them. And so it's fun that they brought back, now they're using the cryo guns. It's fun that we can see it's kind of already established in lore that aliens hate the cold. And so for them to be using that effectively, I thought was a big call out to the fourth movie.
Good catch, honestly.
How do you feel about, because I'm going to speak out of both sides of my mouth, so I want to hear your guys' thoughts. How do you feel about the legacy quotes in this movie?
What do you mean?
So I love
yes.
that.
Get away from her.
I hate that. I hated that so much.
Okay.
I liked it in the theaters. I will be completely when I saw it in theaters, I was like, yeah. And then I rewatched Aliens, and I was like, he said it so much better. And so when I rewatched when I watched Romulus, hot on the heels of Aliens, I was like, I didn't need that actually. I don't think it makes a ton of sense that Andy would say that, other than to call back, and it just yeah. I liked it the first time. I did not like it the second time. But when Rook says, "I can't lie to you about your chances, but you have my sympathies," a direct quote from Ash, the same model android as himself, in the same context, I loved it.
Well, it makes sense. It's the same model. It's how he thinks.
Right?
Yeah.
So for me, I loved that part. But I could, so like I said, both sides of my mouth. I liked how it was executed at one point. I did not like how it was executed at another.
Yeah, Andy's delivery just was a bit off, but
I will admit that it does not make sense for him to say that at all.
Yeah. Now,
it does not add up.
I think if he had just said, "Get away from her," and let it hang, I'd have been totally cool with it.
Yeah. Because it's almost a reference in the absence, right?
Yes.
Everyone's going to be like, huh? Are you going to, huh? Yeah, I agree. It almost would have been better if they didn't have that in there.
It's like jazz. It's about the notes that aren't played at that point. And
yes, precisely.
But ultimately, such a small gripe. That's something else we should do, is we should cover the gripes. These are all super nitpicky. And I'm really actually excited, Kyle, that you mentioned the facehuggers seem to have a black design on the legs. Yeah. I missed that, but a common complaint I hear is that Navarro's chest burster developed so quickly. Now, I think that it is a problem within the Alien franchise that the speed at which a chest burster comes out is simply the speed at which the plot demands it. Because if you look at the first movie as your baseline, and then you look at the third movie, it's like, well, maybe it's because it's a queen that she could go through the whole movie without being chest burst. And then Navarro chest bursts in 10 minutes? It seems inconsistent, but yeah. I actually don't have a problem with it, because I like putting puzzles together from what has been unsaid and what we can just kind of assume. I like playing detective. And so if these facehuggers have a slightly different black design on the legs, and we know that the black goo is present on the ship, and we know that they're trying to play God and reverse engineer to get this black goo, these could be a slightly varied breed of facehugger, and thus this could be a slightly varied breed of xenomorph, which could even be reflected in the translucent skin. And so, for me, I don't have a problem with it. I think that in 1, you have a basic drone. In 3, you have a gestating queen. And then in this one, you have this weird new black goo xenomorph. And so it is a problem in that the series is just inconsistent, and it is ultimately, without question to me, they burst when the plot demands it.
Yes.
But I can justify all 3 of them. And so...
Well, and if we learned anything, it's that the xenomorph itself isn't actually a naturally occurring species, but a byproduct of the black goo. So ultimately, it's safe to even assume that maybe every xenomorph has its own variables and differences just because of how that black goo was used in developing the creature itself.
That's true. And also in Alien Covenant, I think they burst pretty quick as well.
Yeah.
And those are protomorphs, so it is slightly different. But I think I think it is totally fine that they burst when the plot demands it, because the variance in what these things are is so vast.
Yeah, this is a random observation, but I thought having acid float around in zero gravity was absolutely freaking genius.
Oh my gosh, incredible!
We've never had a zero gravity like obstacle course scene kind of like that, you know? It was like, it slightly reminded me of when they had to swim underwater, except this was like so much cooler. To have to like avoid acid in zero gravity is nuts. And I liked that, you know, in every movie they've said, well, hey, you can't shoot them because the acid will melt through the ground and it'll, you know, destroy the ship. And we've gotten away with a lot of shooting and a lot of alien killing where that hasn't necessarily happened. But in this one, as soon as that gravity turns back on, instantly the ship's blown open. Like,
yeah.
That is the real consequence of having acid on a ship, is that it actually will destroy the whole thing within moments. And it does. From that moment on, like, the ship is falling apart. And I love that it honored that. We didn't just get away with some free acid falling. Like, nope, the first time it happened, everything went to shit.
It was so good. And also, I loved the elevator sequence. Like, that whole thing, just like the return, this moment where you're like, she's like if Rey Skywalker was a well-written character, but also she's a callback to Ripley, all in the same time. And she thinks her own way. She's unique. She's powerful. She earns this like status of like competency, and you see the change in, like, she's just supposed to be a bystander, but she grows into this character. Everything about that entire sequence is perfect. The way that her and Andy's relationship, like, they both reach their point of like perfect character development in symphony, and it just, and they ascend up the elevator and they do battle with the xenomorphs. It's absolute writing perfection. It's so good. I loved it in the theater. I loved it on the rewatch. It's fantastic, and it's paced perfectly to go into our fourth act without it feeling like it's needless and too much. I think it's the best fourth act in the entire series, actually. I get a little tired when I watch Alien and Aliens, and I'm like, okay, it's cool. We're going to have the fight with the forklift and the queen. It's iconic. But, like, I just went through a movie. I've been through my 3 acts. I don't need this. And I feel the same way about the fourth act in Alien. It's like, oh, this is the first time it happened. It's epic. It's awesome. It was unexpected. The first time, it scared me to pieces. I was, like, 13, so, you know, I was not ready for it. But in this one, I know it's coming. I'm ready for it, and I'm excited for it.
So I completely agree with everything you said about, like, progression of her character as she goes through the movie. Excellently done. But I just have to talk about, like, that elevator scene you were just talking about. It really bothers me. The scene where the xenomorph catches her with its tail. Because I'm like, I feel like any third-rate character would have just been impaled, not caught.
No,
but
that's
I
valid.
get she has plot I get she has plot armor. But outside of that, that doesn't take away from her character. She was very well done for this movie.
The argument is that they think there was a chest, or there's supposed to be a facehugger nearby. And so the idea is, like, I'm going to catch you, and we're going to let you get face-hugged, and that's, like, you're going to be in prime condition to be face-hugged. I don't need to hurt you because I don't need to take you anywhere, is the rationale. It feels a little plot armory to me now that you say it, that, like, I agree if that had been any of the other characters in the movie, she'd have a giant hole in her chest, no doubt. But it's okay. It's good that we have at least one nitpick that we point out and that I don't justify away. So if we could come up with one of those, that'd be great. How about your mom's nitpick? I think that one's valid.
Oh, yeah. So, as I was saying earlier, we watched this one with my mom, and there's that scene that we were talking about earlier where the lander hits the station, and we said, you know, it's enough to throw it off kilter to change the trajectory by like 30 hours or something ridiculous.
Yeah,
like that.
Just from the ship running into it, it's like, oh, the trajectory's totally changed. Yeah.
Yeah, one ship, and compare that to the size of the whole station, right? So how come when the station makes contact with the rings, it just continues to go into the rings and doesn't move off kilter? Like, these rocks should be heavier than the lander. Like, why is it not throwing it off kilter?
Interesting.
Yeah, that's a really minor nitpick. But
and now we can't be accused of only glazing the movie. we did address its faults. Completely unbiased.
And it's like ultimately, it did seem like the ship was. That's interesting because it almost seemed like it was smaller pieces that were more like eradicating it, disintegrating it as it went. So if anything, shouldn't it have just like rolled a little more by your standards? Like it just had just almost maybe it should have been destroyed faster because the physics of it hitting should have rolled it towards the rings. But ultimately, I have no idea either. It looked beautiful though.
It looked so good.
It did. It did.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that shot at the end where she's hanging out of the lander, and you can see it burning in the distance into the ring, and it's still going. I'm like, oh, that's chef's kiss right there.
Exactly. Okay, well, unless there's any other like main thoughts for this one, we've watched every single Alien movie now, and I want to know what your final lineup is of favorite to least favorite in this franchise.
Hold on. This is the final one. Least favorite to favorite.
Okay.
Who wants to go first?
Do we all want to be? We all want to be. All right, I'll go first. We all want to be the last one, so.
I'm happy to go first. I'm just the one who asked the question, so it's.
I'll fall on the sword. It's fine. For me, Alien 3 is going to take the final. It's going to take the heel spot. Alien Resurrection. I've gone back and forth on these. They're basically the same. We're going to say Covenant, then Prometheus, but that's going to change in like 7 minutes, and then again in another 7 minutes, so whatever. And now is the part that gets tricky. I'm going to go Alien at 3, Aliens at 2, and I'm going to put Romulus at 1. I didn't know where I was going to put it until we had this conversation, and I'm more excited about this movie than I was to talk about either of those movies. I think for me, it is the best Alien movie. It was the best movie-going experience I've had in forever. I think it's the best the series has ever been, and it holds up both in the way it pays homage and uses practical effects and feels like the older movies and still has those cool, big, epic shots while being terrifying in a modern sense. I think it does everything you want an Alien movie to do, and it does it in a way that holds up to today's standards. It's perfect.
Wow.
I can't be mad with that take, honestly. I can't.
Somebody will, I'm sure, but...
Well, okay. I'll go next. I'm keeping a little list here so I can see who says what. I'm gonna agree with you that 3 is at the bottom. But I'm going to I'm not gonna agree with you. I think Covenant's at the bottom. I think Covenant is worst. Then I'm going to say 3. Then I'm gonna say Prometheus. Then okay, Alien Resurrection is next. Then Aliens, Alien, and I'm putting Romulus on top as well. I just think, for the time, I know these movies are revolutionary, but in the modern era, Romulus is really capturing the whole spirit of what this franchise is supposed to be about, what it's supposed to stand for, what it's saying, and how scary it's supposed to be. And so, in any of those old movies, there's a few groaner moments. And in Romulus, you are not groaning. You are so fucking scared. And so I think Romulus is the perfect modern day adaptation. And I put that on top as well.
Okay.
Closely followed, yeah. Yeah, by Alien 1, Aliens, Resurrection, and the rest.
It's a tough one to knock off, man. Starting from the bottom, I've got Resurrection, Prometheus, 3, Covenant. Now moving into the top 3. This one was hard, but I've got Alien, Aliens.
Let's go!
I have to put Romulus. I just can't.
Whoa!
I actually rewatched Aliens because I was like, I gotta be sure about
Right.
this decision, and I still couldn't. I'm like, you know what? It's going there. It's going there.
I did not see that coming. I thought for sure at least one of us would, quote, do the right thing. I love that no one did.
That's so. I mean, it's interesting that not only do we all agree on Romulus being the best, but we have the same top 3, and then from there it spirals out of control. But it's interesting that we can all agree upon the top 3 being 1, 2, and Romulus without a doubt.
Yeah, no question. Man, that's awesome. All right, well, Alien Earth is coming up. This is probably going to come out like Tuesday, so Alien Earth is coming out tonight. We are all super excited to watch that double episode. Hopefully, we should be dropping the episode on Wednesday, late night, probably Thursday morning, and stay tuned and let us know what your final ranking of all these movies are in the comments, and gear up to watch this series with us. I want to hear you guys' thoughts. I want this to be something that the Top Pod family is able to engage in together. I'm so excited. I hope you guys come along for the ride. And until next time, peace.